The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Belief in Immortality and the Worship of the Dead, Volume 1, of 3. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Belief in Immortality and the Worship of the Dead, Volume 1, of 3. Author: James George Fraser. Release date: December 15, 2006. Ebook number 20116. Language: English. Credits: e-text prepared by Marilinda Fraser Cunliffe, David King, and the Project Gutenberg online distributed proofreading team. http://www.pgdp. net/ from page images generously made available by the Humanities Text Initiative. http://www.hti.umich.edu/ a unit of the University of Michigan's Digital Library Production Service. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Belief in Immortality and the Worship of the Dead, Volume 1, of 3, e-text prepared by Marilinda Fraser Cunliffe, David King, and the Project Gutenberg online distributed proofreading team. http://www.pgdp. net/ from page images generously made available by the Humanities Text Initiative. http://www.hti.umich.edu/ a unit of the University of Michigan's Digital Library Production Service. Note: images of the original pages are available through the Humanities Text Initiative, a unit of the University of Michigan's Digital Library Production Service. See http://www.hti.umich.edu/cgi/t/text/text/idx, C equals genpub, idno equals AFL 0522. 0001-001 The Belief in Immortality and the Worship of the Dead by J. G. Fraser, D.C.L., LL.D., Lit. D.E. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool. Volume 1 The Belief among the Aborigines of Australia, the Torres Straits Islands, New Guinea and Melanesia. The Gifford Lectures, St Andrews 1911-1912 Macmillan and Co., Limited, St Martin Street, London 1913 Attac unum illid erat insidem priscus illis, quos cascos appellat ennius, esse in mortsensum nec excessive vitae sic deleri hominum. Ut fundidus inter irat, it cum multis aliis rebus, tummi pontificio juriti ceremonias sepulchrorum intelligi licet, quas maximus ingenius predidae. Nisi tanta cura calius in nisi violatus tam in expiabili religioni sangsissent, nisi haeret in coram mentibus mortem non interidem esse omnia talentem et dilentem, sed quandam quasi migrationem commutationem vitae. Cicero, Tuscal. Disput. I. 12. To my old friend John Sutherland Black, LL.D. I dedicate affectionately a work which owes much to his encouragement. Preface: the following lectures were delivered on Lord Gifford's foundation before the University of St Andrews in the early winters of 1911 and 1912. They are printed nearly as they were spoken, except that a few passages, omitted for the sake of brevity in the oral delivery, have been here restored and a few more added. Further, I have compressed the two introductory lectures into one, striking out some passages which on reflection I judge to be irrelevant or superfluous. The volume incorporates 12 lectures on the fear and worship of the dead which I delivered in the Lenten Easter terms of 1911 at Trinity College, Cambridge, and repeated, with large additions, in my course at St Andrews. The theme here broached is a vast one, and I hope to pursue it hereafter by describing the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead, as these have been found among the other principal races of the world both in ancient and modern times. Of all the many forms which natural religion has assumed, none probably has exerted so deep and far-reaching an influence on human life as the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead. Hence an historical survey of this most momentous creed and of the practical consequences which have been deduced from it can hardly fail to be at once instructive and impressive, whether we regard the record with complacency as a noble testimony to the aspiring genius of man, who claims to outlive the sun and the stars, or whether we view it with pity as a melancholy monument of fruitless labor and barren ingenuity expended in prying into that great mystery of which fools profess their knowledge and wise men confess their ignorance. J. G. Fraser. Cambridge, February 9, 1913. Contents Dedication Preface Table of Contents Lecture I, Introduction Natural Theology, 3 modes of handling it, the dogmatic, the philosophical, and the historical, pages 1 square. The historical method followed in these lectures, 2 square, questions of the truth and moral value of religious beliefs irrelevant in an historical inquiry, 3 square. Need of studying the religion of primitive man and possibility of doing so by means of the comparative method, 5 square, urgent need of investigating the native religion of savages before it disappears, 6 square, a portion of savage religion the theme of these lectures, 7 square, the question of a supernatural revelation dismissed, 8 square, theology and religion, their relations, 9, the term God defined, 9 SQQ. Monotheism and polytheism, 11, a natural knowledge of God, if it exists, only possible through experience, 11 square, the nature of experience, 12 square, 2 kinds of experience, an inward and an outward, 13 square, the conception of God reached historically through both kinds of experience, 14, inward experience or inspiration, 14 square, deification of living men, 16 square, outward experience as a source of the idea of God, 17, the tendency to seek for causes, 17 SQ. The meaning of cause, 18 square, the savage explains natural processes by the hypothesis of spirits or gods, 19 square, natural processes afterwards explained by hypothetical forces and atoms instead of by hypothetical spirits and gods, 20 square, nature in general still commonly explained by the hypothesis of a deity, 21 square, God an inferential or hypothetical cause, 22 square, the deification of dead men, 23 to 25, such a deification presupposes the immortality of the human soul or rather its survival for a longer or shorter time after death, 25 square, the conception of human immortality suggested both by inward experience, such as dreams, and by outward experience, such as the resemblances of the living to the dead, 26 to 29, the lectures intended to collect evidence as to the belief in immortality among certain savage races, 29 square, the method to be descriptive rather than comparative or philosophical, 30. Lecture 2. The savage conception of death. The subject of the lectures, the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among certain of the lower races, page 31, question of the nature and origin of death, 31 square, universal interest of the question, 32 square, the belief in immortality general among mankind, 33, belief of many savages that death is not natural and that they would never die if their lives were not cut prematurely short by sorcery, 33 SQ. Examples of this belief among the South American Indians, 34 SQQ. Death sometimes attributed to sorcery and sometimes to demons, practical consequence of this distinction, 37, belief in sorcery as the cause of death among the Indians of Guyana, 38 square, among the Tina Indians of North America, 39 square, among the Aborigines of Australia, 40 to 47, among the natives of the Torres Straits Islands in New Guinea, 47, among the Melanesians, 48, among the Malagasy, 48 square, and among African tribes, 49 to 51, effect of such beliefs in thinning the population by causing multitudes to die for the imaginary crime of sorcery, 51 to 53, some savages attribute certain deaths to other causes than sorcery, 53, corpse dissected to ascertain cause of death, 53 square, the possibility of natural death admitted by the Melanesians and the Kaffirs of South Africa, 54 to 56, the admission marks an intellectual advance, 56 square. The recognition of ghosts or spirits, apart from sorcery, as a cause of disease and death also marks a step in moral and social progress, 57 SQ. Lecture 3. Myths of the origin of death. Belief of savages in man's natural immortality, page 59, savage stories of the origin of death, 59 SQ. For types of such stories, 1. The story of the two messengers. Zulu story of the chameleon and the lizard, 60 square, Akamba story of the chameleon and the thrush, 61 square, Togo story of the dog and the frog, 62 square, Ashanti story of the goat and the sheep, 63 square, 2, the story of the waxing and waning moon. Hottentot story of the moon, the hare, and death, 65, Maasai story of the moon and death, 65 square, Nandi story of the moon, the dog, and death, 66, Fijian story of the moon, the rat, and death, 67, Caroline, Wachobaluk, and Shem stories of the moon, death, and resurrection, 67, death and resurrection after 3 days suggested by the reappearance of the new moon after 3 days, 67 square, 3, the story of the serpent and his cast skin. New Britain and Annamite Story of Immortality, The Serpent and Death, 69 square. Wadham Story of Immortality, The Lizard, The Serpent and Death, 70. Nias Story of Immortality, The Crab and Death, 70. Arawak and Tamanchayar Stories of Immortality, The Serpent, The Lizard, The Beetle and Death, 70 square. Melanesian Story of the Old Woman and Her Cast Skin, 71 square. Samoan Story of the Shellfish, Two Torches and Death, 72. 4. The Story of the Banana. Poso Story of Immortality, The Stone, The Banana, and Death, 72 square. Mentra Story of Immortality, The Banana, and Death, 73. Primitive Philosophy in the Stories of the Origin of Death, 73 square. Bonner Story of Immortality, The Tree, and Death, 74. Rivalry for the boon of immortality between men and animals that cast their skins, such as serpents and lizards, 74 square. Stories of the Origin of Death told by Chingpas, Australians, Fijians, and Admiralty Islanders, 75 to 77. African and American Stories of the Fatal Bundle or the Fatal Box, 77 square. Baganda Story How Death Originated Through the Imprudence of a Woman, 78 to 81. West African Story of Death and the Spider, 81 to 83. Melanesian Story of Death and the Fool, 83 square. Thus, according to Savage's, death is not a natural necessity, 84. Similar view held by some modern biologists, as of Weissman and A. R. Wallace, 84 to 86. Lecture 4. The Belief in Immortality among the Aborigines of Central Australia. In tracing the evolution of religious beliefs, we must begin with those of the lowest savages, page 87. The Aborigines of Australia, the lowest savages about whom we possess accurate information, 88. Savagery, a case of retarded development, 88 SQ. Causes which have retarded progress in Australia, 89 square. The natives of Central Australia on the whole more primitive than those of the coasts, 90 square. Little that can be called religion among them, 91 square. Their theory that the souls of the dead survive and are reborn in their descendants, 92 square. Places where the souls of the dead await rebirth, and the mode in which they enter into women, 93 square. Local totem centers, 94 square. Totemism defined, 95. Traditionary origin of the local totem centers, Oknanakilla, where the souls of the dead assemble, 96. Sacred birthstones or birthsticks, Chiringa, which the souls of ancestors are thought to have dropped at these places, 96 to 102. Elements of a worship of the dead, 102 square. Marvelous powers attributed to the remote ancestors of the El Chiringa or Dreamtimes, 103 square. The Walunqua, a mythical water snake, ancestor of a totemic clan of the Warramunga tribe, 104 to 106. Religious character of the belief in the Walunqua, 106. Lecture V. The Belief in Immortality among the Aborigines of Central Australia, continued. Beliefs of the Central Australian Aborigines concerning the reincarnation of the dead, page 107. Possibility of the development of ancestor worship, 107 SQ. Ceremonies performed by the Warramunga in honor of the Walunqua, the mythical ancestor of one of their totem clans, 108 SQQ. Union of magic and religion in these ceremonies, 111 square. Ground drawings of the Walunqua, 112 square. Importance of the Walunqua in the evolution of religion and art, 113 square. How totemism might develop into polytheism through an intermediate stage of ancestor worship, 114 square. All the conspicuous features of the country associated by the Central Australians with the spirits of their ancestors, 115 to 118. Dramatic ceremonies performed by them to commemorate the deeds of their ancestors, 118 square. Examples of these ceremonies, 119 to 122. These ceremonies were probably in origin not merely commemorative or historical but magical, being intended to procure a supply of food and other necessaries, 122 square. Magical virtue actually attributed to these dramatic ceremonies by the Warramunga, who think that by performing them they increase the food supply of the tribe, 123 square. Hence the great importance ascribed by these savages to the due performance of the ancestral dramas, 124. General attitude of the Central Australian Aborigines to their dead, and the lines on which, if left to themselves, they might have developed a regular worship of the dead, 124 to 126. Lecture 6. The Belief in Immortality among the other Aborigines of Australia. Evidence for the belief in reincarnation among the natives of other parts of Australia than the centre, page 127. Beliefs of the Queensland Aborigines concerning the nature of the soul and the state of the dead, 127 to 131. Belief of the Australian Aborigines that their dead are sometimes reborn in white people, 131 to 133. Belief of the natives of southeastern Australia that their dead are not born again but go away to the sky or some Distant country, 133 square, beliefs and customs of the Narañari concerning the dead, 134 sqq. Motives for the excessive grief which they display at the death of their relatives, 135 square, their pretense of avenging the death of their friends on the guilty sorcerer, 136 square, magical virtue ascribed to the hair of the dead, 137 square, belief that the dead go to the sky, 138 square, appearance of the dead to the living in dreams, 139, savage faith in dreams, 139 square, association of the stars with the souls of the dead, 140, creed of the southeastern Australians touching the dead, 141. Difference of this creed from that of the Central Australians, 141, this difference probably due in the main to a general advance of culture brought about by more favourable natural conditions in southeastern Australia, 141 sq. Possible influence of European teaching on native beliefs, 142 square, vagueness and inconsistency of native beliefs as to the state of the dead, 143, custom a good test of belief, 143 square, burial customs of the Australian Aborigines as evidence of their beliefs concerning the state of the dead, 144. Their practice of supplying the dead with food, water, fire, weapons, and implements, 144 to 147. Motives for the destruction of the property of the dead, 147 square. Great economic loss entailed by developed systems of sacrificing to the dead, 149. Lecture 7. The belief in immortality among the Aborigines of Australia, concluded, huts erected on graves for the use of the ghosts, pages 150 to 152. The attentions paid by the Australian Aborigines to their dead probably spring from fear rather than affection, 152. Precautions taken by the living against the dangerous ghosts of the dead, 152 square. Cuttings and brandings of the flesh of the living in honor of the dead, 154 to 158. The custom of allowing the blood of mourners to drip on the corpse or into the grave may be intended to strengthen the dead for a new birth, 158 to 162. Different ways of disposing of the dead according to the age, rank, manner of death, etc. of the deceased, 162 square. Some modes of burial are intended to prevent the return of the spirit, others are designed to facilitate it, 163 to 165. Final departure of the ghost supposed to coincide with the disappearance of the flesh from his bones, 165 square. Hence a custom has arisen in many tribes of giving the bones a second burial or otherwise disposing of them when the flesh is quite decayed, 166. Tree burial followed by earth burial in some Australian tribes, 166 to 168. General conclusion is to the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the Australian Aborigines, 168 square. Lecture 8. The belief in immortality among the natives of the Torres Straits Islands. Racial affinities of the Torres Straits Islanders, pages 170 square. Their material and social culture, 171 square. No developed worship of the dead among them, 172 square. Their fear of ghosts, 173 to 175. Home of the dead, a mythical island in the west, 175 square. Elaborate funeral ceremonies of the Torres Straits Islanders characterized by dramatic representations of the dead and by the preservation of their skulls, which were consulted as oracles, 176. Funeral ceremonies of the Western Islanders, 177 to 180. Part played by the brothers-in-law of the deceased at these ceremonies, 177 sq. Removal of the head in preparation of the skull for use in divination, 178 square. Great death dance performed by masked men who personated the deceased, 179 square. Funeral ceremonies of the Eastern Islanders, 180 to 188. Soul of the dead carried away by a masked actor, 181 square. Dramatic performance by disguised men representing ghosts, 182 square. Blood and hair of relatives offered to the dead, 183 square. Mummification of the corpse, 184. Costume of mourners, 184. Cuttings for the dead, 184 square. Death dance by men personating ghosts, 185 to 188. Preservation of the mummy and afterwards of the head or a wax model of it to be used in divination, 188. Images of the gods perhaps developed out of mummies of the dead, and a sacred or even secular drama developed out of funeral dances, 189. Lecture 9. The belief in immortality among the natives of British New Guinea. The two races of New Guinea, the Papuan and the Melanesian, pages 190 square, Beliefs and Customs of the Motu Concerning the Dead, 192, the Koita and their beliefs as to the human soul and the state of the dead, 193 to 195. Alleged communications with the dead by means of mediums, 195 square, Fear of the dead, especially of a dead wife, 196 sq. Beliefs of the Mathulu concerning the dead, 198, their burial customs, 198 square, their use of the skulls and bones of the dead at a great festival, 199 to 201, worship of the dead among the natives of the Aroma district, 201 square, the Hood Peninsula, 202 square. Beliefs and customs concerning the dead among the natives of the Hood Peninsula, 203 to 206, seclusion of widows and widowers, 203 square, the ghost seer, 204 square, application of the juices of the dead to the persons of the living, 205. Precautions taken by manslayers against the ghosts of their victims, 205 square, purification for homicide originally a mode of averting the angry ghost of the slain, 206. Beliefs and customs concerning the dead among the Mossam of southeastern New Guinea, 206 to 210, Hioyoa, the land of the dead, 207. Purification of mourners by bathing and shaving, 207 square, foods forbidden to mourners, 208 square, fires on the grave, 209, the land of the dead, 209 square, names of the dead not mentioned, 210. Beliefs and customs concerning the dead among the Papuans of Kiwe, 211 to 214, Adiri, the land of the dead, 211 to 213, appearance of the dead to the living in dreams, 213 square, offerings to the dead, 214, dreams as a source of the belief in immortality, 214. Lecture X, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea. Andrew Lang, pages 216 square, review of preceding lectures, 217 square. The Papuans of Tumleo, their material culture, 218 to 220, their temples, 220 square, their bachelors' houses containing the skulls of the dead, 221, spirits of the dead as the causes of sickness and disease, 222 square, burial and mourning customs, 223 square, fate of the human soul after death, 224, monuments to the dead, 225, disinterment of the bones, 225, propitiation of ghosts and spirits, 226, guardian spirits in the temples, 226 square. The Manumbo of Potsdam Harbor, 227 square, their beliefs concerning the spirits of the dead, 228 square, their fear of ghosts, 229, their treatment of manslayers, 229 square. The Tamos of Astrolabe Bay, 230, their ideas as to the souls of the dead, 231 square, their fear of ghosts, 232 SQQ. Their secret society and rites of initiation, 233, their preservation of the jawbones of the dead, 234 square, their sham fights after a death, 235 square, these fights perhaps intended to throw dust in the eyes of the ghost, 236 square. Lecture 11. The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Papuans of Cape King William, pp. 238 square, their ideas as to spirits and the souls of the dead, 239 square, their belief in sorcery as a cause of death, 240 square, their funeral and mourning customs, 241 square, the fate of the soul after death, 242. The Yabam of Finch Harbor, their material and artistic culture, 242 square, their clubhouses for men, 243, their beliefs as to the state of the dead, 244 square, the ghostly ferry, 244 square, transmigration of human souls into animals, 245, the return of the ghosts, 246, offerings to ghosts, 246, ghosts provided with fire, 246 square, ghosts help in the cultivation of land, 247 square, burial and mourning customs, 248 square, divination to discover the sorcerer who has caused a death, 249 square, bull. Roars, 250, initiation of young men, 250 SQQ. The rite of circumcision, the novice is supposed to be swallowed by a monster, 251 square, the return of the novices, 253, the essence of the initiatory rite seems to be a simulation of death and resurrection, 253 SQQ. The new birth among the Akikuyu of British East Africa, 254. Lecture 12. The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Bukawa of Huon Gulf, their means of subsistence and men's clubhouses, pp. 256 square, their ideas as to the souls of the dead, 257, sickness and death caused by ghosts and sorcerers, 257 square, fear of the ghosts of the slain, 258, prayers to ancestral spirits on behalf of the crops, 259, first fruits offered to the spirits of the dead, 259. Burial and mourning customs, 259 square, initiation of young men, novices at circumcision supposed to be swallowed and afterwards disgorged by a monster, 260 square. The Kai, a Papuan tribe of mountaineers inland from Finch Harbor, 262, their country, mode of agriculture, and villages, 262 square, observations of a German missionary on their animism, 263 square, the essential rationality of the savage, 264 to 266, the Kai theory of the two sorts of human souls, 267 square, death commonly thought to be caused by sorcery, 268 square, danger incurred by the sorcerer, 269, many hurts and maladies attributed to the action of ghosts, 269 square, capturing lost souls, 270 square, ghosts extracted from the body of a sick man or scraped from his person, 271, extravagant demonstrations of grief at the death of a sick man, 271 to 273, hypocritical character of these demonstrations, which are intended to deceive the ghost, 273, burial and mourning customs, preservation of the lower jawbone and one of the lower arm bones, 274, mourning costume, seclusion of widow or widower, 274 sq. Widows sometimes strangled to accompany their dead husbands, 275, house or village deserted after a death, 275. Lecture 13. The belief in immortality among the natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Kai, continued, their offerings to the dead, page 276, divination by means of ghosts to detect the sorcerer who has caused a death, 276 to 278, avenging the death on the sorcerer and his people, 278 square, precautions against the ghosts of the slain, 279 square, attempts to deceive the ghosts of the murdered, 280 to 282, pretense of avenging the ghost of a murdered man, 282, fear of ghosts by night, 282 square, services rendered by the spirits of the dead to farmers and hunters, 283 to 285, the journey of the soul to the spirit land, 285 square, life of the dead in the other world, 286 square, ghosts die the second death and turn into animals, 287, ghosts of famous people invoke long after their death, 287 to 289, possible development of ghosts into gods, 289 square, lads at circumcision supposed to be swallowed and disgorged by a monster, 290 square. The Tammy Islanders of Huon Gulf, 291, their theory of a double human soul, a long one and a short one, 291 square, departure of the short soul for Lambom, the netherworld of the dead, 292, offerings to the dead, 292, appeasing the ghost, 292 sq. Funeral and mourning customs, dances in honor of the dead, offerings thrown into the fire, 293 square, bones of the dead dug up and kept in the house for a time, 294 square. Lecture 14. The belief in immortality among the natives of German and Dutch New Guinea, the Tammy Islanders of Huon Gulf, continued, their doctrine of souls and gods, pages 296 square, dances of masked men representing spirits, 297, worship of ancestral spirits and offerings to them, 297 square, life of the souls and Lambom, the netherworld, 299 square, evocation of ghosts by the ghost seer, 300, sickness caused by ghosts, 300 square, novices at circumcision supposed to be swallowed and disgorged by a monster, 301 square, meaning of the bodily mutilations inflicted on young men at puberty obscure, 302 square. The natives of Dutch New Guinea, 303 to 323, the Newfoors of Gildink Bay, their material culture and arts of life, 303 to 305, their fear and worship of the dead, 305 to 307, wooden images, korwar, of the dead kept in the houses and carried in canoes to be used as oracles, 307 square. The images consulted in sickness and taken with the people to war, 308 to 310, offerings to the images, 310 square, souls of those who have died away from home recalled to animate the images, 311, skulls of the dead, especially of firstborn children and of parents, inserted in the images, 312 sq. Bodies of young children hung on trees, 312 square. Mummies of dead relatives kept in the houses, 313. Seclusion of mourners and restrictions on their diet, 313 square. Tattooing in honor of the dead, 314. Teeth and hair of the dead worn by relatives, 314 square. Rebirth of parents and their children, 315. The natives of islands off the west coast of New Guinea, their wooden images of dead ancestors in shrines for the residents of the ancestral spirits, 315 square. Their festivals in honor of the dead, 316. Souls of ancestors supposed to reside in the images and to protect the house and household, 317. The natives of the Macklewood Gulf, their images and bowls in honor of the dead, 317 square. The natives of the Mimica district, their burial and mourning customs, their preservation of the skulls of the dead, and their belief in ghosts, 318. The natives of Windesi, their burial customs, 318 square. Divination after a death, 319. Mourning customs, 319 square. Festival of the dead, 320 square. Wooden images of the dead, 321. Doctrine of souls and of their fate after death, 321 square. Medicine men inspired by the souls of the dead, 322 square. Ghosts of slain enemies driven away, 323. Lecture 15. The belief in immortality among the natives of southern Melanesia, New Caledonia, the Melanesians in general, their material culture, p. 324, Southern Melanesia, the New Caledonians, and Father Lambert's account of them, 325, their ideas as to the spirit land and the way thither, 325 square, burial customs, 326, cuttings and brandings for the dead, 326 square, property of the dead destroyed, 327. Seclusion of gravediggers and restrictions imposed on them, 327. Sham fight in honor of the dead, 327 square. Skulls of the dead preserved and worshipped on various occasions, such as sickness, fishing, and famine, 328 to 330. Caves used as charnel houses and sanctuaries of the dead in the Isle of Pines, 330 to 332. Prayers and sacrifices to the ancestral spirits, 332 square. Prayer posts, 333 square. Sacred stones associated with the dead and used to cause dearth or plenty, madness, a good crop of breadfruit or yams, drought, rain, a good catch of fish, and so on, 334 to 338. The religion of the New Caledonians mainly a worship of the dead tinctured with magic, 338. Evidence as to the natives of New Caledonia collected by Dr. George Turner, 339 to 342. Material culture of the New Caledonians, 339. Their burial customs, the skulls and nails of the dead preserved and used to fertilize the yam plantations, 339 square. Worship of ancestors and prayers to the dead, 340. Festivals in honor of the dead, 340 sq. Making rain by means of the skeletons of the dead, 341. Execution of sorcerers, 341 square. White men identified with the spirits of the dead, 342. Lecture 16. The belief in immortality among the natives of Central Melanesia. Central Melanesia divided into two archipelagos, the religion of the Western Islands, Solomon Islands, characterized by a worship of the dead, the religion of the Eastern Islands, New Hebrides, Banks Islands, Torres Islands, Santa Cruz Islands, characterized by a worship of non-human spirits, pages 343 square. Central Melanesian theory of the soul, 344 square, the land of the dead either in certain islands or in a subterranean region. Called Panoi, 345, Ghosts of Power and Ghosts of No Account, 345 square. Supernatural power, mana, acquired through ghosts, 346 square. Burial customs in the Western Islands, Solomon Islands, 347 sqq. Land burial and sea burial, land ghosts and sea ghosts, 347 square. Funeral feasts and burnt offerings to the dead, 348 square. The land of the dead and the ghostly fairy, 350 square. Ghosts die the second death and turn into the nests of white ants, 350 square. Preservation of the skull and jawbone in order to ensure the protection of the ghost, 351 sq. Human heads sought in order to add fresh spiritual power, mana, to the ghost of a dead chief, 352. Beliefs and customs concerning the dead in the Eastern Islands, New Hebrides, Banks Islands, Torres Islands, 352 sqq. Panoi, the subterranean abode of the dead, 353 square. Ghosts die the second death, 354. Different fates of the souls of the good and bad, 354 square. Descent of the living into the world of the dead, 355. Burial customs of the Banks Islanders, 355 sqq. Dead sometimes temporarily buried in the house, 355. Display of property beside the corpse in funeral oration, 355 square. Sham burial of eminent men, 356. Ghosts driven away from the village, 356 to 358. Deceiving the ghosts of women who have died in childbed, 358. Funeral feasts, 358 square. Funeral customs in the New Hebrides, 359 sqq. The aged buried alive, 359 square. Seclusion of mourners and restrictions on their diet, 360. Sacrifice of pigs, 360 square. The journey of the ghost to the spirit land, 361 square. Provisions made by the living for the welfare of the dead, 362. Only ghosts of powerful men worshipped, 362 square. Institution of the worship of a martial ghost, 363 square. Offerings of food and drink to the dead, 364 sq. Sacrifice of pigs to ghosts in the Solomon Islands, 365 square. Lecture 17. The belief in immortality among the natives of central Melanesia, concluded. Public sacrifices to ghosts in the Solomon Islands, pages 367 square. Offering of first fruits to ghosts, 368 square. Private ghosts as distinguished from public ghosts, 369 square. Fighting ghosts kept as spiritual auxiliaries, 370. Ghosts employed to make the gardens grow, 370 square. Human sacrifices to ghosts, 371 square. Vicarious and other sacrifices to ghosts at Say and Malanta, 372 square. Offerings of first fruits to ghosts at Say, 373 square. Vicarious sacrifices offered for the sick to ghosts in Santa Cruz, 374. The dead represented by stocks in the houses, 374. Native account of sacrifices in Santa Cruz, 374 square. Prayers to the dead, 376 square. Sanctuaries of ghosts in the Solomon Islands, 377 to 379. Ghosts lodged in animals, birds, and fish, especially in sharks, 379 square. The belief in ghosts underlies the Melanesian conception of magic, 380 square. Sickness commonly caused by ghosts and cured by ghost seers, 381 to 384. Contrast between Melanesian and European systems of medicine, 384. Whether regulated by ghosts and spirits and by weather doctors who have the ear of ghosts and spirits, 384 to 386. Witchcraft or black magic wrought by means of ghosts, 386 to 388. Prophets inspired by ghosts, 388 sq. Divination operating through ghosts, 389 square. Taboos enforced by ghosts, 390 square. General influence which a belief in the survival of the soul after death has exercised on Melanesian life, 391 square. Lecture 18. The belief in immortality among the natives of northern and eastern Melanesia. The natives of northern Melanesia or the Bismarck Archipelago, New Britain, New Ireland, etc., their material culture, commercial habits, and want of regular government, pages 393 to 395, their theory of the soul, 395 square, their fear of ghosts, 396, offerings to the dead, 396 square, burial customs, 397 square, preservation of the skulls, 398, customs and beliefs concerning the dead among the Sulka of New Britain, 398 to 400. Among the Monas of the Admiralty Islands, 400 square, and among the natives of the Caniot Islands, 401 square. Natural deaths commonly attributed to sorcery, 402. Divination to discover the sorcerer who caused the death, 402. Death customs in the Duke of York Island, cursing the sorcerer, skulls preserved, feasts and dances, 403. Prayers to the dead, 403 square. The land of the dead and the fate of the departed souls, hard lot of impecunious ghosts, 404 to 406. The natives of eastern Melanesia, Fiji, their material culture and political constitution, 406 to 408. Means of subsistence, 408. Moral character, 408 sq. Scenery of the Fijian Islands, 409 square. The Fijian doctrine of souls, 410 to 412. Souls of rascals caught in scarves, 412 square. Fear of sorcery and precautions against it, 413 square. Beneficial effect of the fear in enforcing habits of personal cleanliness, 414. Fear of ghosts and custom of driving them away, 414 square. Killing a ghost, 415 square. Outwitting grandfather's ghost, 416. Special relation of grandfather to grandchild, 416. Grandfather's soul reborn in his grandchild, 417 square. Lecture 19. The belief in immortality among the natives of eastern Melanesia, Fiji, continued. Indifference of the Fijians to death, page 419. their custom of killing the sick and aged with the consent of the victims, 419 to 424, their readiness to die partly in effect of their belief in immortality, 422 square, wives strangled or buried alive to accompany their husbands to the spirit land, 424 to 426, servants and dependents killed to attend their dead lords, 426, sacrifices of foreskins and fingers in honor of dead chiefs, 426 square, boys circumcised in order to save the lives of their fathers or fathers' brothers, 427, Saturnalia attending such rites of circumcision, 427 square, the Nanga, or sacred enclosure of stones, dedicated to the worship of ancestors, 428 sq. First fruits of the yams offered to the ancestors in the Nanga, 429, initiation of young men in the Nanga, drama of death and resurrection, sacrament of food and water, 429 to 432, the initiation followed by a period of sexual license, 433. The initiatory rites apparently intended to introduce the novices to the ancestral spirits and endow them with the powers of the dead, 434 square. The rites seem to have been imported into Fiji by immigrants from the West, 435 square, the license attending these rites perhaps a reversion to primitive communism for the purpose of propitiating the ancestral spirits, 436 square. Description of the Nanga or sacred enclosure of stones, 437 square, comparison with the cromlechs and other megalithic monuments of Europe, 438. Lecture XX. The belief in immortality among the natives of eastern Melanesia, Fiji, concluded, worship of parents and other dead relations in Fiji, pages 439 square, Fijian notion of divinity, Kalo, 440, two classes of gods, namely, divine gods and human gods or deified men, 440 square, temples, bears, 441 square. Worship at the temples, 443, priests, bet, their oracular inspiration by the gods, 443 to 446, human sacrifices on various occasions, such as building a house or launching a new canoe, 446 sq. High estimation in which manslaughter was held by the Fijians, 447 square, consecration of manslayers and restrictions laid on them, probably from fear of the ghosts of their victims, 448 square, certain funeral customs based apparently on the fear of ghosts, 450 sqq. Persons who have handled a corpse forbidden to touch food with their hands, 450 square, seclusion of gravediggers, 451, mutilations, brandings, and fasts in honor of the dead, 451 square, the dead carried out of the house by a special opening to prevent the return of the ghost, 452 to 461. The other world and the way thither, 462 sqq. The ghostly fairy, 462 square, the ghost and the pandanus tree, 463 square, hard fate of the unmarried dead, 464, the killer of souls, 464 square, ghosts precipitated into a lake, 465 square, Miramuria, an inferior sort of heaven, 466, the Fijian Elysium, 466 square, transmigration and annihilation, the few that are saved, 467. Concluding observations, 467 to 471, strength and universality of the belief in immortality among savages, 468, the state of war among savage and civilized peoples often a direct consequence of the belief in immortality, 468 square, economic loss involved in sacrifices to the dead, 469. How does the savage belief in immortality bear on the truth or falsehood of that belief in general? For 69, the answer depends to some extent on the view we take of human nature, 469 to 471, the conclusion left open, 471. Note: Myth of the Continuance of Death Index Lecture I Introduction Natural Theology, and the three modes of handling it, the dogmatic, the philosophical, and the historical. The subject of these lectures is a branch of natural theology. By natural theology I understand that reasoned knowledge of a god or gods which man may be supposed, whether rightly or wrongly, capable of attaining to by the exercise of his natural faculties alone. Thus defined, the subject may be treated in at least three different ways, namely, dogmatically, philosophically, and historically. We may simply state the dogmas of natural theology which appear to us to be true, that is the dogmatic method. Or, secondly, we may examine the validity of the grounds on which these dogmas have been or may be maintained, that is the philosophic method. Or, thirdly, we may content ourselves with describing the various views which have been held on the subject and tracing their origin and evolution in history, that is the historical method. The first of these three methods assumes the truth of natural theology, the second discusses it, and the third neither assumes nor discusses but simply ignores it. The historian as such is not concerned with the truth or falsehood of the beliefs he describes, his business is merely to record them and to track them as far as possible to their sources. Now that the subject of natural theology is ripe for a purely dogmatic treatment will hardly, I think, be maintained by anyone, to whatever school of thought he may belong. Accordingly, that method of treatment need not occupy us further. Far otherwise is it with the philosophic method which undertakes to inquire into the truth or falsehood of the belief in a God. No method could be more appropriate at a time like the present, when the opinions of educated and thoughtful men on that profound topic are so unsettled, diverse, and conflicting. A philosophical treatment of the subject might comprise a discussion of such questions as whether a natural knowledge of God is possible to man, and, if possible, by what means and through what faculties it is attainable, what are the grounds for believing in the existence of a God, and, if this belief is justified, what may be supposed to be his essential nature and attributes, and what his relations to the world in general and to man in particular. Now I desire to confess at once that an adequate discussion of these and kindred questions would far exceed both my capacity and my knowledge, for he who would do justice to so arduous an inquiry should not only be endowed with a comprehensive and penetrating genius, but should possess a wide and accurate acquaintance with the best accredited results of philosophic speculation and scientific research. To such qualifications I can lay no claim, and accordingly I must regard myself as unfitted for a purely philosophic treatment of natural theology. To speak plainly, the question of the existence of a God is too deep for me. I dare neither affirm nor deny it. I can only humbly confess my ignorance. Accordingly, if Lord Gifford had required of his lecturers either a dogmatic or a philosophical treatment of natural theology, I could not have undertaken to deliver the lectures. The method followed in these lectures is the historical. But in his deed of foundation, as I understand it, Lord Gifford left his lecturers free to follow the historical rather than the dogmatic or the philosophical method of treatment. He says, the lecturers shall be under no restraint whatever in their treatment of their theme. For example, they may freely discuss, and it may be well to do so, all questions about man's conceptions of God or the infinite, their origin, nature, and truth. In making this provision, the founder appears to have allowed and indeed encouraged the lecturers not only to discuss, if they chose to do so, the philosophical basis of a belief in God, but also to set forth the various conceptions of the divine nature which have been held by men in all ages and to trace them to their origin. In short, he permitted and encouraged the lecturers to compose a history of natural theology or of some part of it. Even when it is thus limited to its historical aspect, the theme is too vast to be mastered completely by any one man. The most that a single inquirer can do is to take a general but necessarily superficial survey of the whole and to devote himself especially to the investigation of some particular branch or aspect of the subject. This I have done more or less for many years, and accordingly I think that without being presumptuous I may attempt, in compliance with Lord Gifford's wishes and directions, to lay before my hearers a portion of the history of religion to which I have paid particular attention. That the historical study of religious beliefs, quite apart from the question of their truth or falsehood, is both interesting and instructive will hardly be disputed by any intelligent and thoughtful inquirer. Whether they have been well or ill-founded, these beliefs have deeply influenced the conduct of human affairs. They have furnished some of the most powerful, persistent, and far-reaching motives of action. They have transformed nations and altered the face of the globe. No one who would understand the general history of mankind can afford to ignore the annals of religion. If he does so, he will inevitably fall into the most serious misconceptions even in studying branches of human activity which might seem, on a superficial view, to be quite unaffected by religious considerations. An historical inquiry into the evolution of religion prejudices neither the question of the ethical value of religious practice nor the question of the truth or falsehood of religious belief. Therefore, to trace theological and in general religious ideas to their sources and to follow them through all the manifold influences which they have exerted on the destinies of our race must always be an object of prime importance to the historian, whatever view he may take of their speculative truth or ethical value. Clearly, we cannot estimate their ethical value until we have learned the modes in which they have actually determined human conduct for good or evil. In other words, we cannot judge of the morality of religious beliefs until we have ascertained their history. The facts must be known before judgment can be passed on them. The work of the historian must precede the work of the moralist. Even the question of the validity or truth of religious creeds cannot, perhaps, be wholly dissociated from the question of their origin. If, for example, we discover that doctrines which we had accepted with implicit faith from tradition have their close analogies in the barbarous superstitions of ignorant savages, we can hardly help suspecting that our own cherished doctrines may have originated in the similar superstitions of our rude forefathers, and the suspicion inevitably shakes the confidence with which we had hitherto regarded these articles of our faith. The doubt thus cast on our old creed is perhaps illogical, since even if we should discover that the creed did originate in mere superstition, in other words, that the grounds on which it was first adopted were false and absurd, this discovery would not really disprove the beliefs themselves, for it is perfectly possible that a belief may be true, though the reasons alleged in favor of it are false and absurd. Indeed, we may affirm with great probability that a multitude of human beliefs, true in themselves, have been accepted and defended by millions of people on grounds which cannot bear exact investigation for a moment. For example, if the facts of savage life which it will be my duty to submit to you should have the effect of making the belief in immortality look exceedingly foolish, those of my hearers who cherish the belief may console themselves by reflecting that, as I have just pointed out, a creed is not necessarily false because some of the reasons adduced in its favor are invalid, because it has sometimes been supported by the despicable tricks of vulgar imposture, and because the practices to which it has given rise have often been in the highest degree not only absurd but pernicious. To discover the origin of the idea of God, we must study the beliefs of primitive man. Now, if we are indeed to discover the origin of man's conception of God, it is not sufficient to analyze the ideas which the educated and enlightened portion of mankind entertain on the subject at the present day, for in great measure these ideas are traditional. They have been handed down with little or no independent reflection or inquiry from generation to generation. Hence, in order to detect them in their inception, it becomes necessary to push our analysis far back into the past. Large materials for such an historical inquiry are provided for us in the literature of ancient nations which, though often sadly mutilated and imperfect, has survived to modern times and throws much precious light on the religious beliefs and practices of the peoples who created it. But the ancients themselves inherited a great part of their religion from their prehistoric ancestors, and accordingly it becomes desirable to investigate the religious notions of these remote forefathers of mankind, since in them we may hope at last to arrive at the ultimate source, the historical origin, of the whole long development. The beliefs of primitive man can only be understood through a comparative study of the various races in the lower stages of culture. But how can this be done? How can we investigate the ideas of peoples who, ignorant of writing, had no means of permanently recording their beliefs? At first sight the thing seems impossible, the thread of inquiry is broken off short, it has landed us on the brink of a gulf which looks impassable. But the case is not so hopeless as it appears. True, we cannot investigate the beliefs of prehistoric ages directly, but the comparative method of research may furnish us with the means of studying them indirectly. It may hold up to us a mirror in which, if we do not see the originals, we may perhaps contemplate their reflections. For a comparative study of the various races of mankind demonstrates, or at least renders it highly probable, that humanity has everywhere started at an exceedingly low level of culture, a level far beneath that of the lowest existing savages, and that from this humble beginning all the various races of men have gradually progressed upward at different rates, some faster and some slower, till they have attained the particular stage which each of them occupies at the present time. Hence the need of studying the beliefs and customs of savages, if we are to understand the evolution of culture in general. If this conclusion is correct, the various stages of savagery and barbarism on which many tribes and peoples now stand represent, broadly speaking, so many degrees of retarded social and intellectual development. They correspond to similar stages which the ancestors of the civilized races may be supposed to have passed through at more or less remote periods of their history. Thus, when we arrange all the known peoples of the world according to the degree of their savagery or civilization in a graduated scale of culture, we obtain not merely a comparative view of their relative positions in the scale, but also in some measure an historical record of the genetic development of culture from a very early time down to the present day. Hence, a study of the savage and barbarous races of mankind is of the greatest importance for a full understanding of the beliefs and practices, whether religious, social, moral, or political, of the most civilized races, including our own, since it is practically certain that a large part of these beliefs and practices originated with our savage ancestors, and has been inherited by us from them, with more or less of modification, through a long line of intermediate generations. The need is all the more urgent because savages are rapidly disappearing or being transformed. That is why the study of existing savages at the present day engrosses so much of the attention of civilized peoples. We see that if we are to comprehend not only our past history but our present condition, with all its many intricate and perplexing problems, we must begin at the beginning by attempting to discover the mental state of our savage forefathers, who bequeath to us so much of the faiths, the laws, and the institutions which we still cherish, and more men are coming to perceive that the only way open to us of doing this effectually is to study the mental state of savages who to this day occupy a state of culture analogous to that of our rude progenitors. Through contact with civilization, these savages are now rapidly disappearing, or at least losing the old habits and ideas which render them a document of priceless historical value for us. Hence we have every motive for prosecuting the study of savagery with ardor and diligence before it is too late, before the record is gone forever. We are like an heir whose title deeds must be scrutinized before he can take possession of the inheritance, but who finds the handwriting of the deed so fading and evanescent that it threatens to disappear entirely before he can read the document to the end. With what keen attention, what eager haste, would he not scan the fast-vanishing characters? With the like attention and the like haste, civilized men are now applying themselves to the investigation of the fast-vanishing savages. Savage religion is to be the subject of these lectures. Thus, if we are to trace historically man's conception of God to its origin, it is desirable, or rather essential, that we should begin by studying the most primitive ideas on the subject which are accessible to us, and the most primitive ideas are unquestionably those of the lowest savages. Accordingly, in these lectures I propose to deal with a particular side or aspect of savage religion. I shall not trench on the sphere of the higher religions, not only because my knowledge of them is for the most part very slight, but also because I believe that a searching study of the higher and more complex religions should be postponed till we have acquired an accurate knowledge of the lower and simpler. For a similar reason, the study of inorganic chemistry naturally precedes the study of organic chemistry, because inorganic compounds are much simpler and therefore more easily analyzed and investigated than organic compounds. So with the chemistry of the mind, we should analyze the comparatively simple phenomena of savage thought into its constituent elements before we attempt to perform a similar operation on the vastly more complex phenomena of civilized beliefs. But only a part of savage religion will be dealt with. But while I shall confine myself rigidly to the field of savage religion, I shall not attempt to present you with a complete survey even of that restricted area, and that for more reasons than one. In the first place, the theme, even with this great limitation, is far too large to be adequately set forth in the time at my disposal. The sketch, for it could be no more than a sketch, would be necessarily superficial and probably misleading. In the second place, even a sketch of primitive religion in general ought to presuppose in the sketcher a fairly complete knowledge of the whole subject, so that all the parts may appear, not indeed in detail, but in their proper relative proportions. Now, though I have given altogether a good deal of time to the study of primitive religion, I am far from having studied it in all its branches, and I could not trust myself to give an accurate general account of it even in outline. Were I to attempt such a thing, I should almost certainly fall, through sheer ignorance or inadvertence, into the mistake of exaggerating some features, unduly diminishing others, and omitting certain essential features altogether. Hence it seems to me better not to commit myself to so ambitious an enterprise, but to confine myself in my lectures, as I have always done in my writings, to a comparatively minute investigation of certain special aspects or forms of primitive religion rather than attempt to embrace in a general view the whole of that large subject. Such a relatively detailed study of a single compartment may be less attractive and more tedious than a bird's-eye view of a wider area, but in the end it may perhaps prove a more solid contribution to knowledge. Introductory observations. The question of a supernatural revelation excluded. But before I come to details, I wish to make a few general introductory remarks, and in particular to define some of the terms which I shall have occasion to use in the lectures. I have defined natural theology as that reasoned knowledge of a god or gods which man may be supposed, whether rightly or wrongly, capable of attaining to by the exercise of his natural faculties alone. Whether there ever has been or can be a special miraculous revelation of God to man through channels different from those through which all other human knowledge is derived, is a question which does not concern us in these lectures. Indeed, it is expressly excluded from their scope by the will of the founder, who directed the lecturers to treat the subject as a strictly natural science, without reference to or reliance upon any supposed special exceptional or so-called miraculous revelation. Accordingly, in compliance with these directions, I dismiss at the outset the question of a revelation, and shall limit myself strictly to natural theology in the sense in which I have defined it. Theology and religion, how related to each other? I have called natural theology a reasoned knowledge of a god or gods to distinguish it from that simple and comparatively, though I believe never absolutely, unreasoning faith in God which suffices for the practice of religion. For theology is at once more and less than religion, if on the one hand it includes a more complete acquaintance with the grounds of religious belief than is essential to religion, on the other hand it excludes the observance of those practical duties which are indispensable to any religion worthy of the name. In short, whereas theology is purely theoretical, religion is both theoretical and practical, though the theoretical part of it need not be so highly developed as in theology. But while the subject of the lectures is, strictly speaking, natural theology rather than natural religion, I think it would be not only difficult but undesirable to confine our attention to the purely theological or theoretical part of natural religion, in all religions, and not least in the undeveloped savage religions with which we shall deal. Theory and practice fuse with and interact on each other too closely to be forcibly disjoined and handled apart. Hence throughout the lectures I shall not scruple to refer constantly to religious practice as well as to religious theory, without feeling that thereby I am transgressing the proper limits of my subject. The term God defined. As theology is not only by definition but by etymology a reasoned knowledge or theory of a god or gods, it becomes desirable, before we proceed further, to define the sense in which I understand and shall employ the word God. That sense is neither novel nor abstruse, it is simply the sense which I believe the generality of mankind attach to the term. By a god I understand a superhuman and supernatural being, of a spiritual and personal nature, who controls the world or some part of it on the whole for good, and who is endowed with intellectual faculties, moral feelings, and active powers, which we can only conceive on the analogy of human faculties, feelings, and activities, though we are bound to suppose that in the divine nature they exist in higher degrees, perhaps in infinitely higher degrees, than the corresponding faculties, feelings, and activities of man. In short, by a god I mean a beneficent supernatural spirit, the ruler of the world or of some part of it, who resembles man in nature though he excels him in knowledge, goodness, and power. This is, I think, the sense in which the ordinary man speaks of a god, and I believe that he is right in so doing. I am aware that it has been not unusual, especially perhaps of late years, to apply the name of God to very different conceptions, to empty it of all implication of personality, and to reduce it to signifying something very large and very vague, such as the infinite or the absolute, whatever these hard words may signify, the great first cause, the universal substance, the stream of tendency by which all things seek to fulfill the law of their being, one and so forth. Now, without expressing any opinion as to the truth or falsehood of the views implied by such applications of the name of God, I cannot but regard them all as illegitimate extensions of the term, in short as an abuse of language, and I venture to protest against it in the interest not only of verbal accuracy but of clear thinking, because it is apt to conceal from ourselves and others a real and very important change of thought. In particular, it may lead many to imagine that the persons who use the name of God in one or other of these extended senses retain certain theological opinions which they may in fact have long abandoned. Thus the misuse of the name of God may resemble the stratagem and war of putting up dummies to make an enemy imagine that a fort is still held after it has been evacuated by the garrison. I am far from alleging or insinuating that the illegitimate extension of the divine name is deliberately employed by theologians or others for the purpose of masking a change of front, but that it may have that effect seems at least possible. And as we cannot use words in wrong senses without running a serious risk of deceiving ourselves as well as others, it appears better on all accounts to adhere strictly to the common meaning of the name of God as signifying a powerful supernatural and on the whole beneficent spirit, akin in nature to man, and if any of us have ceased to believe in such a being we should refrain from applying the old word to the new faith, and should find some other and more appropriate term to express our meaning. At all events, speaking for myself, I intend to use the name of God consistently in the familiar sense, and I would beg my hearers to bear this steadily in mind. Monotheism and polytheism. You will have observed that I have spoken of natural theology as a reasoned knowledge of a god or gods. There is indeed nothing in the definition of God which I have adopted to imply that he is unique, in other words, that there is only one God rather than several or many gods. It is true that modern European thinkers, bred in a monotheistic religion, commonly overlook polytheism as a crude theory unworthy the serious attention of philosophers. In short, the champions and the assailants of religion in Europe alike for the most part tacitly assume that there is either one God or none. Yet some highly civilized nations of antiquity and of modern times, such as the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, and the modern Chinese and Hindus, have accepted the polytheistic explanation of the world, and as no reasonable man will deny the philosophical subtlety of the Greeks and the Hindus, to say nothing of the rest, a theory of the universe which has commended itself to them deserves perhaps more consideration than it has commonly received from Western philosophers. Certainly it cannot be ignored in an historical inquiry into the origin of religion. A natural knowledge of God can only be acquired by experience. If there is such a thing as natural theology, that is, a knowledge of a God or gods acquired by our natural faculties alone without the aid of a special revelation, it follows that it must be obtained by one or other of the methods by which all our natural knowledge is conveyed to us. Roughly speaking, these methods are two in number, namely, intuition and experience. Now, if we ask ourselves, do we know God intuitively in the same sense in which we know intuitively our own sensations and the simplest truths of mathematics, I think most men will acknowledge that they do not. It is true that according to Berkeley the world exists only as it is perceived, and that our perceptions of it are produced by the immediate action of God on our minds, so that everything we perceive might be described, if not as an idea in the mind of the deity, at least as a direct emanation from him. On this theory we might in a sense be said to have an immediate knowledge of God. But Berkeley's theory has found little acceptance, so far as I know, even among philosophers, and even if we regarded it as true, we should still have to admit that the knowledge of God implied by it is inferential rather than intuitive in the strict sense of the word. We infer God to be the cause of our perceptions rather than identify him with the perceptions themselves. On the whole, then, I conclude that man, or at all events the ordinary man, has, properly speaking, no immediate or intuitive knowledge of God, and that, if he obtains, without the aid of revelation, any knowledge of him at all, it can only be through the other natural channel of knowledge, that is, through experience. The nature of experience. In experience, as distinct from intuition, we reach our conclusions not directly through simple contemplation of the particular sensations, emotions, or ideas of which we are at the moment conscious, but indirectly by calling up before the imagination and comparing with each other our memories of a variety of sensations, emotions, or ideas of which we have been conscious in the past, and by selecting or abstracting from the mental images so compared the points in which they resemble each other. The points of resemblance thus selected or abstracted from a number of particulars compose what we call an abstract or general idea, and from a comparison of such abstract or general ideas with each other we arrive at general conclusions, which define the relations of the ideas to each other. Experience in general consists in the whole body of conclusions thus deduced from a comparison of all the particular sensations, emotions, and ideas which make up the conscious life of the individual. Hence, in order to constitute experience, the mind has to perform a more or less complex series of operations, which are commonly referred to certain mental faculties, such as memory, imagination, and judgment. This analysis of experience does not pretend to be philosophically complete or exact, but perhaps it is sufficiently accurate for the purpose of these lectures, the scope of which is not philosophical but historical. Two kinds of experience: the experience of our own mind and the experience of an external world. Now, experience in the widest sense of the word may be conveniently distinguished into two sorts: the experience of our own mind and the experience of an external world. The distinction is indeed, like the others with which I am dealing at present, rather practically useful than theoretically sound. Certainly it would not be granted by all philosophers, for many of them have held that we neither have nor with our present faculties can possibly attain to any immediate knowledge or perception of an external world. We merely infer its existence from our own sensations, which are as strictly a part of our mind as the ideas and emotions of our waking life or the visions of sleep. According to them, the existence of matter or of an external world is, so far as we are concerned, merely an hypothesis devised to explain the order of our sensations. It never has been perceived by any man, woman, or child who ever lived on earth. We have and can have no immediate knowledge or perception of anything but the states and operations of our own mind. On this theory, what we call the world, with all its supposed infinitudes of space and time, its systems of suns and planets, its seemingly endless forms of inorganic matter and organic life, shrivels up, on a close inspection, into a fleeting, a momentary figment of thought. It is like one of those glass baubles, iridescent with 1,000 varied and delicate hues, which a single touch suffices to shatter into dust. The philosopher, like the sorcerer, has but to wave his magic wand, and, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, all which it inherit, shall dissolve and, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. The distinction rather popular and convenient than philosophically strict. It would be beyond my province, even if it were within my power, to discuss these airy speculations, and thereby to descend into the arena where for ages subtle dialecticians have battled with each other over the reality or unreality of an external world. For my purpose it suffices to adopt the popular and convenient distinction of mind and matter, and hence to divide experience into two sorts: an inward experience of the acts and states of our own minds, and an outward experience of the acts and states of that physical universe by which we seem to be surrounded. The knowledge or conception of God has been attained both by inward and by outward experience. Now, if a natural knowledge of God is only possible by means of experience, in other words, by a process of reasoning based on observation, it will follow that such a knowledge may conceivably be acquired either by the way of inward or of outward experience. In other words, it may be attained either by reflecting on the processes of our own minds or by observing the processes of external nature. In point of fact, if we survey the history of thought, mankind appears to have arrived at a knowledge, or at all events at a conception, of deity by both these roads. Let me say a few words as to the two roads which lead, or seem to lead, man to God. The conception of God is attained by inward experience, that is, by the observation of certain remarkable thoughts and feelings which are attributed to the inspiration of a deity. Practical dangers of the theory of inspiration. In the first place, then, men in many lands and many ages have experienced certain extraordinary emotions and entertained certain extraordinary ideas, which, unable to account for them by reference to the ordinary forms of experience, they have set down to the direct action of a powerful spirit or deity working on their minds and even entering into and taking possession of their bodies. And in this excited state, for violent excitement is characteristic of these manifestations, the patient believes himself to be possessed of supernatural knowledge and supernatural power. This real or supposed mode of apprehending a divine spirit and entering into communion with it is commonly and appropriately called inspiration. The phenomenon is familiar to us from the example of the Hebrew nation, who believed that their prophets were thus inspired by the deity, and that their sacred books were regularly composed under the divine afflatus. The belief is by no means singular, indeed it appears to be worldwide, for it would be hard to point to any race of men among whom instances of such inspiration have not been reported, and the more ignorant and savage the race the more numerous, to judge by the reports, are the cases of inspiration. Volumes might be filled with examples, but through the spread of information as to the lower races in recent years the topic has become so familiar that I need not stop to illustrate it by instances. I will merely say that among savages the theory of inspiration or possession is commonly invoked to explain all abnormal mental states, particularly insanity or conditions of mind bordering on it, so that persons more or less crazed in their wits, and particularly hysterical or epileptic patients, are for that very reason thought to be peculiarly favored by the spirits and are therefore consulted as oracles, their wild and whirling words passing for the revelations of a higher power, whether a god or a ghost, who considerately screens his too dazzling light under a thick veil of dark sayings and mysterious ejaculations. 2. I need hardly point out the very serious dangers which menace any society where such theories are commonly held and acted upon. If the decisions of a whole community in matters of the gravest importance are left to turn on the wayward fancies, the whims and vagaries of the insane or the semi-insane, what are likely to be the consequences to the Commonwealth? What, for example, can be expected to result from a war entered upon at such dictation and waged under such auspices? Are cattle breeding, agriculture, commerce, all the arts of life on which a people depend for their subsistence, likely to thrive when they are directed by the ravings of epilepsy or the drivellings of hysteria? Defeat in battle, conquest by enemies, death by famine and widespread disease, these and 1,000 other lesser evils threaten the blind people who commit themselves to such blind guides. The history of savage and barbarous tribes, could we follow it throughout, might furnish us with 1,000 warning instances of the fatal effects of carrying out this crude theory of inspiration to its logical conclusions, and if we hear less than might be expected of such instances, it is probably because the tribes who consistently acted up to their beliefs have thereby wiped themselves out of existence. They have perished the victims of their folly and left no record behind. I believe that historians have not yet reckoned sufficiently with the disastrous influence which this worship of insanity, for it is often nothing less, has exercised on the fortunes of peoples and on the development or decay of their institutions. The belief in inspiration leads to the worship of living men as gods. Outward experience is a source of the idea of God. To a certain extent, however, the evil has provided its own remedy. For men of strong heads and ambitious temper, perceiving the exorbitant power which a belief in inspiration places in the hands of the feeble-minded, have often feigned to be similarly afflicted, and trading on their reputation for imbecility, or rather inspiration, have acquired an authority over their fellows which, though they have often abused it for vulgar ends, they have sometimes exerted for good, as for example by giving sound advice in matters of public concern, applying salutary remedies to the sick, and detecting and punishing crime, whereby they have helped to preserve the commonwealth, to alleviate suffering, and to cement that respect for law and order which is essential to the stability of society, and without which any community must fall to pieces like a house of cards. These great services have been rendered to the cause of civilization and progress by the class of men who in primitive society are variously known as medicine men, magicians, sorcerers, diviners, soothsayers, and so forth. Sometimes the respect which they have gained by the exercise of their profession has won for them political as well as spiritual or ghostly authority. In short, from being simple medicine men or sorcerers they have grown into chiefs and kings. When such men, seated on the throne of state, retain their old reputation for being the vehicles of a divine spirit, they may be worshipped in the character of gods as well as revered in the capacity of kings, and thus exerting a twofold sway over the minds of men they possess a most potent instrument for elevating or depressing the fortunes of their worshippers and subjects. In this way the old savage notion of inspiration or possession gradually develops into the doctrine of the divinity of kings, which after a long period of florescence dwindles away into the modest theory that kings reign by divine right, a theory familiar to our ancestors not long ago, and perhaps not wholly obsolete among us even now. However, inspired men need not always blossom out into divine kings. They may, and often do, remain in the chrysalis state of simple deities revered by their simple worshippers, their brows encircled indeed with a halo of divinity but not weighted with the more solid substance of a kingly crown. Thus certain extraordinary mental states, which those who experience and those who witness them cannot account for in any other way, are often explained by the supposed interposition of a spirit or deity. This, therefore, is one of the two forms of experience by which men attain, or imagine that they attain, to a knowledge of God and a communion with Him. It is what I have called the road of inward experience. Let us now glance at the other form of experience which leads, or seems to lead, to the same goal. It is what I have called the road of outward experience. Tendency of the mind to search for causes, and the necessity for their discovery. When we contemplate the seemingly infinite variety, the endless succession, of events that pass under our observation in what we call the external world, we are led by an irresistible tendency to trace what we call a causal connection between them. The tendency to discover the causes of things appears indeed to be innate in the constitution of our minds and indispensable to our continued existence. It is the link that arrests and colligates into convenient bundles the mass of particulars drifting pell-mell past on the stream of sensation. It is the cement that binds into an edifice seemingly of adamant the loose sand of isolated perceptions. Deprived of the knowledge which this tendency procures for us, we should be powerless to foresee the succession of phenomena and so to adapt ourselves to it. We should be bewildered by the apparent disorder and confusion of everything, we should toss on a sea without a rudder, we should wander in an endless maze without a clue, and finding no way out of it, or, in plain words, unable to avoid a single one of the dangers which menace us at every turn, we should inevitably perish. Accordingly, the propensity to search for causes is characteristic of man in all ages and at all levels of culture, though without doubt it is far more highly developed in civilized than in savage communities. Among savages it is more or less unconscious and instinctive, among civilized men it is deliberately cultivated and rewarded at least by the applause of their fellows, by the dignity, if not by the more solid recompenses, of learning. Indeed, as civilization progresses, the inquiry into causes tends to absorb more and more of the highest intellectual energies of a people, and an ever greater number of men, renouncing the bustle, the pleasures, and the ambitions of an active life, devote themselves exclusively to the pursuit of abstract truth. They set themselves to discover the causes of things, to trace the regularity and order that may be supposed to underlie the seemingly irregular, confused, and arbitrary sequence of phenomena. Unquestionably, the progress of civilization owes much to the sustained efforts of such men, and if of late years and within our own memory the pace of progress has sensibly quickened, we shall perhaps not err in supposing that some part at least of the acceleration may be accounted for by an increase in the number of lifelong students. The idea of cause is simply that of invariable sequence suggested by the observation of many particular cases of sequence. Now, when we analyze the conception of a cause to the bottom, we find as the last residuum in our crucible nothing but what Hume found there long ago, and that is simply the idea of invariable sequence. Whenever we say that something is the cause of something else, all that we really mean is that the latter is invariably preceded by the former, so that whenever we find the second, which we call the effect, we may infer that the first, which we call the cause, has gone before it. All such inferences from effects to causes are based on experience. Having observed a certain sequence of events a certain number of times, we conclude that the events are so conjoined that the latter cannot occur without the previous occurrence of the former. A single case of two events following each other could not of itself suggest that the one event is the cause of the other, since there is no necessary link between them in the mind. The sequence has to be repeated more or less frequently before we infer a causal connection between the two, and this inference rests simply on that association of ideas which is established in our mind by the reiterated observation of the things. Once the ideas are by dint of repetition firmly welded together, the one by sheer force of habit calls up the other, and we say that the two things which are represented by those ideas stand to each other in the relation of cause and effect. The notion of causality is in short only one particular case of the association of ideas. Thus all reasoning as to causes implies previous observation. We reason from the observed to the unobserved, from the known to the unknown, and the wider the range of our observation and knowledge, the greater the probability that our reasoning will be correct. The savage draws his ideas of natural causation from observation of himself. Hence he explains the phenomena of nature by supposing that they are produced by beings like himself. These beings may be called spirits or gods of nature to distinguish them from living human gods. All this is as true of the savage as of the civilized man. He too argues, and indeed can only argue on the basis of experience from the known to the unknown, from the observed to the hypothetical. But the range of his experience is comparatively narrow, and accordingly his inferences from it often appear to civilized men, with their wider knowledge, to be palpably false and absurd. This holds good most obviously in regard to his observation of external nature. While he often knows a good deal about the natural objects, whether animals, plants, or inanimate things, on which he is immediately dependent for his subsistence, the extent of country with which he is acquainted is commonly but small, and he has little or no opportunity of correcting the conclusions which he bases on his observation of it by a comparison with other parts of the world. But if he knows little of the outer world, he is necessarily somewhat better acquainted with his own inner life, with his sensations and ideas, his emotions, appetites, and desires. Accordingly, it is natural enough that when he seeks to discover the causes of events in the external world, he should, arguing from experience, imagine that they are produced by the actions of invisible beings like himself, who behind the veil of nature pull the strings that set the vast machinery in motion. For example, he knows by experience that he can make sparks fly by knocking two flints against each other. What more natural, therefore, than that he should imagine the great sparks which we call lightning to be made in the same way by somebody up aloft, and that when he finds chipped flints on the ground he should take them for thunderstones dropped by the maker of thunder and lightning from the clouds? 3. Thus arguing from his limited experience, primitive man creates a multitude of spirits or gods in his own likeness to explain the succession of phenomena in nature of whose true causes he is ignorant. In short, he personifies the phenomena as powerful anthropomorphic spirits, and believing himself to be more or less dependent on their good will he woos their favor by prayer and sacrifice. This personification of the various aspects of external nature is one of the most fruitful sources of polytheism. The spirits and gods created by this train of thought may be called spirits and gods of nature to distinguish them from the human gods, by which I mean the living men and women who are believed by their worshippers to be inspired or possessed by a divine spirit. In time, men reject polytheism as an explanation of natural processes and substitute certain abstract ideas of ethers, atoms, molecules, and so on. But as time goes on and men learn more about nature, they commonly become dissatisfied with polytheism as an explanation of the world and gradually discard it. From one department of nature after another, the gods are reluctantly or contemptuously dismissed and their provinces committed to the care of certain abstract ideas of ethers, atoms, molecules, and so forth, which, though just as imperceptible to human senses as their divine predecessors, are judged by prevailing opinion to discharge their duties with greater regularity and dispatch, and are accordingly firmly installed on the vacant thrones amid the general applause of the more enlightened portion of mankind. Thus, instead of being peopled with a noisy bustling crowd of full-blooded and picturesque deities, clothed in the graceful form and animated with the warm passions of humanity, the universe outside the narrow circle of our consciousness is now conceived as absolutely silent, colorless, and deserted. The cheerful sounds which we hear, the bright hues which we see, have no existence, we are told, in the external world. The voices of friends, the harmonies of music, the chime of falling waters, the solemn roll of ocean, the silver splendor of the moon, the golden glories of sunset, the verdure of summer woods, and the hectic tints of autumn, all these subsist only in our own minds, and if we imagine them to have any reality elsewhere, we deceive ourselves. In fact, the whole external world is perceived by us as one great illusion. If we gave the reins to fancy, we might call it a mirage, a piece of witchery, conjured up by the spells of some unknown magician to bewilder poor ignorant humanity. Outside of ourselves there stretches away on every side an infinitude of space without sound, without light, without color, a solitude traversed only in every direction by an inconceivably complex web of silent and impersonal forces. That, if I understand it aright, is the general conception of the world which modern science has substituted for polytheism. But while they commonly discard the hypothesis of a deity as an explanation of all the particular processes of nature, they retain it as an explanation of nature in general. When philosophy and science by their combined efforts have ejected gods and goddesses from all the subordinate posts of nature, it might perhaps be expected that they would have no further occasion for the services of a deity, and that having relieved him of all his particular functions they would have arranged for the creation and general maintenance of the universe without him by handing over these important offices to an efficient staff of those ethers, atoms, corpuscles, and so forth, which had already proved themselves so punctual in the discharge of the minor duties entrusted to them. Nor, indeed, is this expectation altogether disappointed. A number of atheistical philosophers have courageously come forward and assured us that the hypothesis of a deity as the creator and preserver of the universe is quite superfluous, and that all things came into being or have existed from eternity without the help of any divine spirit, and that they will continue to exist without it to the end, if end indeed there is to be. But on the whole, these daring speculators appear to be in a minority. The general opinion of educated people at the present day, could we ascertain it, would probably be found to incline to the conclusion that, though every department of nature is now worked by impersonal material forces alone, the universe as a whole was created and is still maintained by a great supernatural spirit whom we call God. Thus in Europe and in the countries which have borrowed their civilization, their philosophy, and their religion from it, the central problem of natural theology has narrowed itself down to the question, is there one God or none? It is a profound question, and I for one profess myself unable to answer it. Whether attained by inward or outward experience, the idea of God is regularly that of a cause inferred, not perceived. If this brief sketch of the history of natural theology is correct, man has by the exercise of his natural faculties alone, without the help of revelation, attained to a knowledge or at least to a conception of God in one of two ways, either by meditating on the operations of his own mind, or by observing the processes of external nature. Inward experience and outward experience have conducted him by different roads to the same goal. By whichever of them the conception has been reached, it is regularly employed to explain the causal connection of things, whether the things to be explained are the ideas and emotions of man himself or the changes in the physical world outside of him. In short, a God is always brought in to play the part of a cause. It is the imperious need of tracing the causes of events which has driven man to discover or invent a deity. Now causes may be arranged in two classes according as they are perceived or unperceived by the senses. For example, when we see the impact of a billiard cue on a billiard ball followed immediately by the motion of the ball, we say that the impact is the cause of the motion. In this case we perceive the cause as well as the effect. But, when we see an apple fall from a tree to the ground, we say that the cause of the fall is the force of gravitation exercised by the superior mass of the earth on the inferior mass of the apple. In this case, though we perceive the effect, we do not perceive the cause, we only infer it by a process of reasoning from experience. Causes of the latter sort may be called inferential or hypothetical causes to distinguish them from those which are perceived. Of the two classes of causes a deity belongs in general, if not universally, to the second, that is, to the inferential or hypothetical causes, for as a rule at all events his existence is not perceived by our senses but inferred by our reason. To say that he has never appeared in visible and tangible form to men would be to beg the question. It would be to make an assertion which is incapable of proof and which is contradicted by a multitude of contrary affirmations recorded in the traditions or the sacred books of many races, but without being rash we may perhaps say that such appearances, if they ever took place, belong to a past order of events and need hardly be reckoned with at the present time. For all practical purposes, therefore, God is now a purely inferential or hypothetical cause. He may be invoked to explain either our own thoughts and feelings, our impulses and emotions, or the manifold states and processes of external nature. He may be viewed either as the inspirer of the one or the creator and preserver of the other, and according as he is mainly regarded from the one point of view or the other, the conception of the divine nature tends to beget one of two very different types of piety. To the man who traces the finger of God in the workings of his own mind, the deity appears to be far closer than he seems to the man who only infers the divine existence from the marvelous order, harmony, and beauty of the external world. And we need not wonder that the faith of the former is of a more fervent temper and supplies him with more powerful incentives to a life of active devotion than the calm and rational faith of the latter. We may conjecture that the piety of most great religious reformers has belonged to the former rather than to the latter type, in other words, that they have believed in God because they felt, or imagined that they felt, Him stirring in their own hearts rather than because they discerned the handiwork of a divine artificer in the wonderful mechanism of nature. Besides the two sorts of gods already distinguished, namely natural gods and living human gods, there is a third sort which has played an important part in history, namely, the spirits of deified dead men. Euhemerism. Thus far I have distinguished two sorts of gods whom man discovers or creates for himself by the exercise of his unaided faculties, to wit natural gods, whom he infers from his observation of external nature, and human gods or inspired men, whom he recognizes by virtue of certain extraordinary mental manifestations in himself or in others. But there is another class of human gods which I have not yet mentioned and which has played a very important part in the evolution of theology. I mean the deified spirits of dead men. To judge by the accounts we possess not only of savage and barbarous tribes but of some highly civilized peoples, the worship of the human dead has been one of the commonest and most influential forms of natural religion, perhaps indeed the commonest and most influential of all. Obviously it rests on the supposition that the human personality in some form, whether we call it a soul, a spirit, a ghost, or what not, can survive death and thereafter continue for a longer or shorter time to exercise great power for good or evil over the destinies of the living, who are therefore compelled to propitiate the shades of the dead out of a regard for their own safety and well-being. This belief in the survival of the human spirit after death is worldwide. It is found among men in all stages of culture from the lowest to the highest. We need not wonder therefore that the custom of propitiating the ghosts or souls of the departed should be worldwide also. No doubt the degree of attention paid to ghosts is not the same in all cases. It varies with the particular degree of power attributed to each of them. The spirits of men who for any reason were much feared in their lifetime, such as mighty warriors, chiefs, and kings, are more revered and receive far more marks of homage than the spirits of common men, and it is only when this reverence and homage are carried to a very high pitch that they can properly be described as a deification of the dead. But that dead men have thus been raised to the rank of deities in many lands, there is abundant evidence to prove. And quite apart from the worship paid to those spirits which are admitted by their worshippers to have once animated the bodies of living men, there is good reason to suspect that many gods, who rank as purely mythical beings, were once men of flesh and blood, though their true history has passed out of memory or rather been transformed by legend into a myth, which veils more or less completely the real character of the imaginary deity. The theory that most or all gods originated after this fashion, in other words, that the worship of the gods is little or nothing but the worship of dead men, is known as euhemerism from Euhemerus, the ancient Greek writer who propounded it. Regarded as a universal explanation of the belief in gods, it is certainly false. Regarded as a partial explanation of the belief, it is unquestionably true, and perhaps we may even go further and say that the more we penetrate into the inner history of natural religion, the larger is seen to be the element of truth contained in euhemerism. For the more closely we look at many deities of natural religion, the more distinctly do we seem to perceive, under the quaint or splendid pall which the mythical fancy has wrapped round their stately figures, the familiar features of real men, who once shared the common joys and the common sorrows of humanity, who trod life's common road to the common end. The deification of dead men presupposes the immortality of the human soul, or rather its survival for a longer or shorter time after death. When we ask how it comes about that dead men have so often been raised to the rank of divinities, the first thing to be observed is that all such deifications must, if our theory is correct, be inferences drawn from experience of some sort. They must be hypotheses devised to explain the unperceived causes of certain phenomena, whether of the human mind or of external nature. All of them imply, as I have said, a belief that the conscious human personality, call it the soul, the spirit, or what you please, can survive the body and continue to exist in a disembodied state with unabated or even greatly increased powers for good or evil. This faith in the survival of personality after death may for the sake of brevity be called a faith in immortality, though the term immortality is not strictly correct, since it seems to imply eternal duration, whereas the idea of eternity is hardly intelligible to many primitive peoples, who nevertheless firmly believe in the continued existence, for a longer or shorter time, of the human spirit after the dissolution of the body. Now the faith in the immortality of the soul, or, to speak more correctly, in the continued existence of conscious human personality after death, is, as I remarked before, exceedingly common among men at all levels of intellectual evolution from the lowest upwards. Certainly it is not peculiar to adherents of the higher religions, but is held as an unquestionable truth by at least the great majority of savage and barbarous peoples as to whose ideas we possess accurate information. Indeed, it might be hard to point to any single tribe of men, however savage, of whom we could say with certainty that the faith is totally wanting among them. The question of immortality is a fundamental problem of natural theology in the wider sense. Hence, if we are to explain the deification of dead men, we must first explain the widespread belief in immortality. We must answer the question, how does it happen that men in all countries and at all stages of ignorance or knowledge so commonly suppose that when they die their consciousness will still persist for an indefinite time after the decay of the body? To answer that question is one of the fundamental problems of natural theology, not indeed in the full sense of the word theology, if we confine the term strictly to a reasoned knowledge of a God, for the example of Buddhism proves that a belief in the existence of the human soul after death is quite compatible with disbelief in a deity. But if we may use, as I think we may, the phrase natural theology in an extended sense to cover theories which, though they do not in themselves affirm the existence of a God, nevertheless appear to be one of the deepest and most fruitful sources of the belief in his reality, then we may legitimately say that the doctrine of human immortality does fall within the scope of natural theology. What then is its origin? How is it that men so commonly believe themselves to be immortal? If there is any natural knowledge of immortality, it must be acquired either by intuition or experience. It is apparently not given by intuition, hence it must be acquired, if at all, by experience. If there is any natural knowledge of human immortality, it must be acquired either by intuition or by experience. There is no other way. Now, whether other men from a simple contemplation of their own nature, quite apart from reasoning, know or believe themselves intuitively to be immortal, I cannot say, but I can say with some confidence that for myself I have no such intuition whatever of my own immortality, and that if I am left to the resources of my natural faculties alone, I can as little affirm the certain or probable existence of my personality after death as I can affirm the certain or probable existence of a personal God. And I am bold enough to suspect that if men could analyze their own ideas, they would generally find themselves to be in a similar predicament as to both these profound topics. Hence I incline to lay it down as a probable proposition that men as a rule have no intuitive knowledge of their own immortality, and that if there is any natural knowledge of such a thing it can only be acquired by a process of reasoning from experience. For the idea of immortality seems to have been suggested to man both by his inward and his outward experience, notably by dreams, which are a case of inward experience. What then is the kind of experience from which the theory of human immortality is deduced? Is it our experience of the operations of our own minds? Or is it our experience of external nature? As a matter of historical fact, and you will remember that I am treating the question purely from the historical standpoint, men seem to have inferred the persistence of their personality after death both from the one kind of experience and from the other, that is, both from the phenomena of their inner life and from the phenomena of what we call the external world. Thus the savage, with whose beliefs we are chiefly concerned in these lectures, finds a very strong argument for immortality in the phenomena of dreams, which are strictly a part of his inner life, though in his ignorance he commonly fails to discriminate them from what we popularly call waking realities. Hence, when the images of persons whom he knows to be dead appear to him in a dream, he naturally infers that these persons still exist somewhere and somehow apart from their bodies, of the decay or destruction of which he may have had ocular demonstration. How could he see dead people, he asks, if they did not exist? To argue that they have perished like their bodies is to contradict the plain evidence of his senses, for to the savage still more than to the civilized man seeing is believing. That he sees the dead only in dreams does not shake his belief, since he thinks the appearances of dreams just as real as the appearances of his waking hours. And once he has in this way gained a conviction that the dead survive and can help or harm him, as they seem to do in dreams, it is natural or necessary for him to extend the theory to the occurrences of daily life, which, as I have said, he does not sharply distinguish from the visions of slumber. He now explains many of these occurrences and many of the processes of nature by the direct interposition of the spirits of the departed. He traces their invisible hand in many of the misfortunes and in some of the blessings which befall him, for it is a common feature of the faith in ghosts, at least among savages, that they are usually spiteful and mischievous, or at least testy and petulant, more apt to injure than to benefit the survivors. In that they resemble the personified spirits of nature, which in the opinion of most savages appear to be generally tricky and malignant beings, whose anger is dangerous and whose favor is courted with fear and trembling. Thus, even without the additional assurance afforded by tales of apparitions and specters, primitive man may come in time to imagine the world around him to be more or less thickly peopled, influenced, and even dominated by a countless multitude of spirits, among whom the shades of past generations of men and women hold a very prominent, often apparently the leading place. These spirits, powerful to help or harm, he seeks either simply to avert, when he deems them purely mischievous, or to appease and conciliate, when he supposes them sufficiently good-natured to respond to his advances. In some such way as this, arguing from the real but, as we think, misinterpreted phenomena of dreams, the savage may arrive at a doctrine of human immortality and from that at a worship of the dead. It has also been suggested by the resemblance of the living to the dead, which is a case of outward experience. This explanation of the savage faith in immortality is neither novel nor original, on the contrary, it is perhaps the commonest and most familiar that has yet been propounded. If it does not account for all the facts, it probably accounts for many of them. At the same time, I do not doubt that many other inferences drawn from experiences of different kinds have confirmed, even if they did not originally suggest, man's confident belief in his own immortality. To take a single example of outward experience, the resemblances which children often bear to deceased kinsfolk appear to have prompted in the minds of many savages the notion that the souls of these dead kinsfolk have been born again in their descendants. 5. From a few cases of resemblances so explained, it would be easy to arrive at a general theory that all living persons are animated by the souls of the dead, in other words, that the human spirit survives death for an indefinite period, if not for eternity, during which it undergoes a series of rebirths or reincarnations. However it has been arrived at, this doctrine of the transmigration or reincarnation of the soul is found among many tribes of savages, and from what we know on the subject we seem to be justified in conjecturing that at certain stages of mental and social evolution the belief in metempsychosis has been far commoner and has exercised a far deeper influence on the life and institutions of primitive man than the actual evidence before us at present allows us positively to affirm. The aim of these lectures is to collect a number of facts illustrative of the belief in immortality and of the customs based on it among some of the lower races. Be that as it may, and I have no wish to dogmatize on so obscure a topic, it is certain that a belief in the survival of the human personality after death and the practice of a propitiation or worship of the dead have prevailed very widely among mankind and have played a very important part in the development of natural religion. While many writers have duly recognized the high importance both of the belief and of the worship, no one, so far as I know, has attempted systematically to collect and arrange the facts which illustrate the prevalence of this particular type of religion among the various races of mankind. A large body of evidence lies to hand in the voluminous and rapidly increasing literature of ethnology, but it is dispersed over an enormous number of printed books and papers, to say nothing of the materials which still remain buried either in manuscript or in the minds of men who possess the requisite knowledge but have not yet committed it to writing. To draw all those stores of information together and digest them into a single treatise would be a Herculean labor, from which even the most industrious researcher into the dusty annals of the human past might shrink dismayed. Certainly I shall make no attempt to perform such a feat within the narrow compass of these lectures. But it seems to me that I may make a useful, if a humble, contribution to the history of religion by selecting a portion of the evidence and submitting it to my hearers. For that purpose, instead of accumulating a mass of facts from all the various races of mankind and then comparing them together, I prefer to limit myself to a few races and to deal with each of them separately, beginning with the lowest savages, about whom we possess accurate information, and gradually ascending to peoples who stand higher in the scale of culture. In short, the method of treatment which I shall adopt will be the descriptive rather than the comparative. I shall not absolutely refrain from instituting comparisons between the customs and beliefs of different races, but for the most part one shall content myself with describing the customs and beliefs of each race separately without reference to those of others. Each of the two methods, the comparative and the descriptive, has its peculiar advantages and disadvantages, and in my published writings I have followed now the one method and now the other. The comparative method is unquestionably the more attractive and stimulating, but it cannot be adopted without a good deal of more or less conscious theorizing, since every comparison implicitly involves a theory. If we desire to exclude theories and merely accumulate facts for the use of science, the descriptive method is undoubtedly the better adapted for the arrangement of our materials. It may not stimulate inquiry so powerfully, but it lays a more solid foundation on which future inquirers may build. It is as a collection of facts illustrative of the belief in immortality and of all the momentous consequences which have flowed from that belief, that I desire the following lectures to be regarded. They are intended to serve simply as a document of religious history. They make no pretense to discuss philosophically the truth of the beliefs and the morality of the practices which will be passed under review. If any inferences can indeed be drawn from the facts to the truth or falsehood of the beliefs and to the moral worth or worthlessness of the practices, I prefer to leave it to others more competent than myself to draw them. My sight is not keen enough, my hand is not steady enough to load the scales and hold the balance in so difficult and delicate an inquiry. Footnote 1, Return, Matthew Arnold, Literature and Dogma, CHI, page 31, Popular Edition, London, 1893. Footnote 2, Return, for a single instance CL. Sternberg, Die Religion der Giljaken, Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, 8. 1905, pages 462 SQQ. Where the writer tells us that the Gilyaks have boundless faith in the supernatural power of their shamans, and that the shamans are nearly always persons who suffer from hysteria in one form or another. Footnote 3, Return, as to the widespread belief that flint weapons are thunderbolts, see Surrey B. Tyler, Researches into the Early History of Mankind, 3rd edition, London, 1878, pages 223 to 227, C.H.R. Blinkenberg, The Thunder Weapon in Religion and Folklore, Cambridge, 1911, W.W. Skeet Snakestones and Thunderbolts, Folklore, 23. 1912, pages 60 SQQ. And the References in the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, 2. 374, footnote 4, Return, Wordsworth, who argues strongly, almost passionately, for the consciousness of a principle of immortality in the human soul, admits that the sense of immortality, if not a coexistent and twin birth with reason, is among the earliest of her offspring. See his essay upon epitaphs, appended to the Excursion, Poetical Works, London, 1832, Volume 4. Pages 336, 338. This somewhat hesitating admission of the inferential nature of the belief in immortality carries all the more weight because it is made by so warm an advocate of human immortality. Footnote 5, Return, for instance, the Kagoro of northern Nigeria believe that a spirit may transmigrate into the body of a descendant born afterwards, male or female. In fact, this is common, as is proved by the likeness of children to their parents or grandparents, and it is lucky, for the ghost has returned, and has no longer any power to frighten the relatives until the new body dies, and it is free again. Major Aajen Tremern, Notes on Some Nigerian Headhunters, Journal of the R. Anthropological Institute, 42. 1912, page 159. Compare Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 88 square, The Dying God, page 287, page 288, Second Impression. Lecture 2, The Savage Conception of Death. The subject of these lectures is the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead. Last day I explained the subject of which I propose to treat and the method which I intend to follow in these lectures. I shall describe the belief in immortality, or rather in the continued existence of the human soul after death, as that belief is found among certain of the lower races, and I shall give some account of the religion which has been based upon it. That religion is in brief a propitiation or worship of the human dead, who according to the degree of power ascribed to them by the living are supposed to vary in dignity from the humble rank of a mere common ghost up to the proud position of deity. The elements of such a worship appear to exist among all races of men, though in some they have been much more highly developed than in others. Preliminary account of savage beliefs concerning the nature and origin of death. But before I address myself to the description of particular races, I wish in this and the following lecture to give you some general account of the beliefs of savages concerning the nature and origin of death. The problem of death has very naturally exercised the minds of men in all ages. Unlike so many problems which interest only a few solitary thinkers, this one concerns us all alike, since simpletons as well as sages must die, and even the most heedless and feather-brained can hardly help sometimes asking themselves what comes after death. The question is therefore thrust in a practical, indeed importunate form on our attention, and we need not wonder that in the long history of human speculation some of the highest intellects should have occupied themselves with it and sought to find an answer to the riddle. Some of their solutions of the problem, though dressed out in all the beauty of exquisite language and poetic imagery, singularly resemble the rude guesses of savages. So little, it would seem, do the natural powers even of the greatest minds avail to pierce the thick veil that hides the end of life. The problem of death is one of universal interest. In saying that the problem is thrust home upon us all, I do not mean to imply that all men are constantly or even often engaged in meditating on the nature and origin of death. Far from it. Few people trouble themselves about that or any other purely abstract question. The common man would probably not give a straw for an answer to it. What he wants to know, what we all want to know, is whether death is the end of all things for the individual, whether our conscious personality perishes with the body or survives it for a time or for eternity. That is the enigma propounded to every human being who has been born into the world. That is the door at which so many inquirers have knocked in vain. Stated in this limited form, the problem has indeed been of universal interest. There is no race of men known to us which has not pondered the mystery and arrived at some conclusions to which it more or less confidently adheres. Not that all races have paid an equal attention to it. On some it has weighed much more heavily than on others. While some races, like some individuals, take death almost lightly, and are too busy with the certainties of the present world to pay much heed to the uncertainties of a world to come, the minds of others have dwelt on the prospect of a life beyond the grave till the thought of it has risen with them to a passion, almost to an obsession, and has begotten a contempt for the fleeting joys of this ephemeral existence by comparison with the hope for bliss of an eternal existence hereafter. To the skeptic, examining the evidence for immortality by the cold light of reason, such peoples and such individuals may seem to sacrifice the substance for the shadow. To adopt a homely comparison, they are like the dog in the fable who dropped the real leg of mutton from his mouth in order to snap at its reflection in the water. Be that as it may, where such beliefs and hopes are entertained in full force, the whole activity of the mind and the whole energy of the body are apt to be devoted to a preparation for a blissful or at all events an untroubled eternity, and life becomes, in the language of Plato, a meditation or practicing of death. This excessive preoccupation with a problematic future has been a fruitful source of the most fatal aberrations both for nations and individuals. In pursuit of these visionary aims, the few short years of life have been frittered away, wealth has been squandered, blood has been poured out in torrents, the natural affections have been stifled, and the cheerful serenity of reason has been exchanged for the melancholy gloom of madness. Oh, threats of hell and hopes of paradise! One thing at least is certain, this life flies. One thing is certain and the rest is lies. The flower that once has blown forever dies. The belief in immortality general among mankind. The question whether our conscious personality survives after death has been answered by almost all races of men in the affirmative. On this point, skeptical or agnostic peoples are nearly, if not wholly, unknown. Accordingly, if abstract truth could be determined, like the gravest issues of national policy, by a show of hands or a counting of heads, the doctrine of human immortality, or at least of a life after death, would deserve to rank among the most firmly established of truths, for were the question put to the vote of the whole of mankind, there can be no doubt that the ayes would have it by an overwhelming majority. The few dissenters would be overborne, their voices would be drowned in the general roar. For dissenters there have been even among savages. The Tongans, for example, thought that only the souls of noblemen are saved, the rest perish with their bodies. 6. However, this aristocratic view has never been popular, and is not likely to find favor in our democratic age. Belief of many savages that they would never die if their lives were not cut short by sorcery. Belief of the Abipones. But many savage races not only believe in a life after death, they are even of opinion that they would never die at all if it were not for the maleficent arts of sorcerers who cut the vital thread prematurely short. In other words, they disbelieve in what we call a natural death. They think that all men are naturally immortal in this life, and that every death which takes place is in fact a violent death inflicted by the hand of a human enemy, though in many cases the foe is invisible and works his fell purpose not by a sword or a spear but by magic. Thus the Abipones, a now extinct tribe of horse Indians in Paraguay, used to allege that they would be immortal and that none of them would ever die if only the Spaniards and the sorcerers could be banished from America, for they were in the habit of attributing every death, whatever its cause, either to the baleful arts of sorcerers or to the firearms of the Spaniards. Even if a man died riddled with wounds, with his bones smashed, or through the exhaustion of old age, these Indians would all deny that the wounds or old age was the cause of his death. They firmly believed that the death was brought about by magic, and they would make careful inquiries to discover the sorcerer who had cast the fatal spell on their comrade. The relations of the deceased would move every stone to detect and punish the culprit, and they imagined that they could do this by cutting out the heart and tongue of the dead man and throwing them to a dog to be devoured. They thought that this in some way killed the wicked magician who had killed their friend. For example, it happened that in a squabble between two men about a horse, a third man who tried to make peace between the disputants was mortally wounded by their spears and died in a few days. To us it might seem obvious that the peacemaker was killed by the spear wounds which he had received, but none of the Abipones would admit such a thing for a moment. They stoutly affirmed that their comrade had been done to death by the magical arts of some person unknown, and their suspicions fell on a certain old woman, known to be a witch, to whom the deceased had lately refused to give a watermelon, and who out of spite had killed him by her spells, though he appeared to the European eye to have died of a spear wound. 7. Belief of the Araucanians. Similarly, the warlike Araucanians of Chile are said to disbelieve in natural death. Even if a man dies peaceably at the age of 100, they still think that he has been bewitched by an enemy. A diviner or medicine man is consulted in order to discover the culprit. Some of these wizards enjoy a great reputation, and the Indians will send 100 miles or more to get the opinion of an eminent member of the profession. In such cases, they submit to him some of the remains of the dead man, for example, his eyebrows, his nails, his tongue, or the soles of his feet, and from an examination of these relics the man of skill pronounces on the author of the death. The person whom he accuses is hunted down and killed, sometimes by fire, amid the yells of an enraged crowd. 8. Belief of the Bacari. When the eminent German anthropologist was questioning a Bacari Indian of Brazil as to the language of his tribe, he gave the sentence, "Every man must die," to be translated into the Bacari language. To his astonishment, the Indian remained long silent. The same long pause always occurred when an abstract proposition, with which he was unfamiliar, was put before the Indian for translation into his native tongue. On the present occasion, the inquirer learned that the Indian has no idea of necessity in the abstract, and in particular he has no conception at all of the necessity of death. The cause of death, in his opinion, is invariably an ill turn done by somebody to the deceased. If there were only good men in the world, he thinks that there would be neither sickness nor death. He knows nothing about a natural end of the vital process. He believes that all sickness and disease are the effects of witchcraft. 9. Belief of the Indians of Guyana in sorcery as the cause of sickness and death. Speaking of the Indians of Guyana, an English missionary, who knew them well, says that the worst feature in their character is their proneness to blood revenge, by which a succession of retaliatory murders may be kept up for a long time. It is closely connected with their system of sorcery, which we shall presently consider. A person dies, and it is supposed that an enemy has secured the agency of an evil spirit to compass his death. Some sorcerer, employed by the friends of the deceased for that purpose, pretends by his incantations to discover the guilty individual or family, or at any rate to indicate the quarter where they dwell. A near relative of the deceased is then charged with the work of vengeance. He becomes a Canaima, or is supposed to be possessed by the destroying spirit so called, and has to live apart, according to strict rule, and submit to many privations, until the deed of blood be accomplished. If the supposed offender cannot be slain, some innocent member of his family, man, woman, or little child, must suffer instead. 10. The same writer tells us that these Indians of Guyana attribute sickness and death directly to the agency of certain evil spirits called Yauhahu, who delight in inflicting miseries upon mankind. Pain, in the language of the Arawaks, one of the best-known tribes of Guyana, is called Yauhahu Samara, or the evil spirit's arrow. 11. It is these evil spirits whom wicked sorcerers employ to accomplish their fell purpose. Thus, while the demon is the direct cause of sickness and death, the sorcerer who uses him as his tool is the indirect cause. The demon is thought to do his work by inserting some alien substance into the body of the sufferer, and a medicine man is employed to extract it by chanting an invocation to the maleficent spirit, shaking his rattle, and sucking the part of the patient's frame in which the cause of the malady is imagined to reside. After many ceremonies, he will produce from his mouth some strange substance, such as a thorn or gravelstone, a fishbone or bird's claw, a snake's tooth, or a piece of wire, which some malicious Yauhahu is supposed to have inserted in the affected part. As soon as the patient fancies himself rid of this cause of his illness, his recovery is generally rapid, and the fame of the sorcerer greatly increased. Should death, however, ensue, the blame is laid upon the evil spirit whose power and malignity have prevailed over the counteracting charms. Some rival sorcerer will at times come in for a share of the blame, whom the sufferer has unhappily made his enemy, and who is supposed to have employed the Yauhahu in destroying him. The sorcerers, being supposed to have the power of causing, as well as of curing diseases, are much dreaded by the common people, who never willfully offend them. So deeply rooted in the Indians' bosom is this belief concerning the origin of diseases, that they have little idea of sickness arising from other causes. Death may arise from a wound or a contusion, or be brought on by want of food, but in other cases it is the work of the Yauhahu 12 or evil spirit. Some deaths attributed to sorcery and others to evil spirits, practical consequence of this distinction. In this account it is to be observed that while all natural deaths from sickness and disease are attributed to the direct action of evil spirits, only some of them are attributed to the indirect action of sorcerers. The practical consequences of this theoretical distinction are very important. For whereas death by sorcery must, in the opinion of savages, be avenged by killing the supposed sorcerer, death by the action of a demon cannot be so avenged, for how are you to get at the demon? Hence, while every death by sorcery involves, theoretically at least, another death by violence, death by a demon involves no such practical consequence. So far, therefore, the faith in sorcery is far more murderous than the faith in demons. This practical distinction is clearly recognized by these Indians of Guyana, for another writer, who labored among them as a missionary, tells us that when a person dies a natural death, the medicine man is called upon to decide whether he perished through the agency of a demon or the agency of a sorcerer. If he decides that the deceased died through the malice of an evil spirit, the body is quietly buried, and no more is thought of the matter. But if the wizard declares that the cause of death was sorcery, the corpse is closely inspected, and if a blue mark is discovered, it is pointed out as the spot where the invisible poison arrow, discharged by the sorcerer, entered the man. The next thing is to detect the culprit. For this purpose a pot containing a decoction of leaves is set to boil on a fire. When it begins to boil over, the side on which the scum first falls is the quarter in which the supposed murderer is to be sought. A consultation is then held, the guilt is laid on some individual, and one of the nearest relations of the deceased is charged with the duty of finding and killing him. If the imaginary culprit cannot be found, any other member of his family may be slain in his stead. It is not difficult to conceive, adds the writer, how, under such circumstances, no man's life is secure, whilst these by no means unfrequent murders must greatly tend to diminish the number of the natives. 13 Among the Indians of Guyana death is oftener attributed to sorcery than to demons. However, it would seem that among the Indians of Guyana sickness and death are oftener ascribed to the agency of sorcerers than to the agency of demons acting alone. For another high authority on these Indians, Sir Everard F. Imthurn, tells us that every death, every illness, is regarded not as the result of natural law, but as the work of a kanima or sorcerer. Often indeed, he adds, the survivors or the relatives of the invalid do not know to whom to attribute the deed, which therefore perforce remains unpunished, but often, again, there is real or fancied reason to fix on someone as the kanima, and then the nearest relative of the injured individual devotes himself to retaliate. Strange ceremonies are sometimes observed in order to discover the secret kanima. Richard Scomberg describes a striking instance of this. A Macusi boy had died a natural death, and his relatives endeavored to discover the quarter to which the kanima who was supposed to have slain him belonged. Raising a terrible and monotonous dirge, they carried the body to an open piece of ground, and there formed a circle round it, while the father, cutting from the corpse both the thumbs and little fingers, both the great and the little toes, and a piece of each heel, threw these pieces into a new pot, which had been filled with water. A fire was kindled, and on this the pot was placed. When the water began to boil, according to the side on which one of the pieces was first thrown out from the pot by the bubbling of the water, in that direction would the kanima be. In thus looking round to see who did the deed, the Indian thinks it by no means necessary to fix on anyone who has been with or near the injured man. The kanima is supposed to have done the deed, not necessarily in person, but probably in spirit. 14 For these Indians believe that each individual man has a body and a spirit within it, and that sorcerers can dispatch their spirits out of their bodies to harm people at a distance. It is not always in an invisible form that these spirits of sorcerers are supposed to roam on their errands of mischief. The wizard can put his spirit into the shape of an animal, such as a jaguar, a serpent, a stingray, a bird, an insect, or anything else he pleases. Hence, when an Indian is attacked by a wild beast, he thinks that his real foe is not the animal, but the sorcerer who has transformed himself into it. Curiously enough, they look upon some small harmless birds in the same light. One little bird, in particular, which flits across the savannas with a peculiar shrill whistle at morning and evening, is regarded by the Indians with a special fear as a transformed sorcerer. They think that for every one of these birds that they shoot they have an enemy the less, and they burn its little body, taking great care that not even a single feather escapes to be blown about by the wind. On a windy day a dozen men and women have been seen chasing the floating feathers of these birds about the savannah in order utterly to extinguish the imaginary wizard. Even the foreign substance, the stick, bone, or whatever it is, which the good medicine man pretends to suck from the body of the sufferer is often, if not always, regarded not simply as a natural body, but as the materialized form of a hostile spirit. 15. Belief of the Tina Indians in sorcery as the cause of death. Beliefs and practices of the same general character are reported to have formerly prevailed among the Tina or Dean Indians of Northwest America. When any beloved or influential person died, nobody, we are told, would think of attributing the death to natural causes. It was assumed that the demise was an effect of sorcery, and the only difficulty was to ascertain the culprit. For that purpose, the services of a shaman were employed. Rigged out in all his finery, he would dance and sing, then suddenly fall down and feign death or sleep. On awaking from the apparent trance, he would denounce the sorcerer who had killed the deceased by his magic art, and the denunciation generally proved the death warrant of the accused. 16. Belief of the Australian Aborigines in sorcery as the cause of death. Again, similar beliefs and customs in regard to what we should call natural death appear to have prevailed universally amongst the Aborigines of Australia, and to have contributed very materially to thin the population. On this subject I will quote the words of an observer. His remarks apply to the Australian Aborigines in general but to the tribes of Victoria in particular. He says, "The natives are much more numerous in some parts of Australia than they are in others, but nowhere is the country thickly peopled. Some dire disease occasionally breaks out among the natives, and carries off large numbers. But there are two other causes which, in my opinion, principally account for their paucity of numbers. The first is that infanticide is universally practiced, the second, that a belief exists that no one can die a natural death. Thus, if an individual of a certain tribe dies, his relatives consider that his death has been caused by sorcery on the part of another tribe. The deceased's sons, or nearest relatives, therefore start off on a buck-seening or murdering expedition. If the deceased is buried, a fly or a beetle is put into the grave, and the direction in which the insect wings its way when released is the one the avengers take. If the body is burnt, the whereabouts of the offending parties is indicated by the direction of the smoke. The first unfortunates fallen in with are generally watched until they encamp for the night. When they are buried in sleep, the murderers steal quietly up until they are within a yard or two of their victims, rush suddenly upon and butcher them. On these occasions they always abstract the kidney fat, and also take off a piece of the skin of the thigh. These are carried home as trophies, as the American Indians take the scalp. The murderers anoint their bodies with the fat of their victims, thinking that by that process the strength of the deceased enters into them. Sometimes it happens that the buck-seening party comes suddenly upon a man of a strange tribe in a tree hunting possums. He is immediately speared, and left weltering in his blood at the foot of the tree. The relatives of the murdered man at once proceed to retaliate, and thus a constant and never-ending series of murders is always going on. I do not mean to assert that for every man that dies or is killed another is murdered, for it often happens that the deceased has no sons or relatives who care about avenging his death. At other times a buck-seening party will return without having met with anyone, then, again, they are sometimes repelled by those they attack. 17. Belief of the natives of Western Australia in sorcery as a cause of death. Beliefs of the tribes of Victoria and South Australia. Again, speaking of the tribes of Western Australia, Sir George Grey tells us that the natives do not allow that there is such a thing as a death from natural causes. They believe that were it not for murderers or the malignity of sorcerers, they might live forever. Hence, when a native dies from the effect of an accident, or from some natural cause, they use a variety of superstitious ceremonies to ascertain in what direction the sorcerer lies, whose evil practices have brought about the death of their relative. This point being satisfactorily settled by friendly sorcerers, they then attach the crime to some individual, and the funeral obsequies are scarcely concluded ere they start to revenge their supposed wrongs. 18. Again, speaking of the Wachandai tribe of Western Australia, another writer tells us that they possess the comfortable assurance that nearly all diseases, and consequently deaths, are caused by the enchantments of hostile tribes, and that were it not for the malevolence of their enemies they would, with a few exceptions, live forever. Consequently, on the first approach of sickness their first endeavor is to ascertain whether the bulia, magic, of their own tribe is not sufficiently potent to counteract that of their foes. Should the patient recover, they are, of course, proud of the superiority of their enchantment over that of their enemies, but should the bulia, magical influence, within the sick man prove stronger than their own, as there is no help for it, he must die. The utmost they can do in this case is to revenge his death. 19. But the same writer qualifies this general statement as follows: "It is not true," he says, "that the New Hollanders impute all natural deaths to the bulia, magic, of inimical tribes, for in most cases of persons wasting visibly away before death, they do not entertain the notion. It is chiefly in cases of sudden death, or when the body of the deceased is fat and in good condition, that this belief prevails, and it is only in such contingencies that it becomes an imperative duty to have revenge. 20. Similarly, speaking of the tribes of Victoria in the early days of European settlement among them, the experienced observer Mr. James Dawson says that natural deaths are generally, but not always, attributed to the malevolence and the spells of an enemy belonging to another tribe. 21. Again, with regard to the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, we read that there are but few diseases which they regard as the consequences of natural causes. In general, they consider them the effects of enchantment, and produced by sorcerers. 22. Similarly, of the Port Lincoln tribes in South Australia, it is recorded that, in all cases of death that do not arise from old age, wounds, or other equally palpable causes, the natives suspect that unfair means have been practiced, and even where the cause of death is sufficiently plain, they sometimes will not content themselves with it, but have recourse to an imaginary one, as the following case will prove. A woman had been bitten by a black snake across the thumb. In clearing out a well, she began to swell directly, and was a corpse in 24 hours. Yet, another woman who had been present when the accident occurred, stated that the deceased had named a certain native as having caused her death. Upon this statement, which was in their opinion corroborated by the circumstance that the snake had drawn no blood from the deceased, her husband and other friends had a fight with the accused party and his friends. A reconciliation, however, took place afterwards, and it was admitted on the part of the aggressors that they had been in error with regard to the guilty individual, but nowise more satisfied as to the bite of the snake being the true cause of the woman's death. Another party was now suddenly discovered to be the real offender, and accordingly war was made upon him and his partisans, till at last the matter was dropped and forgotten. From this case, as well as from frequent occurrences of a similar nature, it appears evident that thirst for revenge has quite as great a share in these foul accusations as superstition. 23. Other testimonies as to the belief of the natives of South Australia and Victoria. However, other experienced observers of the Australian Aborigines admit no such limitations and exceptions to the native theory that death is an effect of sorcery. Thus, in regard to the Narranyeri tribe of South Australia, the Reverend George Taplin, who knew them intimately for years, says that no native regards death as natural, but always as the result of sorcery. 24. Again, to quote Mr. R. Brough Smith, who has collected much information on the tribes of Victoria, Mr. Daniel Bunce, an intelligent observer, and a gentleman well acquainted with the habits of the blacks, says that no tribe that he has ever met with believes in the possibility of a man dying a natural death. If a man is taken ill, it is at once assumed that some member of a hostile tribe has stolen some of his hair. This is quite enough to cause serious illness. If the man continues sick and gets worse, it is assumed that the hair has been burnt by his enemy. Such an act, they say, is sufficient to imperil his life. If the man dies, it is assumed that the thief has choked his victim and taken away his kidney fat. When the grave is being dug, one or more of the older men, generally doctors or conjurers, buknaluk, stand by and attentively watch the laborers, and if an insect is thrown out of the ground, these old men observe the direction which it takes, and having determined the line, 2 of the young men, relations of the deceased, are dispatched in the path indicated, with instructions to kill the first native they meet, who they are assured and believe is the person directly chargeable with the crime of causing the death of their relative. Mr. John Green says that the men of the Yarra tribe firmly believe that no one ever dies a natural death. A man or a woman dies because of the wicked arts practiced by some member of a hostile tribe, and they discover the direction in which to search for the slayer by the movements of a lizard which is seen immediately after the corpse is interred. 25. Again, speaking of the Aborigines of Victoria, another writer observes, all deaths from natural causes are attributed to the machinations of enemies, who are supposed to have sought for and burned the excrement of the intended victim, which, according to the general belief, causes a gradual wasting away. The relatives, therefore, watch the struggling feet of the dying person, as they point in the direction whence the injury is thought to come, and serve as a guide to the spot where it should be avenged. This is the duty of the nearest male relative. Should he fail in its execution, it will ever be to him a reproach, although other relatives may have avenged the death. If the deceased were a chief, then the duty devolves upon the tribe. Chosen men are sent in the direction indicated, who kill the first persons they meet, whether men, women, or children, and the more lives that are sacrificed, the greater is the honor to the dead. 26. Again, in his account of the Kurnai tribe of Victoria, the late Dr. A. W. Howitt remarks, it is not difficult to see how, among savages, who have no knowledge of the real causes of diseases which are the common lot of humanity, the very suspicion even of such a thing as death from disease should be unknown. Death by accident they can imagine, death by violence they can imagine, but I question if they can, in their savage condition, imagine death by mere disease. Rheumatism is believed to be produced by the machinations of some enemy. Seeing it to Tundalung very lame, I asked him what was the matter. He said, "Some fellow has put bottle in my foot." I asked him to let me see it. I found he was probably suffering from acute rheumatism. He explained that some enemy must have found his foot track, and have buried in it a piece of broken bottle. The magic influence, he believed, caused it to enter his foot. Phthisis, pneumonia, bowel complaints, and insanity are supposed to be produced by an evil spirit Bruin who is like the wind, and who, entering his victims, can only be expelled by suitable incantations. Thus the belief arises that death occurs only from accident, open violence, or secret magic, and, naturally, that the latter can only be met by countercharms. 27. Belief of the Aborigines of New South Wales in sorcery as the cause of sickness and death. The beliefs and practices of the Aborigines of New South Wales in respect of death were similar. Thus we are told by a well-informed writer that the natives do not believe in death from natural causes, therefore all sickness is attributed to the agency of sorcery, and countercharms are used to destroy its effect. As a man's death is never supposed to have occurred naturally, except as the result of accident, or from a wound in battle, the first thing to be done when a death occurs is to endeavor to find out the person whose spells have brought about the calamity. In the Wathi tribe, the corpse is asked by each relative in succession to signify by some sign the person who has caused his death. Not receiving an answer, they watch in which direction a bird flies, after having passed over the deceased. This is considered an indication that the sorcerer is to be found in that direction. Sometimes the nearest relative sleeps with his head on the corpse, which causes him, they think, to dream of the murderer. There is, however, a good deal of uncertainty about the proceedings, which seldom result in more than a great display of wrath, and of vowing of vengeance against some member of a neighboring tribe. Unfortunately, this is not always the case, the man who is supposed to have exercised the death spell being sometimes waylaid and murdered in a most cruel manner. 28. With regard to the great Kamilaroi tribe of New South Wales, we read that, in some parts of the country a belief prevails that death, through disease, is, in many, if not in all cases, the result of an enemy's malice. It is a common saying, when illness or death comes, that someone has thrown his belt, bore, at the victim. There are various modes of fixing upon the murderer. One is to let an insect fly from the body of the deceased and see towards whom it goes. The person thus singled out is doomed. 29. Belief of the Aborigines of Central Australia in sorcery as the cause of death. Speaking of the tribes of Central Australia, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen observe that in the matter of morality their code differs radically from ours, but it cannot be denied that their conduct is governed by it, and that any known breaches are dealt with both surely and severely. In very many cases there takes place what the white man, not seeing beneath the surface, not unnaturally describes as secret murder, but, in reality, revolting though such slaughter may be to our minds at the present day, it is simply exactly on a par with the treatment accorded to witches not so very long ago in European countries. Every case of such secret murder, when one or more men stealthily stalk their prey with the object of killing him, is in reality the exacting of a life for a life. The accused person being indicated by the so-called medicine man is one who has brought about the death of another man by magic, and whose life must therefore be forfeited. It need hardly be pointed out what a potent element this custom has been in keeping down the numbers of the tribe. No such thing as natural death is realized by the native. A man who dies has of necessity been killed by some other man, or perhaps even by a woman, and sooner or later that man or woman will be attacked. In the normal condition of the tribe, every death meant the killing of another individual. 30. Belief of the natives of the Torres Straits Islands and New Guinea in sorcery as the cause of death. Passing from Australia to other savage lands, we learn that according to the belief of the Torres Straits Islanders, all sickness and death were due to sorcery. 31. The natives of Moat or Moata in British New Guinea do not believe in a natural death, but attribute even the decease of an old man to the agency of some enemy known or unknown. 32. In the opinion of the tribes about Hood Peninsula in British New Guinea, no one dies a natural death. Every such death is caused by the evil magic either of a living sorcerer or of a dead relation. 33. Of the Roro-speaking tribes of British New Guinea, Dr. Seligman writes that except in the case of old folk, death is not admitted to occur without some obvious cause such as a spear thrust. Therefore, when vigorous and active members of the community die, it becomes necessary to explain their fate, and such deaths are firmly believed to be produced by sorcery. Indeed, as far as I have been able to ascertain, the population of this district regards the existence of sorcery, not, as has been alleged, as a particularly terrifying and horrible affair, but as a necessary and inevitable condition of existence in the world as he knows it. 34 Amongst the Yabam of German New Guinea, every case of death, even though it should happen accidentally, as by the fall of a tree or the bite of a shark, is laid at the door of the sorcerers. They are blamed even for the death of a child. If it is said that a little child never hurt anybody and therefore cannot have an enemy, the reply is that the intention was to injure the mother, and that the malady had been transferred to the infant through its mother's milk. 35. Belief of the Melanesians in sorcery as the cause of sickness and death. Again, in the island of Malo, one of the New Hebrides, a Catholic missionary reports that according to a belief deeply implanted in the native mind, every disease is the effect of witchcraft, and that nobody dies a natural death but only as a consequence of violence, poison, or sorcery. 36 Similarly, in New Georgia, one of the Solomon Islands, when a person is sick, the natives think that he must be bewitched by a man or woman, for in their opinion nobody can be sick or die unless he is bewitched. What we call natural sickness and death are impossible. In case of illness, suspicion falls on someone who was supposed to have buried a charmed object with intent to injure the sufferer. 37 Of the Melanesians who inhabit the coast of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, it is said that all deaths by sickness or disease are attributed by them to the witchcraft of a sorcerer, and a diviner is called in to ascertain the culprit who by his evil magic has destroyed their friends. 38 Amongst the Melanesians, few, if any, are believed to die from natural causes only. If they are not killed in war, they are supposed to die from the effects of witchcraft or magic. Whenever anyone was sick, his friends made anxious inquiries as to the person who had bewitched, agaried, him. Someone would generally be found to admit that he had buried some portion of food or something belonging to the sick man, which had caused his illness. The friends would pay him to dig it up, and after that the patient would generally get well. If, however, he did not recover, it was assumed that some other person had also agaried him. 39 The belief of the Malagasy in sorcery as a cause of death. Speaking of the Malagasy, a Catholic missionary tells us that in Madagascar nobody dies a natural death. With the possible exception of centenarians, everybody is supposed to die the victim of the sorcerer's diabolic art. If a relation of yours dies, the people comfort you by saying, "Cursed be the sorcerer who caused his death." If your horse falls down a precipice and breaks its back, the accident has been caused by the malicious look of a sorcerer. If your dog dies of hygrophobia or your horse of a carbuncle, the cause is still the same. If you catch a fever in a district where malaria abounds, the malady is still ascribed to the art of the sorcerer, who has insinuated some deadly substances into your body. 40 Again, speaking of the Sakalava, a tribe in Madagascar, an eminent French authority on the island observes, they have such a faith in the power of talismans that they even ascribe to them the power of killing their enemies. When they speak of poisoning, they do not allude, as many Europeans wrongly suppose, to death by vegetable or mineral poisons. The reference is to charms or spells. They often throw under the bed of an enemy an holy talisman, praying it to kill him, and they are persuaded that sooner or later their wish will be accomplished. I have often been present at bloody vendettas which had no other origin but this. The Sakalava think that a great part of the population dies of poison in this way. In their opinion, only old people who have attained the extreme limits of human longevity die a natural death. 41 Belief of African tribes in sorcery as the cause of sickness and death. In Africa, similar beliefs are widely spread and lead, as elsewhere, to fatal consequences. Thus, the Kagoro of northern Nigeria refuse to believe in death from natural causes. All illnesses and deaths, in their opinion, are brought about by black magic, however old and decrepit the deceased may have been. They explain sickness by saying that a man's soul wanders from his body in sleep and may then be caught, detained, and even beaten with a stick by some evil wisher. Whenever that happens, the man naturally falls ill. Sometimes an enemy will abstract the patient's liver by magic and carry it away to a cave in a sacred grove, where he will devour it in company with other wicked sorcerers. A witch doctor is called in to detect the culprit, and whomever he denounces is shut up in a room, where a fire is kindled and pepper thrown into it, and there he is kept in the fumes of the burning pepper till he confesses his guilt and returns the stolen liver, upon which of course the sick man recovers. But should the patient die, the miscreant who did him to death by kidnapping his soul or his liver will be sold as a slave or choked. 42 In like manner the Bakeru, who inhabit the largest island in the Victoria Nyanza Lake, believe that all deaths and all ailments, however trivial, are the effect of witchcraft, and the person, generally an old woman, whom the witch doctor accuses of having cast the spell on the patient is tied up, severely beaten, or stabbed to death on the spot. 43 Again, we are told that the peoples of the Congo do not believe in a natural death, not even when it happens through drowning or any other accident. Whoever dies is the victim of witchcraft or of a spell. His soul has been eaten. He must be avenged by the punishment of the person who has committed the crime. Accordingly, when a death has taken place, the medicine man is sent for to discover the criminal. He pretends to be possessed by a spirit, and in this state he names the wretch who has caused the death by sorcery. The accused has to submit to the poison ordeal by drinking a decoction of the red bark of the Erythrophleum guineans. If he vomits up the poison, he is innocent, but if he fails to do so, the infuriated crowd rushes on him and dispatches him with knives and clubs. The family of the supposed culprit has moreover to pay an indemnity to the family of the supposed victim. 44 Death, in the opinion of the natives, is never due to a natural cause. It is always the result either of a crime or of sorcery, and is followed by the poison ordeal, which has to be undergone by an innocent person whom the fetish man accuses from selfish motives. 45 Effect of such beliefs in thinning the population by causing multitudes to die for the imaginary crime of sorcery. Evidence of the same sort could be multiplied for West Africa, where the fear of sorcery is rampant. 46 But without going into further details, I wish to point out the disastrous effects which here, as elsewhere, this theory of death has produced upon the population. For when a death from natural causes takes place, the author of the death being of course unknown, suspicion often falls on a number of people, all of whom are obliged to submit to the poison ordeal in order to prove their innocence, with the result that some or possibly all of them perish. A very experienced American missionary in West Africa, the Reverend Eric H. Nassau, the friend of the late Miss Mary H. Kingsley, tells us that for every person who dies a natural death at least one, and often 10 or more have been executed on an accusation of witchcraft. 47 Andrew Battelle, a native of Essex, who lived in Angola for many years at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century, informs us that in this country none on any account dieth, but they kill another for him, for they believe they die not their own natural death, but that some other has bewitched them to death. And all those are brought in by the friends of the dead whom they suspect, so that there many times come 500 men and women to take the drink, made of the foresaid root imbando. They are brought all to the high street or marketplace, and there the master of the imbando sits with his water, and gives every one a cup of water by one measure, and they are commanded to walk in a certain place till they make water, and then they are free. But he that cannot urine presently falls down, and all the people, great and small, fall upon him with their knives, and beat and cut him into pieces. But I think the witch that gives the water is partial, and gives to him whose death is desired the strongest water, but no man of the bystanders can perceive it. This is done in the town of Longo, almost every week throughout the year. 48 A French official tells us that among the Naos of the Ivory Coast similar beliefs and practices were visibly depopulating the country, every single natural death causing the death of 4 or 5 persons by the poison ordeal, which consisted in drinking the decoction of a red bark called by the natives boduru. At the death of a chief 15 men and women perished in this way. The French government had great difficulty in suppressing the ordeal, for the deluded natives firmly believed in the justice of the test and therefore submitted to it willingly in the full consciousness of their innocence. 49 In the neighborhood of Calabar the poison ordeal, which here consists in drinking a decoction of a certain bean, the Physostigma venenosum of botanists, has had similar disastrous results, as we learn from the testimony of a missionary, the Reverend Hugh Goldie. He tells us that the people have firm faith in the ordeal and therefore not only accept it readily but appeal to it, convinced that it will demonstrate their innocence. A small tribe named Uet in the hill country of Calabar almost swept itself off the face of the earth by its constant use of the ordeal. On one occasion the whole population drank the poison to prove themselves pure, as they said, about half perished, and the remnant, says Mr. Goldie, still continuing their superstitious practice, must soon become extinct. 50 These words were written a good many years ago, and it is probable that by this time these poor fanatics have actually succeeded in exterminating themselves. So fatal may be the practical consequences of a purely speculative error, for it is to be remembered that these disasters flow directly from a mistaken theory of death. General conclusion as to the belief in sorcery as the great cause of death. Much more evidence of the same kind could be adduced, But without pursuing the theme further, I think we may lay it down as a general rule that at a certain stage of social and intellectual evolution men have believed themselves to be naturally immortal in this life and have regarded death by disease or even by accident or violence as an unnatural event which has been brought about by sorcery and which must be avenged by the death of the sorcerer. If that has been so, we seem bound to conclude that a belief in magic or sorcery has had a most potent influence in keeping down the numbers of savage tribes, since as a rule every natural death has entailed at least one, often several, sometimes many deaths by violence. This may help us to understand what an immense power for evil the worldwide faith in magic or sorcery has been among men. But some savages have attributed death to other causes than sorcery. But even savages come in time to perceive that deaths are sometimes brought about by other causes than sorcery. We have seen that some of them admit extreme old age, accidents, and violence as causes of death which are independent of sorcery. The admission of these exceptions to the general rule certainly marks a stage of intellectual progress. I will give a few more instances of such admissions before concluding this part of my subject. Some savages dissect the corpse to ascertain whether death was due to natural causes or to sorcery. In the first place, certain savage tribes are reported to dissect the bodies of their dead in order to ascertain from an examination of the corpse whether the deceased died a natural death or perished by magic. This is reported by Mr. E. R. Smith concerning the Araucanians of Chile, who according to other writers, as we saw, 51 believe all deaths to be due to sorcery. Mr. Smith tells us that after death the services of the Maki or medicine man are again required, especially if the deceased be a person of distinction. The body is dissected and examined. If the liver be found in a healthy state, the death is attributed to natural causes, but if the liver prove to be inflamed, it is supposed to indicate the machinations of some evil-intentioned persons, and it rests with the medicine man to discover the conspirator. This is accomplished by much the same means that were used to find out the nature of the disease. The gall is extracted, put in the magic drum, and after various incantations taken out and placed over the fire, in a pot carefully covered. If, after subjecting the gall to a certain amount of roasting, a stone is found in the bottom of the pot, it is declared to be the means by which death was produced. These stones, as well as the frogs, spiders, arrows, or whatever else may be extracted from the sick man, are called wakuvu, the evil one. By aid of the wakuvu the Maki, medicine man, throws himself into a trance, in which state he discovers and announces the person guilty of the death, and describes the manner in which it was produced. 52 Again, speaking of the Pahoans, a tribe of the Gabon region in French Congo, a Catholic missionary writes thus: "It is so rare among the Pahoans that a death is considered natural. Scarcely has the deceased given up the ghost when the sorcerer appears on the scene. With 3 cuts of the knife, 1 transverse and 2 lateral, he dissects the breast of the corpse and turns down the skin on the face. Then he grabbles in the breast, examines the bowels attentively, marks the last muscular contractions, and thereupon pronounces whether the death was natural or not. If he decides that the death was due to sorcery, the suspected culprit has to submit to the poison ordeal in the usual manner to determine his guilt or innocence." 53 The possibility of natural death admitted by the Melanesians. Another savage people who have come to admit the possibility of merely natural death are the Melanesians of the New Hebrides and other parts of central Melanesia. Amongst them, any sickness that is serious is believed to be brought about by ghosts or spirits. Common complaints such as fever and ague are taken as coming in the course of nature. To say that savages are never ill without supposing a supernatural cause is not true of Melanesians. They make up their minds as the sickness comes whether it is natural or not, and the more important the individual who is sick, the more likely his sickness is to be ascribed to the anger of a ghost whom he has offended, or to witchcraft. No great man would like to be told that he was ill by natural weakness or decay. The sickness is almost always believed to be caused by a ghost, not by a spirit. Generally it is to the ghosts of the dead that sickness is ascribed in the eastern islands as well as in the western. Recourse is had to them for aid in causing and removing sickness, and ghosts are believed to inflict sickness not only because some offense, such as a trespass, has been committed against them, or because one familiar with them has sought their aid with sacrifice and spells, but because there is a certain malignity in the feeling of all ghosts towards the living, who offend them by being alive. 54 From this account we learn, first, that the Melanesians admit some deaths by common diseases, such as fever and ague, to be natural, and, second, that they recognize ghosts and spirits as well as sorcerers and witches, among the causes of death. Indeed, they hold that ghosts are the commonest of all causes of sickness and death. The possibility of natural death admitted by the Kaffirs of South Africa. The same causes of death are recognized also by the Kaffirs of South Africa, as we learn from Mr. Dudley Kidd, who tells us that according to the beliefs of the natives, to start with, there is sickness which is supposed to be caused by the action of ancestral spirits or by fabulous monsters. Secondly, there is sickness which is caused by the magical practices of some evil person who is using witchcraft in secret. Thirdly, there is sickness which comes from neither of these causes, and remains unexplained. It is said to be only sickness, and nothing more. This third form of sickness is, I think, the commonest. Yet most writers wholly ignore it, or deny its existence. It may happen that an attack of indigestion is one day attributed to the action of witch or wizard, another day the trouble is put down to the account of ancestral spirits, on a third occasion the people may be at a loss to account for it, and so may dismiss the problem by saying that it is merely sickness. It is quite common to hear natives say that they are at a loss to account for some special case of illness. At first they thought it was caused by an angry ancestral spirit, but a great doctor has assured them that it is not the result of such a spirit. They then suppose it to be due to the magical practices of some enemy, but the doctor negatives that theory. The people are, therefore, driven to the conclusion that the trouble has no ascertainable cause. In some cases they do not even trouble to consult a diviner, they speedily recognize the sickness as due to natural causes. In such a case it needs no explanation. If they think that some friend of theirs knows of a remedy, they will try it on their own initiative, or may even go off to a white man to ask for some of his medicine. They would never dream of doing this if they thought they were being influenced by magic or by ancestral spirits. The Kaffirs quite recognize that there are types of disease which are inherited, and have not been caused by magic or by ancestral spirits. They admit that some accidents are due to nothing but the patient's carelessness or stupidity. If a native gets his leg run over by a wagon, the people will often say that it is all his own fault through being clumsy. In other cases, with delightful inconsistency, they may say that someone has been working magic to cause the accident. In short, it is impossible to make out a theory of sickness which will satisfy our European conception of consistency. 55. The admission that death may be due to natural causes marks an intellectual advance. The recognition of ghosts or spirits as a cause of disease, apart from sorcery, also marks a step in intellectual, moral, and social progress. From the foregoing accounts we see that the Melanesians and the Kaffirs, two widely different and widely separated races, agree in recognizing at least three distinct causes of what we should call natural death. These three causes are, first, sorcery or witchcraft, second, ghosts or spirits, and third, disease. 56. That the recognition of disease in itself as a cause of death, quite apart from sorcery, marks an intellectual advance, will not be disputed. It is not so clear, though I believe it is equally true, that the recognition of ghosts or spirits as a cause of disease, quite apart from witchcraft, marks a real step in intellectual, moral, and social progress. In the first place, it marks a step in intellectual and moral progress, for it recognizes that effects which before had been ascribed to human agency spring from superhuman causes, and this recognition of powers in the universe superior to man is not only an intellectual gain but a moral discipline. It teaches the important lesson of humility. In the second place, it marks a step in social progress because when the blame of a death is laid upon a ghost or a spirit instead of on a sorcerer, the death has not to be avenged by killing a human being, the supposed author of the calamity. Thus the recognition of ghosts or spirits as the sources of sickness and death has as its immediate effect the sparing of an immense number of lives of men and women, who on the theory of death by sorcery would have perished by violence to expiate their imaginary crime. That this is a great gain to society is obvious. It adds immensely to the security of human life by removing one of the most fruitful causes of its destruction. It must be admitted, however, that the gain is not always as great as might be expected. The social advantages of a belief in ghosts and spirits are attended by many serious drawbacks. For while ghosts or spirits are commonly, though not always, supposed to be beyond the reach of human vengeance, they are generally thought to be well within the reach of human persuasion, flattery, and bribery. In other words, men think that they can appease and propitiate them by prayer and sacrifice, and while prayer is always cheap, sacrifice may be very dear, since it can, and often does, involve the destruction of an immense deal of valuable property and of a vast number of human lives. Yet if we could reckon up the myriads who have been slain and sacrificed to ghosts and gods, it seems probable that they would fall far short of the untold multitudes who have perished as sorcerers and witches. For while human sacrifices in honor of deities or of the dead have been for the most part exceptional rather than regular, only the great gods and the illustrious dead being deemed worthy of such costly offerings, the slaughter of witches and wizards, theoretically at least, followed inevitably on every natural death among people who attributed all such deaths to sorcery. Hence, if natural religion be defined roughly as a belief in superhuman spiritual beings and an attempt to propitiate them, we may perhaps say that, while natural religion has slain its thousands, magic has slain its 10,000s. But there are strong reasons for inferring that in the history of society an age of magic preceded an age of religion. If that was so, we may conclude that the advent of religion marked a great social as well as intellectual advance upon the preceding age of magic. It inaugurated an era of what might be described as mercy by comparison with the relentless severity of its predecessor. Footnote 6, Return, W. Martin, An Account of the Natives of the Tonga Islands, 2nd edition, London, 1818, 2. 99, Footnote 7, Return, M. Dobrzoffer, Historia de Abepanabus, Vienna, 1784, 2. 92 square, 240 SQQ. The author of this valuable work lived as a Catholic missionary in the tribe for 18 years. Footnote 8, Return, Sigue, Fragment d'un voyage dans le Chili au Cusco, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Duxi Série, 19. 1843, page 25, H. Delaporte, Un visite chez les Araucanians, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Quatrième Série, X. 1855, page 30. Footnote 9, Return, K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Zentralbrasiliens, Berlin, 1894, pages 344, 348. Footnote 10, Return, Reverend W. H. Brett, The Indian Tribes of Guyana, London, 1868, page 357. Footnote 11, Return, W. H. Brett, opposite pages 361 square. Footnote 12, Return, Reverend W. H. Brett, opposite pages 364 square. Footnote 13, Return, Reverend J. H. Burnau, Missionary Labors in British Guiana, London, 1847, pages 56 square, 58. Footnote 14, Return, Sir E. F. M. Thurn, Among the Indians of Guyana, London, 1883, pages 330 square. For the case described see R. Schomburg, Reisen in British Guiana, I. Leipzig, 1847, pages 324 square. The boy died of dropsy. Perhaps the mode of divination adopted, by boiling some portions of him in water, had special reference to the nature of the disease. Footnote 15, Return, Sir E. F. M. Thurn, opposite pages 332 square. Footnote 16, Return, Father A. G. Morris, The Canadian Deans, Annual Archaeological Report, 1905, Toronto, 1906, page 207. Footnote 17, Return, Albert A. S. E. Lessouf, Notes on the Natives of Australia, in our Brough Smith's Aborigines of Victoria, Melbourne and London, 1878, 2. 289 square. Footnote 18, Return, Sir George Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, 2. 238, Footnote 19, Return, A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S. 3. 1865, page 236. Footnote 20, Return, A. Oldfield, opposite page 245. Footnote 21, Return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, Melbourne, Sydney and Adelaide, 1881, page 63. Footnote 22, Return, H. E. Meyer, Manners and Customs of the Aborigines of the Encounter Bay Tribe, Native Tribes of South Australia, Adelaide, 1879, page 195. Footnote 23, Return, C. W. Sherman, The Aboriginal Tribes of Port Lincoln in South Australia, Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 237 square. Footnote 24, Return, Reverend G. Taplin, The Ngarrindjeri, Native Tribes of South Australia, Adelaide, 1879, page 25. Footnote 25, Return, R. Brough Smith, The Aborigines of Victoria, Melbourne and London, 1878, I. 110. Footnote 26, Return, W. E. Stanbridge, Some Particulars of the General Characteristics, Astronomy, and Mythology of the Tribes in the Central Part of Victoria, Southern Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, New Series, I. 1861, page 299. Footnote 27, Return, Lorimer Fyson and A. W. Howitt, Kamilaroi and Kurnai, Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, and Brisbane, 1880, pp. 250 square. Footnote 28, return, A. L. P. Cameron, Notes on Some Tribes of New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute 14. 1885, pages 361, 362 square. Footnote 29, return, Reverend W. Ridley, Kamilaroi, 2nd edition, Sydney, 1875, page 159. Footnote 30, return, Baldwin Spencer and F. J. Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1899, pages 46 to 48. Footnote 31, return, Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Cambridge, 1904, pages 248, 323. Footnote 32, return, E. Beardmore, The Natives of Mowat, British New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 19. 1890, page 461. Footnote 33, return, Archieguys, On the Tribes Inhabiting the Mouth of the Wanagila River, New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 28. 1899, page 216. Footnote 34, return, C.G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, page 279. Footnote 35, return, Cade Vetter, Kom Hariber UND Hilf UNS. Oder die Arbeit der Neuen Detelsauermission, 3. Barman, 1898, pages 10 square, id. In Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 94, 98. Compare Hagen, Unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, p. 256, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnology, und Geschichte, 1900, p. 415. Footnote 36, return, Father A. Adenayo, Croyances religiosas y temores de indigenes de El Malo, Missions Catholiques, 33. 1901, pages 315 square. Footnote 37, return, See Rib, Zweijar unter den Kannibalen der Salomoenseln, Dresden Blasewitz, 1903, page 268. Footnote 38, return, P.E.A. Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbinsel, Hiltrup bei Munster, N.D., page 344. As to beliefs of this sort among the Sulka of New Britain, C.P. Rasher, Die Sulka, Archiv für Anthropologie, 29. 1904, pages 221 square, are Parkinson, 30 Jahren der Sudsee, Stuttgart, 1907, pages 199 to 201. Footnote 39, return, G. Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, page 176. Dr. Brown's account of the Melanesians applies to the natives of New Britain and more particularly of the neighboring Duke of York Islands. Footnote 40, return, Father Abenel, Astrologie Malgache, Missions Catholiques, 11. 1879, page 506. Footnote 41, return, Ed Grandidier, Madagascar, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, 6e Série, 3. 1872, pages 399 square. The talismans, aholi, in question consist of the horns of oxen stuffed with a variety of odds and ends, such as sand, sticks, nails, and so forth. Footnote 42, return, Major A.J. N. Tremern, The Tailed Headhunters of Nigeria, London, 1912, pages 171 square, id. Notes on the Kagoro and Other Headhunters, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute, 42. 1912, pages 160, 161. Footnote 43, return, E. Hurrell, Religionite by Domestique de Bakeru, Anthropos, 6. 1912, pages 85 to 87. Footnote 44, return, Father Campana, Congo Mission Catholique de Landana, Missions Catholiques, 27. 1895, pages 102 square. Footnote 45, return, Th. Masway, Guide de la Section de l'État Indépendant du Congo à l'Exposition de Bruxelles, Tervuer in N. 1874, Brussels, 1897, page 82. Footnote 46, return, see for example O. Lenz, Skizzen AUS West Africa, Berlin, 1878, pages 184 square. C. Cuny, de Libreville au Cameroun, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, 7e Série, 17. 1896, page 341, Ch. Wannenberger, La Mission et le Royaume de Hum, sur les bords du Kunena, Missions Catholiques, XX. 1888, page 262, Lieutenant Harold, bericht betreffend Religionsanständigen und Gebrauch der Deutschen Uniger, Mitteilungen aus den Deutschen Schutzgebieten, v. 1892, page 153, Dr. Plen, Beitrag zur Völkerkunde des Togogebiets, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, 2. Drittempfehlung, 1899, page 97, R. Fish, Diedig Bamba, Basler Archive, 3. 1912, page 148. For evidence of similar beliefs and practices in other parts of Africa, see Brard, Der Victorianense, Petermann's Mitteilungen, 43. 1897, pages 79 square, Father Picarda, Autor du Mandera, Missions Catholiques, 18. 1886, page 342. Footnote 47, Return, Reverend Art H. Nassa, Fetishism in West Africa, London, 1904, pages 241 square. Footnote 48, Return, Strange Adventures of Andrew Battelle, in John Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, 16. London, 1814, page 334. Footnote 49, Return, Gouvernement Général de l'Afrique Occidentale Française, Notices publiées par le Gouvernement Central à l'occasion de l'Exposition coloniale de Marseille, La Côte d'Ivoire, Corbeil, 1906, pages 570 to 572. Footnote 50, Return, Hugh Goldie, Calabar and its Mission, New Edition, Edinburgh and London, 1901, pages 34 square, 37 square. Footnote 51, Return, above, page 35. Footnote 52, Return, E. R. Smith, The Araucanians, London, 1855, pages 236 square. Footnote 53, Return, Father Trillis, Milislus Don L. Canu, A Travers le Pays Fong, de la Côte aux Rives du Ja, Missions Catholiques, 35. 1903, pages 466 square, and as to the poison ordeal, I.B. Pages 472 square. Footnote 54, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, page 194. Footnote 55, Return, Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 133 square. Footnote 56, Return, in like manner the Baganda generally ascribed natural deaths either to sorcery or to the action of a ghost, but when they could not account for a person's death in either of these ways they said that Wallam, the god of death, had taken him. This last explanation approaches to an admission of natural death, though it is still mythical in form. The Baganda usually attributed any illness of the king to ghosts, because no man would dare to practice magic on him. A much dreaded ghost was that of a man's sister. She was thought to vent her spite on his sons and daughters by visiting them with sickness. When she proved implacable, a medicine man was employed to catch her ghost in a gourd or a pot and throw it away on wasteland or drown it in a river. See Reverend J. Roscoe, The Baganda, London, 1911, pages 98, 100, 101 square, 286 square, 315 square. Lecture 3, Myths of the Origin of Death, Belief of Savages in Man's Natural Immortality. In my last lecture I shewed that many savages do not believe in what we call a natural death. They imagine that all men are naturally immortal and would never die, if their lives were not cut prematurely short by sorcery. Further, I pointed out that this mistaken view of the nature of death has exercised a disastrous influence on the tribes who entertain it, since, attributing all natural deaths to sorcery, they consider themselves bound to discover and kill the wicked sorcerers whom they regard as responsible for the death of their friends. Thus, in primitive society, as a rule, every natural death entails at least one and often several deaths by violence, since the supposed culprit being unknown. Suspicion may fall upon many persons, all of whom may be killed either out of hand or as a consequence of failing to demonstrate their innocence by means of an ordeal. Savage stories of the origin of death. Yet even the savages who firmly believe in man's natural immortality are obliged sorrowfully to admit that, as things are at the present day, men do frequently die, whatever explanation we may give of so unexpected and unnatural an occurrence. Accordingly, they are hard put to it to reconcile their theory of immortality with the practice of mortality. They have meditated on the subject and have given us the fruit of their meditation in a series of myths which profess to explain the origin of death. For the most part, these myths are very crude and childish, yet they have a value of their own as examples of man's early attempts to fathom one of the great mysteries which encompass his frail and transient existence on earth, and accordingly I have here collected, in all their naked simplicity, a few of these savage guesses at truth. 4 types of such stories. Myths of the origin of death conform to several types, among which we may distinguish, first, what I will call the type of the 2 messengers, second, the type of the waxing and waning moon, third, the type of the serpent and his cast skin, and fourth, the type of the banana tree. I will illustrate each type by examples, and will afterwards cite some miscellaneous instances which do not fall under any of these heads. The tale of the two messengers. Zulu story of the chameleon and the lizard. The same story among other Bantu tribes. First, then, we begin with the type of the two messengers. Stories of this pattern are widespread in Africa, especially among tribes belonging to the Great Bantu family, which occupies roughly the southern half of the continent. The best-known example of the tale is the one told by the Zulus. They say that in the beginning Uncle, that is, the old one, sent the chameleon to men with a message saying, "Go, chameleon, go and say, let not men die." The chameleon set out, but it crawled very slowly, and it loitered by the way to eat the purple berries of the ubuquezane tree, or according to others it climbed up a tree to bask in the sun, filled its belly with flies, and fell fast asleep. Meantime the old one had thought better of it and sent a lizard posting after the chameleon with a very different message to men, for he said to the animal, "Lizard, when you have arrived, say, let men die." So the lizard went on his way, past the dawdling chameleon, and arriving first among men delivered his message of death, saying, "Let men die." Then he turned on his heel and went back to the old one who had sent him. But after he was gone, the chameleon at last arrived among men with his glad tidings of immortality, and he shouted, saying, "It is said, let not men die." But men answered, "Oh, we have heard the word of the lizard, it has told us the word, it is said, let men die. We cannot hear your word. Through the word of the lizard, men will die." And died they have ever since from that day to this. That is why some of the Zulus hate the lizard, saying, "Why did he run first and say, let people die?" So they beat and kill the lizard and say, "Why did it speak?" But others hate the chameleon and hustle it, saying, "That is the little thing which delayed to tell the people that they should not die. If he had only brought his message in time we should not have died, our ancestors also would have been still living, there would have been no diseases here on the earth." It all comes from the delay of the chameleon. 57 The same story is told in nearly the same form by other Bantu tribes, such as the Bechuanas, 58 the Basutos, 59 the Baranga, 60 and the Ngoni. 61 To this day the Baranga and the Ngoni owe the chameleon a grudge for having brought death into the world, so when children find a chameleon they will induce it to open its mouth, then throw a pinch of tobacco on its tongue, and watch with delight the creature writhing and changing color from orange to green, from green to black in the agony of death, for thus they avenge the wrong which the chameleon has done to mankind. 62 A Kamba story of the chameleon and the thrush. A story of the same type, but with some variations, is told by the Akamba, a Bantu tribe of British East Africa, but in their version the lizard has disappeared from the legend and has been replaced by the Itoroko, a small bird of the thrush tribe, with a black head, a bluish-black back, and a buff-colored breast. The tale runs thus: once upon a time God sent out the chameleon, the frog, and the thrush to find people who died one day and came to life again the next. So off they set, the chameleon leading the way, for in those days he was a very important personage. Presently they came to some people lying like dead, so the chameleon went up to them and said, "Niwi, Niwi, Niwi." The thrush asked him testily what he was making that noise for, to which the chameleon replied mildly, "I am only calling the people who go forward and then came back again," and he explained that the dead people would come to life again. But the thrush, who was of a skeptical turn of mind, derided the idea. Nevertheless, the chameleon persisted in calling to the dead people, and sure enough they opened their eyes and listened to him. But here the thrush broke in and told them roughly that dead they were and dead they must remain. With that away he flew, and though the chameleon preached to the corpses, telling them that he had come from God on purpose to bring them to life again, and that they were not to believe the lies of that shallow skeptic the thrush, they obstinately refused to pay any heed to him, not one of those dead corpses would budge. So the chameleon returned crestfallen to God and reported to him how, when he preached the gospel of resurrection to the corpses, the thrush had roared him down, so that the corpses could not hear a word he said. God thereupon cross-questioned the thrush, who stated that the chameleon had so bungled his message that he, the thrush, felt it his imperative duty to interrupt him. The simple deity believed the thrush, and being very angry with the chameleon he degraded him from his high position and made him walk very slow, lurching this way and that, as he does down to this very day. But the thrush he promoted to the office of wakening men from their slumber every morning, which he still does punctually at 2 a.m., before the note of any other bird is heard in the tropical forest. 63 Togo story of the dog and the frog. In this version, though the frog is sent out by God with the other two messengers, he plays no part in the story, he is a mere dummy. But in another version of the story, which is told by the Negroes of Togoland in German West Africa, the frog takes the place of the lizard and the thrush as the messenger of death. They say that once upon a time men sent a dog to God to say that when they died they would like to come to life again. So off the dog trotted to deliver the message. But on the way he felt hungry and turned into a house, where a man was boiling magic herbs. So the dog sat down and thought to himself, he is cooking food. Meantime the frog had set off to tell God that when men died they would like not to come to life again. Nobody had asked him to give that message, it was a piece of pure officiousness and impertinence on his part. However, away he tore. The dog, who still sat watching the hell broth brewing, saw him hurrying past the door, but he thought to himself, when I have had something to eat, I will soon catch Froggy up. However, Froggy came in first and said to the deity, when men die, they would like not to come to life again. After that, up comes the dog, and says he, when men die, they would like to come to life again. God was naturally puzzled and said to the dog, I really do not understand these two messages. As I heard the frog's request first, I will comply with it. I will not do what you said. That is the real reason why men die and do not come to life again. If the frog had only minded his own business instead of meddling with other people's, the dead would all have come to life again to this day. 64 In this version of the story, not only are the persons of the two messengers different, the dog and the frog having replaced the chameleon and the lizard of the Bantu version, but the messengers are sent from men to God instead of from God to men. Ashanti story of the goat and the sheep. In another version told by the Ashantis of West Africa, the persons of the messengers are again different, but as in the Bantu version they are sent from God to men. The Ashantis say that long ago men were happy, for God dwelt among them and talked with them face to face. For example, if a child was roasting yams at the fire and wanted a relish to eat with the yams, he had nothing to do but to throw a stick in the air and say, God give me fish, and God gave him fish at once. However, these happy days did not last forever. One unlucky day it happened that some women were pounding a mash with pestles and a mortar, while God stood by looking on. For some reason they were annoyed by the presence of the deity and told him to be off, and as he did not take himself off fast enough to please them, they beat him with their pestles. In a great huff God retired altogether from the world and left it to the direction of the fetishes, and still to this day people say, if it had not been for that old woman, how happy we should be. However, after he had withdrawn to heaven, the long-suffering deity sent a kind message by a goat to men upon earth to say, there is something which they call death. He will kill some of you. But even if you die, you will not perish completely. You will come to me in heaven. So off the goat set with this cheering intelligence. But before he came to the town he saw a tempting bush by the wayside and stopped to browse on it. When God in heaven saw the goat thus loitering by the way, he sent off a sheep with the same message to carry the glad tidings to men without delay. But the sheep did not give the message aright. Far from it, he said, God sends you word that you will die and that will be an end of you. Afterwards the goat arrived on the scene and said, God sends you word that you will die, certainly, but that will not be the end of you, for you will go to him. But men said to the goat, no, goat, that is not what God said. We believe that the message which the sheep brought us is the one which God sent to us. That was the beginning of death among men. 65 However, in another Ashanti version of the tale the parts played by the sheep and the goat are reversed. It is the sheep who brings the tidings of immortality from God to men, but the goat overruns him and offers them death instead. Not knowing what death was, men accepted the seeming boon with enthusiasm and have died ever since. 66-2. The story of the waxing and waning moon. Hottentot story of the moon, the hare, and death. So much for the tale of the two messengers. In the last versions of it which I have quoted, a feature to be noticed is the perversion of the message by one of the messengers, who brings tidings of death instead of life eternal to men. The same perversion of the message reappears in some examples of the next type of story which I shall illustrate, namely the type of the waxing and waning moon. Thus the Namakwas or Hottentots say that once the moon charged the hare to go to men and say, as I die and rise to life again, so shall you die and rise to life again. So the hare went to men, but either out of forgetfulness or malice he reversed the message and said, as I die and do not rise to life again, so you shall also die and not rise to life again. Then he went back to the moon, and she asked him what he had said. He told her, and when she heard how he had given the wrong message, she was so angry that she threw a stick at him and split his lip, which is the reason why the hare's lip is still split. So the hare ran away and is still running to this day. Some people, however, say that before he fled he clawed the moon's face, which still bears the marks of the scratching, as anybody may see for himself on a clear moonlight night. So the Hottentots are still angry with the hare for bringing death into the world, and they will not let initiated men partake of its flesh. 67 There are traces of a similar story among the Bushmen. 68 In another Hottentot version, two messengers appear, an insect and a hare. The insect is charged by the moon with a message of immortality, or rather of resurrection to men, but the hare persuades the insect to let him bear the tidings, which he perverts into a message of annihilation. 69 Thus in this particular version the type of the two messengers coincides with the moon type. Maasai story of the moon and death. A story of the same type, though different in details, is told by the Maasai of East Africa. They say that in the early days a certain god named Naitarokop told a man named Luayo that if a child were to die he was to throw away the body and say, "Man, die, and come back again, moon, die, and remain away." Well, soon afterwards a child died, but it was not one of the man's own children, so when he threw the body away he said, "Man, die, and remain away, moon, die, and return." Next one of his own children died, and when he threw away the body he said, "Man, die, and return, moon, die, and remain away." But the god said to him, "It is of no use now, for you spoilt matters with the other child." That is why down to this day when a man dies he returns no more, but when the moon dies she always comes to life again. 70 Nandi story of the moon, the dog, and death. Another story of the origin of death which belongs to this type is told by the Nandi of British East Africa. They say that when the first people lived upon the earth a dog came to them one day and said, "All people will die like the moon, but unlike the moon you will not return to life again unless you give me some milk to drink out of your gourd, and beer to drink through your straw. If you do this, I will arrange for you to go to the river when you die and to come to life again on the third day." But the people laughed at the dog, and gave him some milk and beer to drink off a stool. The dog was angry at not being served in the same vessels as a human being, and though he put his pride in his pocket and drank the milk and the beer from the stool, he went away in high dudgeon, saying, "All people will die, and the moon alone will return to life." That is the reason why, when people die, they stay away, whereas when the moon goes away she comes back again after 3 days' absence. 71 The Wasania of British East Africa believe that in days gone by people never died, till one unlucky day a lizard came and said to them, "All of you know that the moon dies and rises again, but human beings will die and rise no more." They say that from that day people began to die and have persisted in dying ever since. 72 Fijian story of the moon, the rat, and death. Caroline Islands story of the moon, death, and resurrection. Wotjobaluk story of the moon, death, and resurrection. Cham story of the moon, death, and resurrection. With these African stories of the origin of death we may compare one told by the Fijians on the other side of the world. They say that once upon a time the moon contended that men should be like himself, for the Fijian moon seems to be a male, that is, he meant that just as he grows old, disappears, and comes in sight again, so men grown old should vanish for a while and then return to life. But the rat, who is a Fijian god, would not hear of it. "No," said he, "let men die like rats." And he had the best of it in the dispute, for men die like rats to this day. 73 In the Caroline Islands they say that long, long ago death was unknown, or rather it was a short sleep, not a long, long one, as it is now. Men died on the last day of the waning moon and came to life again on the first appearance of the new moon, just as if they had awakened from a refreshing slumber. But an evil spirit somehow contrived that when men slept the sleep of death they should wake no more. 70 For the Wotjobaluk of southeastern Australia relate that, when all animals were men and women, some of them died and the moon used to say, "You up again," whereupon they came to life again. But once on a time an old man said, "Let them remain dead," and since then nobody has ever come to life again except the moon, which still continues to do so down to this very day. 75 The Kams of Annam in Cambodia say that the goddess of good luck used to resuscitate people as fast as they died, till the sky god, tired of her constant interference with the laws of nature, transferred her to the moon, where it is no longer in her power to bring the dead to life again. 76 Cycle of death and resurrection after 3 days, like the monthly disappearance and reappearance of the moon. These stories, which associate human immortality with the moon, are products of a primitive philosophy which, meditating on the visible changes of the lunar orb, drew from the observation of its waning and waxing a dim notion that under a happier fate man might have been immortal like the moon, or rather that like it he might have undergone an endless cycle of death and resurrection, dying then rising again from the dead after 3 days. The same curious notion of death and resurrection after 3 days is entertained by the Unmatjara and Kadish, two savage tribes of Central Australia. They say that long ago their dead used to be buried either in trees or underground, and that after 3 days they regularly rose from the dead. The Kadish tell how this happy state of things came to an end. It was all through a man of the Curlew totem, who, finding some men of the Little Wallaby totem burying a little wallaby man, fell into a passion and kicked the body into the sea. Of course, after that the dead man could not come to life again, and that is why nowadays nobody rises from the dead after 3 days, as everybody used to do long ago. 77 Although no mention is made of the moon in this Australian story, we may conjecture that these savages, like the Nandi of East Africa, fixed upon 3 days as the normal interval between death and resurrection simply because 3 days is the interval between the disappearance of the old and the reappearance of the new moon. If that is so, the Aborigines of Central Australia may be added to the many races of mankind who have seen in the waning and waxing moon an emblem of human immortality. Some savages seem to think that serpents and all other animals, such as lizards, which periodically shed their skins, thereby renew their life and so never die. Hence they imagine that if man also could only cast his old skin and put on a new one, he too would be immortal like a serpent. Thus the Melanesians, who inhabit the coast of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, tell the following story of the origin of death. They say that Takambanana, the good spirit, loved men and wished to make them immortal, but he hated the serpents and wished to kill them. So he called his brother to Korvuvu and said to him, "Go to men and take them the secret of immortality. Tell them to cast their skin every year. So will they be protected from death, for their life will be constantly renewed. But tell the serpents that they must thenceforth die." But Korvuvu acquitted himself badly of his task, for he commanded men to die and betrayed to the serpents the secret of immortality. Since then all men have been mortal, but the serpents cast their skins every year and are immortal. 80 In this story we meet again with the incident of the reversed message. Through a blunder or through the malice of the messenger, the glad tidings of immortality are perverted into a melancholy message of death. A similar tale, with a similar incident, is told in Annam. They say that Nak Hong sent a messenger from heaven to men to say that when they had reached old age they should change their skins and live forever, but that when serpents grew old they must die. The messenger came down to earth and said, rightly enough, when man is old, he shall cast his skin, but when serpents are old, they shall die and be laid in coffins. So far, so good. But unfortunately there happened to be a brood of serpents within hearing, and when they heard the doom pronounced on their kind they fell into a fury and said to the messenger, "You must say it over again in just the contrary, or we will bite you." That frightened the messenger and he repeated his message, changing the words thus: "When he is old, the serpent shall cast his skin, but when he is old, man shall die and be laid in the coffin." That is why all creatures are now subject to death, except the serpent, who, when he is old, casts his skin and lives forever. 81 The natives of Wadam, an island in the Bismarck archipelago, say that a certain Takana Kanomianj bade 2 lads fetch fire, promising that if they did so they should never die, but that if they refused their bodies would perish, though their shades or souls would survive. They would not hearken to him, so he cursed them, saying, "What? You would all have lived. Now you shall die, though your soul shall live." But the iguana, Goniocephalus, and the lizard, Varanus indicus, and the snake, Enigris, they shall live, they shall cast their skin and they shall live forevermore. When the lads heard that, they wept, for bitterly they rued their folly in not going to fetch the fire for Takana Kanomianj. 82 Nia's story of immortality, the crab, and death. Arawak and Tamanaki are stories of immortality, the serpent, the lizard, the beetle, and death. Other peoples tell somewhat different stories to explain how men missed the boon of immortality and serpents acquired it. Thus the natives of Nias, an island off the coast of Sumatra, say that, when the earth was created, a certain being was sent down by God from heaven to put the last touches to the work of creation. He should have fasted for a month, but unable to withstand the pangs of hunger he ate some bananas. The choice of food was most unlucky, for had he only eaten river crabs instead of bananas men would have cast their skins like crabs and would never have died. 83 The Arawaks of British Guiana relate that once upon a time the Creator came down to earth to see how his creature man was getting on. But men were so wicked that they tried to kill him, so he deprived them of eternal life and bestowed it on the animals which renew their skin, such as serpents, lizards, and beetles. 84 A somewhat different version of the story is told by the Tamanakirs, an Indian tribe of the Orinoco. They say that after residing among them for some time the Creator took boat to cross to the other side of the great salt water from which he had come. Just as he was shoving off from the shore, he called out to them in a changed voice, "You will change your skins," by which he meant to say, "You will renew your youth like the serpents and the beetles." But unfortunately an old woman, hearing these words, cried out "Oh," in a tone of skepticism, if not of sarcasm, which so annoyed the Creator that he changed his tune at once and said testily, "Ye shall die. That is why we are all mortal." 85 Melanesian story of the old woman who renewed her youth by casting her skin. The natives of the Banks Islands and the New Hebrides believed that there was a time in the beginning of things when men never died but cast their skins like snakes and crabs and so renewed their youth. But the unhappy change to mortality came about at last, as it so often does in these stories, through an old woman. Having grown old, this Dane went to a stream to change her skin, and change it she did, for she stripped off her wizened old hide, cast it upon the waters, and watched it floating downstream till it caught on a stick. Then she went home a buxom young woman. But the child whom she had left at home did not know her and set up such a prodigious squalling that to quiet it the woman went straight back to the river, fished out her cast-off old skin, and put it on again. From that day to this people have ceased to cast their skins and to live forever. 86 The same legend of the origin of death has been recorded in the Shortlands Islands 87 and among the Kai of German New Guinea. 88 It is also told with some variations by the natives of the Admiralty Islands. They say that once on a time there was an old woman and she was frail. She had 2 sons, and they went a-fishing, and she herself went to bathe. She stripped off her wrinkled old skin and came forth as young as she had been long ago. Her sons came home from the fishing, and very much astonished were they to see her. The one said, "It is our mother," but the other said, "She may be your mother, but she shall be my wife." Their mother heard them and said, "What were you 2 saying?" The 2 said, "Nothing. We only said that you are our mother." "You are liars," said she, "I heard you both. If I had had my way, we should have grown to be old men and women, and then we should have cast our skin and been young men and young women. But you have had your way. We shall grow old men and old women and then we shall die." With that she fetched her old skin, and put it on, and became an old woman again. As for us, her descendants, we grow up and we grow old. And if it had not been for those 2 young men there would have been no end of our days, we should have lived forever and ever. 89 Samoan story of the shellfish, 2 torches, and death. The Samoans tell how the gods held a council to decide what was to be done with men. One of them said, "Bring men and let them cast their skin, and when they die, let them be turned to shellfish or to a coconut leaf torch, which when shaken in the wind blazes out again." But another god called Palsy, Supa, rose up and said, "Bring men and let them be like the candlenut torch, which when it is once out cannot be blown up again. Let the shellfish change their skin, but let men die." While they were debating, a heavy rain came on and broke up the meeting. As the gods ran for shelter to their houses, they cried, "Let it be according to the counsel of Palsy. Let it be according to the counsel of Palsy." So men died, but shellfish cast their skins. 94. The Banana Story. Poso story of immortality, the stone, the banana, and death. Mentra story of immortality, the banana, and death. The last type of tales of the origin of death which I shall notice is the one which I have called the banana type. We have already seen that according to the natives of Nias human mortality is all due to eating bananas instead of crabs. 91 A similar opinion is entertained by other people in that region of the world. Thus the natives of Poso, a district of central Celebes, say that in the beginning the sky was very near the earth, and that the Creator, who lived in it, used to let down his good gifts to men at the end of a rope. One day he thus lowered a stone, but our first father and mother would have none of it, and they called out to their Maker, "What have we to do with this stone? Give us something else." The Creator complied and hauled away at the rope. The stone mounted up and up till it vanished from sight. Presently the rope was seen coming down from heaven again, and this time there was a banana at the end of it instead of a stone. Our first parents ran at the banana and took it. Then there came a voice from heaven, saying, Because ye have chosen the banana, your life shall be like its life. When the banana tree has offspring, the parent stem dies, so shall ye die and your children shall step into your place. Had ye chosen the stone, your life would have been like the life of the stone, changeless and immortal. The man and his wife mourned over their fatal choice, but it was too late. That is how through the eating of a banana death came into the world. 92 The Mentras or Mantras, a shy tribe of savages in the jungles of the Malay Peninsula, alleged that in the early days of the world men did not die, but only grew thin at the waning of the moon and then waxed fat again as she waxed to the full. Thus there was no check whatever on the population, which increased to a truly alarming extent. So a son of the first man brought this state of things to his father's notice and asked him what was to be done. The first man said, Leave things as they are, but his younger brother, who took a more Malthusian view of the situation, said, No, let men die like the banana, leaving their offspring behind. The question was submitted to the Lord of the Underworld, and he decided in favor of death. Ever since then men have ceased to renew their youth like the moon and have died like the banana. 93 Primitive philosophy in the stories of the origin of death. Thus the three stories of the origin of death which I have called the moon type, the serpent type, and the banana type appear to be products of a primitive philosophy which sees a cheerful emblem of immortality in the waxing and waning moon and in the cast skins of serpents, but a sad emblem of mortality in the banana tree, which perishes as soon as it has produced its fruit. But, as I have already said, these types of stories do not exhaust the theories or fancies of primitive man on the question how death came into the world. I will conclude this part of my subject with some myths which do not fall under any of the preceding heads. Bonner's story of immortality, the tree, and death. Rivalry for the boon of immortality between men and animals that cast their skins, such as serpents and lizards. The Bonners of eastern Cochinchina say that in the beginning when people died they used to be buried at the foot of a tree called Long Blo, and that after a time they always rose from the dead, not as infants but as full-grown men and women. So the earth was peopled very fast, and all the inhabitants formed but one great town under the presidency of our first parents. In time men multiplied to such an extent that a certain lizard could not take his walks abroad without somebody treading on his tail. This vexed him, and the wily creature gave an insidious hint to the gravediggers. Why bury the dead at the foot of the Long Blo tree, said he, bury them at the foot of Long Kung, and they will not come to life again. Let them die outright and be done with it. The hint was taken, and from that day the dead have not come to life again. 94 In this story there are several points to be noticed. In the first place the tree Long Blo would seem to have been a tree of life, since all the dead who were buried at its foot came to life again. In the second place the lizard is here, as in so many African tales, the instrument of bringing death among men. Why was that so? We may conjecture that the reason is that the lizard like the serpent casts its skin periodically, from which primitive man might infer, as he infers with regard to serpents, that the creature renews its youth and lives forever. Thus all the myths which relate how a lizard or a serpent became the maleficent agent of human mortality may perhaps be referred to an old idea of a certain jealousy and rivalry between men and all creatures which cast their skin, notably serpents and lizards. We may suppose that in all such cases a story was told of a contest between man and his animal rivals for the possession of immortality, a contest in which, whether by mistake or by guile, the victory always remained with the animals, who thus became immortal, while mankind was doomed to mortality. Chingpa story of the origin of death. Australian story of the tree, the bat, and death. Fijian story of the origin of death. The Chingpas of Upper Burma say that death originated in a practical joke played by an old man who pretended to be dead in the ancient days when nobody really died. But the Lord of the Sun, who held the threads of all human lives in his hand, detected the fraud and in anger cut short the thread of life of the practical joker. Since then everybody else has died, the door for death to enter into the world was opened by the folly of that silly, though humorous, old man. 95 The natives about the Murray River in Australia used to relate how the first man and woman were forbidden to go near a tree in which a bat lived, lest they should disturb the creature. One day, however, the woman was gathering firewood and she went near the tree. The bat flew away, and after that death came into the world. 96 Some of the Fijians accounted for human mortality as follows. When the first man, the father of the human race, was being buried, a god passed by the grave and asked what it meant, for he had never seen a grave before. On learning from the bystanders that they had just buried their father, "Do not bury him," said he, dig the body up again. No, said they, we cannot do that. He has been dead 4 days and stinks. Not so, pleaded the god, dig him up, and I promise you that he will live again. Heedless of the divine promise, these primitive sextons persisted in leaving their dead father in the grave. Then said the god to these wicked men, by disobeying me you have sealed your own fate. Had you dug up your ancestor, you would have found him alive, and you yourselves, when you passed from this world, should have been buried, as bananas are, for the space of 4 days, after which you should have been dug up, not rotten, but ripe. But now, as a punishment for your disobedience, you shall die and rot. And still, when they hear this sad tale told, the Fijians say, oh that those children had dug up that body. 97 Admiralty Islanders' stories of the origin of death. The Admiralty Islanders tell various stories to explain why man is mortal. One of them has already been related. Here is another. A Sioux man went once to catch fish. A devil tried to devour him, but he fled into the forest and took refuge in a tree. The tree kindly closed on him so that the devil could not see him. When the devil was gone, the tree opened up and the man clambered down to the ground. Then said the tree to him, go to Sioux and bring me 2 white pigs. He went and found 2 pigs, one was white and one was black. He took chalk and chalked the black pig so that it was white. Then he brought them to the tree, but on the way the chalk fell off the black pig. And when the tree saw the white pig and the black pig, he chid the man and said, you are thankless. I was good to you. And evil will overtake you, you will die. The devil will fall upon you, and you will die. So it has been with us as it was with the man of Sioux. An evil overtakes us or a spirit falls upon us, and we die. If it had been as the tree said, we should not have died. 98 Another story told by the Admiralty Islanders to account for the melancholy truth of man's mortality runs thus. Kosi, the chief of Mokarang, was in his house. He was hungry. He said to his 2 sons, go and climb the breadfruit trees and bring the fruit, that we may eat them together and not die. But they would not. So he went himself and climbed the breadfruit tree. But the northwest wind blew a storm, it blew and threw him down. He fell and his body died, but his ghost went home. He went and sat in his house. He tied up his hair and he painted his face with red ochre. Now his wife and his 2 sons had gone after him into the wood. They went to fetch home the breadfruits. They came and saw Kosi, and he was dead. The 3 returned home, and there they saw the ghost of Kosi sitting in his house. They said, you there? Who's that dead at the foot of the breadfruit tree? Kosi, he is dead at the foot of the breadfruit tree. Kosi, he said, here am I. I did not fall. Perhaps somebody else fell down. I did not. Here I am. You're a liar, said they. I ain't, said he. Come, said they, we'll go and see. They went. Kosi, he jumped into his body. He died. They buried him. If his wife had behaved well, we should not die. Our body would die, but our ghost would go about always in the old home. 99 Stories of the Origin of Death, the Fatal Bundle or the Fatal Box. The Wemba of northern Rhodesia relate how God in the beginning created a man and a woman and gave them 2 bundles, in one of them was life and in the other death. Most unfortunately the man chose the little bundle of death. 100 The Cherokee Indians of North America say that a number of beings were engaged in the work of creation. The sun was made first. Now the creators intended that men should live forever. But when the sun passed over them in the sky, he told the people that there was not room enough for them all and that they had better die. At last the sun's own daughter, who was with the people on earth, was bitten by a snake and died. Then the sun repented him and said that men might live always, and he bade them take a box and go fetch his daughter's spirit in the box and bring it to her body, that she might live. But he charged them straitly not to open the box until they arrived at the dead body. However, moved by curiosity, they unhappily opened the box too soon, away flew the spirit, and all men have died ever since. 101 Some of the North American Indians informed the early Jesuit missionaries that a certain man had received the gift of immortality in a small packet from a famous magician named Mesu, who repaired the world after it had been seriously damaged by a great flood. In bestowing on the man this valuable gift, the magician strictly enjoined him on no account to open the packet. The man obeyed, and so long as the packet was unopened he remained immortal. But his wife was both curious and incredulous. She opened the packet to see what was in it, the precious contents flew away, and mankind has been subject to death ever since. 102 Baganda Story: How Death Came into the World Through the Forgetfulness and Imprudence of a Woman. As these American Indians tell how death came through the curiosity and incredulity of one woman, the Baganda of Central Africa relate how it came through the forgetfulness and imprudence of another. According to the Baganda, the first man who came to earth in Uganda was named Kintu. He brought with him one cow and lived on its milk, for he had no other food. But in time a woman named Nambi, a daughter of Gulu, the king of heaven, came down to earth with her brother or sister, and seeing Kintu she fell in love with him and wished to have him for her husband. But her proud father doubted whether Kintu was worthy of his daughter's hand, and accordingly he insisted on testing his future son-in-law before he would consent to the marriage. So he carried off Kintu's cow and put it among his own herds in heaven. When Kintu found that the cow was stolen, he was in a great rage, but hunger getting the better of anger, he made shift to live by peeling the bark of trees and gathering herbs and leaves, which he cooked and ate. In time his future wife Nambi happened to spy the stolen cow among her father's herds, and she told Kintu, who came to heaven to seek and recover the lost animal. His future father-in-law Gulu, Lord of Heaven, obliged him to submit to many tests designed to prove his fitness for marriage with the daughter of so exalted a being as the Lord of Heaven. All these tests Kintu successfully passed through. At last Gulu was satisfied, gave him his daughter Nambi to wife, and allowed him to return to earth with her. The coming of death. But Nambi had a brother and his name was Death, Walam. So before the Lord of Heaven sent her away with her husband he called them both to him and said, "You must hurry away before death comes, or he will wish to go with you. You must not let him do so, for he would only cause you trouble and unhappiness." To this his daughter agreed, and she went to pack up her things. She and her husband then took leave of the Lord of Heaven, who gave them at parting a piece of advice. "Be sure," said he, "if you have forgotten anything, not to come back for it, because, if you do, death will wish to go with you, and you must go without him." So off they set, the man and his wife, taking with them his cow and its calves, also a sheep, a goat, a fowl, and a banana tree. But on the way the woman remembered that she had forgotten the grain to feed the fowl, so she said to her husband, "I must go back for the grain to feed the fowl, or it will die." Her husband tried to dissuade her, but in vain. She said, "I will hurry back and get it without anyone seeing me." So back she went in an evil hour and said to her father the Lord of Heaven, "I have forgotten the grain for the fowl and I am come back to fetch it from the doorway where I put it." Her father said sadly, "Did I not tell you that you were not to return if you had forgotten anything, because your brother Death would wish to go with you? Now he will accompany you." The woman fled, but Death saw her and followed hard after her. When she rejoined her husband, he was angry, for he saw Death and said, "Why have you brought your brother with you? Who can live with him?" The importunity of death. When they reached the earth, Nambi planted her garden, and the bananas sprang up quickly and formed a grove. They lived happily for a time till one day Death came and asked for one of their daughters, that she might go away with him and be his cook. But the father said, "If the Lord of Heaven comes and asks me for one of my children, what am I to say? Shall I tell him that I have given her to you to be your cook?" Death was silent and went away. But he came back another day and asked again for a child to be his cook. When the father again refused, Death said, "I will kill your children." The father did not know what that meant, so he asked Death, "What is that you will do?" However, in a short time one of the children fell ill and died, and then another and another. So the man went to the Lord of Heaven and complained that Death was taking away his children one by one. The Lord of Heaven said, "Did I not tell you, when you were going away, to go at once with your wife and not to return if you had forgotten anything, but you let your wife return to fetch the grain? Now you have Death living with you. If you had obeyed me, you would have been free from him and not lost any of your children." The hunt for Death. However, the man pleaded with him, and the Lord Heaven at last consented to send Death's brother Kaikuzi to help the woman and to prevent Death from killing her children. So down came Kaikuzi to earth, and when he met his brother Death they greeted each other lovingly. Then Kaikuzi told Death that he had come to fetch him away from earth to heaven. Death was willing to go, but he said, "Let us take our sister too." "Nay," said his brother, "that cannot be, for she is a wife and must stay with her husband." The dispute waxed warm, Death insisting on carrying off his sister, and his brother refusing to allow him to do so. At last the brother angrily ordered Death to do as he was bid, and so saying he made as though he would seize him. But Death slipped from between his hands and fled into the earth. For a long time after that there was enmity between the two brothers. Kaikuzi tried in every way to catch Death, but Death always escaped. At last Kaikuzi told the people that he would have one final hunt for Death, and while the hunt was going on they must all stay in their houses. Not a man, a woman, a child, nor even an animal was to be allowed to pass the threshold, and if they saw Death passing the window, they were not to utter a cry of terror but to keep still. Well, for some days his orders were obeyed. Not a living soul, not an animal, stirred abroad. All without was solitude, all within was silence. Encouraged by the universal stillness, Death emerged from his lair, and his brother was just about to catch him, when some children, who had ventured out to herd their goats, saw Death and cried out. Death's good brother rushed to the spot and asked them why they had cried out. They said, "Because we saw Death." So his brother was angry because Death had again made good his escape into the earth, and he went to the first man and told him that he was weary of hunting Death and wished to return home to heaven. The first man thanked him kindly for all he had done, and said, "I fear there is nothing more to be done. We must only hope that Death will not kill all the people." It was a vain hope. Since then Death has lived on earth and killed everybody who was born into the world, and always, after the deed of murder is done, he escapes into the earth at Tanda in Singo. 103 In the preceding story Death is distinctly personified. Death personified in a West African story of the origin of Death. Death and the Spider and the Spider's Daughter. If this curious tale of the origin of Death reveals no very deep philosophy, it is at least interesting for the distinctness with which Death is conceived as a personal being, the son of the Lord of Heaven, the brother of the first man's wife. In this personification of Death the story differs from all the others which we have examined and marks an intellectual advance upon them, since the power of picturing abstract ideas to the mind with all the sharpness of outline and vividness of color which are implied by personification is a faculty above the reach of very low intelligences. It is not surprising that the Baganda should have attained to this power, for they are probably the most highly cultured and intellectual of all the many Bantu tribes of Africa. The same conception of Death as a person occurs in a story of the origin of Death which is told by the Hos, a Negro tribe in Togoland, a district of West Africa. These Hos belong to the U-speaking family of the true Negroes, who have reached a comparatively high level of barbarism in the notorious kingdom of Dahomey. The story which the Hos tell as to the origin of Death is as follows. Once upon a time there was a great famine in which even the hunters could find no flesh to eat. Then Death went and made a road as broad as from here to Sakode, and there he set many snares. Every animal that tried to pass that way fell into a snare. So Death had much flesh to eat. One day the spider came to Death and said to him, "You have so much meat," and she asked if she might have some to take home with her. Death gave her leave. So the spider made a basket as long as from Ho to Akavu, a distance of about 5 miles, crammed it full of meat, and dragged it home. In return for this bounty the spider gave Death her daughter Yisa to wife. So when Death had her for his wife, he gave her a hint. He said, "Don't walk on the broad road which I have made. Walk on the footpath which I have not made. When you go to the water, be sure to take none but the narrow way through the wood." Well, some time afterwards it had rained a little, the grass was wet, and Yisa wished to go to the watering place. When she tried to walk on the narrow path through the forest, the tall damp grass wet her through and through, so she thought to herself, "In future I will only go on the broad road." But scarce had she set foot on the beautiful broad road when she fell into a snare and died on the spot. When Death came to the snare and saw his wife in it dead, he cut her up into bits and toasted them on the fire. One day the spider paid a visit to her son-in-law Death, and he set a good meal before her. When she had eaten and drunk her fill and had got up to go home, she asked Death after her daughter. "If you take that meat from the fire," said Death, "you will see her." So the spider took the flesh from the fire and there, sure enough, she found her dead daughter. Then she went home in great wrath and whetted her knife till it was so sharp that a fly lighting on the edge was cut in two. With that knife she came back to attack Death. But Death shot an arrow at her. She dodged it, and the arrow whizzed past her and set all the forest on fire. Then the spider flung her sharp knife at Death, but it missed him and only sliced off the tops of the palms and all the other trees of the wood. Seeing that her stroke had failed, the spider fled away home and shut herself up in her house. But death waited for her on the edge of the town to kill her as soon as she ventured out. Next morning some women came out of the town to draw water at the watering place, and as they went they talked with one another. But death shot an arrow among them and killed several. The rest ran away home and said, "So and so is dead." Then death came and looked at the bodies and said, "That is my game. I need go no more into the wood to hunt." That is how death came into the world. If the spider had not done what she did, nobody would ever have died. 104 Death personified in a Melanesian story of the origin of death. Again, the Melanesians of the Banks Islands tell a story of the origin of death, in which that grim power is personified. They say that death, mate, used to live underground in a shadowy realm called Panoi, while men on earth changed their skins like serpents and so renewing their youth lived forever. But a practical inconvenience of immortality was that property never changed hands, newcomers had no chance, everything was monopolized by the old stagers. To remedy this state of things and secure a more equitable distribution of property, death was induced to emerge from the lower world and to appear on earth among men. He came relying on an assurance that no harm would be done him. Well, when they had him, they laid him out on a board, covered him with a pall as if he were a corpse, and then proceeded with great gusto to divide his property and eat the funeral feast. On the 5th day they blew the conch shell to drive away the ghost, as usual, and lifted the pall to see what had become of death. But there was no death there, he had absconded, leaving only his skeleton behind. They naturally feared that he had made off with an intention to return to his home underground, which would have been a great calamity, for if there were no death on earth, how could men die and how could other people inherit their property? The idea was intolerable, so to cut off the retreat of the fugitive, the fool was set to do sentinel duty at the parting of the ways, where one road leads down to the underworld, death's home, and the other leads up to the upper world, the abode of the living. Here accordingly the fool was stationed with strict orders to keep his eye on death if he should attempt to sneak past him and return to the netherworld. However, the fool, like a fool as he was, sat watching the road to the upper world, and death slipped behind him and so made good his retreat. Since then all men have followed death down that fatal path. 105 Thus according to savages death is not a necessary part of the order of nature. A similar view is held by some eminent modern biologists. So much for savage stories of the origin of death. They all imply a belief that death is not a necessary part of the order of nature, but that it originated in a pure mistake or misdeed of some sort on somebody's part, and that we should all have lived happy and immortal if it had not been for that disastrous blunder or crime. Thus the tales reflect the same frame of mind which I illustrated in the last lecture, when I shewed that many savages still to this day believe all men to be naturally immortal and death to be nothing but an effect of sorcery. In short, whether we regard the savage's attitude to death at the present day or his ideas as to its origin in the remote past, we must conclude that primitive man cannot reconcile himself to the notion of death as a natural and necessary event. He persists in regarding it as an accidental and unnecessary disturbance of the proper order of nature. To a certain extent, perhaps, in these crude speculations he has anticipated certain views of modern biology. Thus it has been maintained by Professor August Weismann that death is not a natural necessity, that many of the lowest species of living animals do in fact live forever, and that in the higher animals the custom of dying has been introduced in the course of evolution for the purpose of thinning the population and preventing the degeneration of the species, which would otherwise follow through the gradual and necessary deterioration of the immortal individuals, who, though they could not die, might yet sustain much bodily damage through hard knocks and the hurly-burly of eternal existence on earth. Weismann's view that death is not a natural necessity but an adaptation acquired in the course of evolution for the advantage of the race. On this subject I will quote some sentences from Professor Weismann's essay on the duration of life. He says, "The necessity of death has been hitherto explained as due to causes which are inherent in organic nature, and not to the fact that it may be advantageous. I do not, however, believe in the validity of this explanation. I consider that death is not a primary necessity, but that it has been secondarily acquired as an adaptation. I believe that life is endowed with a fixed duration, not because it is contrary to its nature to be unlimited, but because the unlimited existence of individuals would be a luxury without any corresponding advantage. The above-mentioned hypothesis upon the origin and necessity of death leads me to believe that the organism did not finally cease to renew the worn-out cell material because the nature of the cells did not permit them to multiply indefinitely, but because the power of multiplying indefinitely was lost when it ceased to be of use. John Hunter, supported by his experiments on anabiosis, hoped to prolong the life of man indefinitely by alternate freezing and thawing, and the Veronese kernel Ales. Guagino made his contemporaries believe that a race of men existed in Russia, of which the individuals died regularly every year on the 27th of November, and returned to life on the 24th of the following April. There cannot, however, be the least doubt that the higher organisms, as they are now constructed, contain within themselves the germs of death. The question, however, arises as to how this has come to pass, and I reply that death is to be looked upon as an occurrence which is advantageous to the species as a concession to the outer conditions of life, and not as an absolute necessity, essentially inherent in life itself. Death, that is the end of life, is by no means, as is usually assumed, an attribute of all organisms. An immense number of low organisms do not die, although they are easily destroyed, being killed by heat, poisons, etc. As long, however, as those conditions which are necessary for their life are fulfilled, they continue to live, and they thus carry the potentiality of unending life in themselves. I am speaking not only of the amoebae and the low unicellular algae, but also of far more highly organized unicellular animals, such as the infusoria. 106 Similar view expressed by Alfred Russel Wallace. A similar suggestion that death is not a natural necessity but an innovation introduced for the good of the breed, has been made by our eminent English biologist, Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace. He says, if individuals did not die they would soon multiply inordinately and would interfere with each other's healthy existence. Food would become scarce, and hence the larger individuals would probably decompose or diminish in size. The deficiency of nourishment would lead to parts of the organism not being renewed, they would become fixed, and liable to more or less slow decomposition as dead parts within a living body. The smaller organisms would have a better chance of finding food, the larger ones less chance. That one which gave off several small portions to form each a new organism would have a better chance of leaving descendants like itself than one which divided equally or gave off a large part of itself. Hence it would happen that those which gave off very small portions would probably soon after cease to maintain their own existence while they would leave a numerous offspring. This state of things would be in any case for the advantage of the race, and would therefore, by natural selection, soon become established as the regular course of things, and thus we have the origin of old age, decay, and death, for it is evident that when one or more individuals have provided a sufficient number of successors they themselves, as consumers of nourishment in a constantly increasing degree, are an injury to their successors. Natural selection therefore weeds them out, and in many cases favors such races as die almost immediately after they have left successors. Many moths and other insects are in this condition, living only to propagate their kind and then immediately dying, some not even taking any food in the perfect and reproductive state. 107 Savages and some men of science agree that death is not a natural necessity. Thus it appears that two of the most eminent biologists of our time agree with savages in thinking that death is by no means a natural necessity for all living beings. They only differ from savages in this, that whereas savages look upon death as the result of a deplorable accident, our men of science regard it as a beneficent reform instituted by nature as a means of adjusting the numbers of living beings to the quantity of the food supply, and so tending to the improvement and therefore on the whole to the happiness of the species. Footnote 57, Return, H. Callaway, The Religious System of the Amazulu, Part 1, pages 1, 3 square, Part 2. Page 138, Reverend L. Grout, Zululand, or Life Among the Zulu Kaffirs, Philadelphia, N.D., pages 148 square, Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 76 square. Compare A. F. A. Gardiner, Narrative of a Journey to the Zulu Country, London, 1836, pages 178 square, T. R. Busset F. Damas, Relation d'un voyage d'exploration au nord-est de la colonie du Cap de Bonne-Espérance, Paris, 1842, page 472, Reverend J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal and the Zulu Country, London, 1857, page 159, W. H. I. Bleek, Reynard the Fox in South Africa, London, 1864, page 74, D. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas, 2nd edition, Edinburgh, 1875, page 209, F. Speckman, Die Hermannsburger Mission in Africa, Hermannsburg, 1876, page 164. Footnote 58, Return, J. Chapman, Travels in the Interior of South Africa, London, 1868, I. 47. Footnote 59, return, E. Casales, The Basutos, London, 1861, page 242, E. Jacatet, The Treasury of Basuto Lore, Emerija, Basutoland, 1908, pages 46 SQQ. Footnote 60, return, H. A. Junid, Les Barong and Neuchâtel, 1898, pages 401 square. Footnote 61, return, W. Elmsley, Among the Wild Ngoni, Edinburgh and London, 1899, page 70. Footnote 62, return, H. E. Junid and W. Elmsley, LLCC. Footnote 63, return, C. W. Hobley, Ethnology of Akamba and Other East African Tribes, Cambridge, 1910, pages 107 to 109. Footnote 64, return, Father Muller, Die Religion in Togos and Einzeldarstellungen, Anthropos, 2. 1907, page 203. In a version of the story reported from Calabar, a sheep appears as the messenger of mortality, while a dog is the messenger of immortality, or rather of resurrection. See Calabar Stories, Journal of the African Society, No. 18, January 1906, page 194. Footnote 65, return, E. Paragos, Chez Lesicanti, Neuchâtel, 1906, pages 198 square. Footnote 66, return, E. Paragos, opposite page 199. Footnote 67, return, Sir J. A. Alexander, Expedition of Discovery into the Interior of Africa, London, 1838, I. 169, C. J. Anderson, Lake Ngami, 2nd edition, London, 1856, pages 328 square. W. H. I. Bleek, Reynard the Fox in South Africa, London, 1864, pages 71 to 73, T. H. Hahn, Sunigom, The Supreme Being of the Khoyi Khoyi, London, 1881, page 52. Footnote 68, return, W. H. I. Bleek, A Brief Account of Bushman Folklore, London, 1875, pages 9 square. Footnote 69, return, W. H. I. Bleek, Reynard the Fox in South Africa, pages 69 square. Footnote 70, return, Asia Hollis, The Maasai, Oxford, 1905, pages 271 square. Footnote 71, return, C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, page 98. Footnote 72, return, Captain W. E. H. Barrett, Notes on the Customs and Beliefs of the Wajiriyama, etc., British East Africa, Journal of the Art Anthropological Institute, Zli. 1911, page 37. Footnote 73, return, T. H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2nd edition, London, 1860, I. 205. Footnote 74, return, Lettres Edifiantes et Curieuses, Nouvelle edition, 15. Paris, 1781, pages 305 SQ. Footnote 75, return, W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, London, 1904, pages 428 square. Footnote 76, return, Antoine Cabatin, Nouvelles Recherches sur les Cams, Paris, 1901, pages 18 square. Footnote 77, return, Baldwin Spencer and F. J. Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1904, pages 513 square. Footnote 78, return, Father G. Buscana, Chinich, in Life in California, by an American, A. Robinson, New York, 1846, pages 298 square. Footnote 79, return, Marola. Voyage to Congo, in J. Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, 16. London, 1814, page 273. Footnote 80, return, P. A. Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbinsel, Hiltrup bei Munster, N.D., page 334. Footnote 81, return, Atlantis, Contes de Legends Anamites, Cochinchine Français, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 25, Saigon, 1886, pages 108 square. Footnote 82, return, Otto Meyer, Mythen und Erzelungen von der Insel Wadam, Bismarck Archipel, Sudsey, Anthropos, v. 1910, page 724. Footnote 83, return, H. Sunderman, Die Insel Nias und die Mission Daselbst, Allgemeine Mission Zeitschrift, 11. 1884, page 451, E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio Aeneas, Milan, 1890, page 295. Footnote 84, return, R. Stomberg, Reisen in British Guiana, Leipzig, 1847 to 1848, 2. 319, footnote 85, return, Art Scomberg, opposite 2. 320 and footnote 86, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, page 265, W. Gray, Some Notes on the Tenese, International's Archive for Ethnography, 7. 1894, page 232. Footnote 87, return, see Rib, Zweijar unter den Kannibalen der Salomoenseln, Dresden Blasewitz, 1903, page 148. Footnote 88, return, Ch. Kieser, Aus dem Leben der Kalut, in Arenohaus's Deutsch New Guinea, Berlin, 1911, 3. 161 square. Footnote 89, return, Joseph Meyer, Mything und Sagen der Admiralität Sinchelaner, Anthropos, 3. 1908, page 193. Footnote 90, return, George Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, page 365, George Turner, LLD, Samoa, London, 1884, pages 8 square. Footnote 91, return, see above, page 70. Footnote 92, return, A.C. Kruijst, De Legend in der Posoalforen Ongen de Eerste Menschen, Mededelingen van Wedge het Nederlandsk Zendelingenutschap, 38. 1894, page 340. Footnote 93, return, D.F. Hervey, The Mentor Traditions, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 10, December 1882, page 190, W. W. Skeeton C. O. Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula, London, 1906, 2. 337 square. Footnote 94, return, Gerlach, Warzite Superstitions de Sauvages Bonnars, Missions Catholiques, 19. 1887, page 479. Footnote 95, return, Sir J.G. Scott and J.P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, Part 1, Volume 1, Rangoon, 1900, pages 408 square. Footnote 96, return, R. Brough Smith, The Aborigines of Victoria, Melbourne and London, 1878, I. 428. On this narrative the author remarks, this story appears to bear too close a resemblance to the biblical account of the fall. Is it genuine or not? Mr. Bulmer admits that it may have been invented by the Aborigines after they had heard something of scripture history. Footnote 97, return, T.H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2nd edition, London, 1860, I. 204 square. For another Fijian story of the origin of death, see above, page 67. Footnote 98, return, Joseph Meyer, Mything und Sagen der Admiralität Sinchelaner, Anthropos, 3. 1908, page 194. Footnote 99, return, Joseph Meyer, opposite pages 194 square. Footnote 100, return, see Goldsbury and H. Sheen, The Great Plateau of Northern Rhodesia, London, 1911, pages 80 square. A like tale is told by the Bololo of the Upper Congo. See Folklore, 12. 1901, page 461, and below, page 472. Footnote 101, return, J. Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part 1, Washington, 1900, page 436, quoting the Payne manuscript, of date about 1835. Compare ID. Pages 252 to 254, 436 square. Footnote 102, return, Relations to Jesuits, 1634, page 13, Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. Footnote 103, return, Sir Harry Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1904, 2. 700 to 705, the story was taken down by Mr. J. F. Cunningham, Reverend J. Roscoe, The Baganda, London, 1911, pages 460 to 464. The story is briefly told by Mr. L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 439 square. Footnote 104, return, J. Spieth, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 590 to 593. Footnote 105, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 265 square. Footnote 106, return, at Weismann, Essays upon Heredity and Kindred Biological Problems, Volume 1, Oxford, 1891, pages 25 square. Footnote 107, return, at R. Wallace, quoted in at Weismann's Essays upon Heredity, at Oxford, 1891, page 24. Note. Lecture for the Belief in Immortality among the Aborigines of Central Australia. Proposed survey of the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead, as these are found among the various races of men, beginning with the lowest savages. In previous lectures we have considered the ideas which savages in general entertain of death and its origin. Today we begin our survey of the beliefs and practices of particular races in regard to the dead. I propose to deal separately with some of the principal races of men and to shew in detail how the belief in human immortality and the worship of the dead, to which that belief naturally gives rise, have formed a more or less important element of their religion. And in order to trace as far as possible the evolution of that worship in history, I shall begin with the lowest savages about whom we possess accurate information, and shall pass from them to higher races until, if time permitted, we might come to the civilized nations of antiquity and of modern times. In this way, by comparing the ideas and practices of peoples on different planes of culture, we may be able approximately to reconstruct or represent to ourselves with a fair degree of probability the various stages through which this particular phase of religion may be supposed to have passed in the great civilized races before the dawn of history. Of course, all such reconstructions must be more or less conjectural. In the absence of historical documents, that is inevitable, but our reconstruction will be more or less probable according to the degree in which the corresponding stages of evolution are found to resemble or differ from each other in the various races of men. If we find that tribes at approximately the same level of culture in different parts of the world have approximately the same religion, we may fairly infer that religion is in a sense a function of culture, and therefore that all races which have traversed the same stages of culture in the past have traversed also the same stages of religion, in short that, allowing for many minor variations, which flow inevitably from varying circumstances such as climate, soil, racial temperament, and so forth, the course of religious development has on the whole been uniform among mankind. This inquiry may be called the embryology of religion, inasmuch as it seeks to do for the development of religion what embryology in the strict sense of the word attempts to do for the development of life. And just as biology or the science of life naturally begins with the study of the lowest sorts of living beings, the humble protozoa, so we shall begin our inquiry with a study of the lowest savages of whom we possess a comparatively full and accurate record, namely, the Aborigines of Australia. Savagery, a case not of degeneracy but of arrested or rather retarded development. At the outset, I would ask you to bear in mind that, so far as evidence allows us to judge, savagery in all its phases appears to be nothing but a case of arrested or rather retarded development. The old view that savages have degenerated from a higher level of culture, on which their forefathers once stood, is destitute alike of evidence and of probability. On the contrary, the information which we possess as to the lower races, meager and fragmentary as it unfortunately is, all seems to point to the conclusion that on the whole even the most savage tribes have reached their low level of culture from one still lower, and that the upward movement, though so slow as to be almost imperceptible, has yet been real and steady up to the point where savagery has come into contact with civilization. The moment of such contact is a critical one for the savages. If the intellectual, moral, and social interval which divides them from the civilized intruders exceeds a certain degree, then it appears that sooner or later the savages must inevitably perish. The shock of collision with a stronger race is too violent to be withstood, the weaker goes to the wall and is shattered. But if on the other hand the breach between the two conflicting races is not so wide as to be impassable, there is a hope that the weaker may assimilate enough of the higher culture of the other to survive. It was so, for example, with our barbarous forefathers in contact with the ancient civilizations of Greece and Rome, and it may be so in future with some, for example, of the black races of the present day in contact with European civilization. Time will shew. But among the savages who cannot permanently survive the shock of collision with Europe may certainly be numbered the Aborigines of Australia. They are rapidly dwindling and wasting away, and before very many years have passed it is probable that they will be extinct like the Tasmanians, who, so far as we can judge from the miserably imperfect records of them which we possess, appear to have been savages of an even lower type than the Australians, and therefore to have been still less able to survive in the struggle for existence with their vigorous European rivals. Physical causes which have retarded progress in Australia. The causes which have retarded progress in Australia and kept the Aboriginal population at the lowest level of savagery appear to be mainly two, namely, first, the geographical isolation and comparatively small area of the continent, and, second, the barren and indeed desert nature of a great part of its surface, for the combined effect of these causes has been, by excluding foreign competitors and seriously restricting the number of competitors at home, to abate the rigor of competition and thereby to restrain the action of one of the most powerful influences which make for progress. In other words, elements of weakness have been allowed to linger on, which under the sterner conditions of life entailed by fierce competition would long ago have been eliminated and have made way for elements better adapted to the environment. What is true of the human inhabitants of Australia in this respect is true also of its fauna and flora. It has long been recognized that the animals and plants of Australia represent on the whole more archaic types of life than the animals and plants of the larger continents, and the reason why these antiquated creatures have survived there rather than elsewhere is mainly that, the area of competition being so much restricted through the causes I have mentioned, these comparatively weak forms of animal and vegetable life have not been killed off by stronger competitors. That this is the real cause appears to be proved by the rapidity with which many animals and plants introduced into Australia from Europe tend to overrun the country and to oust the old native fauna and flora. 108 In the centre of Australia, the natural conditions of life are most unfavourable, hence the central Aborigines have remained in a more primitive state than those of the coasts, where food and water are more plentiful. I have said that among the causes which have kept the Aborigines of Australia at a very low level of savagery must be reckoned the desert nature of a great part of the country. Now it is the interior of the continent which is the most arid, waste, and barren. The coasts are comparatively fertile, for they are watered by showers condensed from an atmosphere which is charged with moisture by the neighboring sea, and this condensation is greatly facilitated in the southeastern and eastern parts of the continent by a high range of mountains which here skirts the coast for a long distance, attracting the moisture from the ocean and precipitating it in the form of snow and rain. Thus the vegetation and hence the supply of food, both animal and vegetable, in these well-watered portions of the continent are varied and plentiful. In striking contrast with the fertility and abundance of these favored regions are the stony plains and bare rocky ranges of the interior, where water is scarce, vegetation scanty, and animal life at certain seasons of the year can only with difficulty be maintained. It would be no wonder if the natives of these arid sun-scorched wildernesses should have lagged behind even their savage brethren of the coasts in respect of material and social progress, and in fact there are many indications that they have done so. In other words, that the Aborigines of the more fertile districts near the sea have made a greater advance towards civilization than the tribes of the desert interior. This is the view of men who have studied the Australian savages most deeply at first hand, and, so far as I can judge of the matter without any such first-hand acquaintance, I entirely agree with their opinion. I have given my reasons elsewhere and shall not repeat them here. All that I wish to impress on you now is that in Aboriginal Australia a movement of social and intellectual progress, slow but perceptible, appears to have been setting from the coast inwards, and that, so far as such things can be referred to physical causes, this particular movement in Australia would seem to have been initiated by the sea acting through an abundant rainfall and a consequent abundant supply of food. 109 Backward state of the Central Australian Aborigines. They have no idea of a moral supreme being. Accordingly, in attempting to give you some account of the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the various races of mankind, I propose to begin with the natives of Central Australia, first, because the Australian Aborigines are the most primitive savages about whom we have full and accurate information, and, second, because among these primitive savages the inhabitants of the central deserts are on the whole the most primitive. Like their brethren in the rest of the continent, they were in their native condition absolutely ignorant of metals and of agriculture. They had no domestic animals except the dog, and they subsisted wholly by the products of the chase and the natural fruits, roots, and seeds, which the ground yielded without cultivation of any sort. In regard to their intellectual outlook upon the world, they were deeply imbued, as I shewed in a former lecture, with a belief in magic, but it can hardly be said that they possessed any religion in the strict sense of the word, by which I mean a propitiation of real or imaginary powers regarded as personal beings superior to man. Certainly the Australian Aborigines appear to have believed in no beings who deserve to be called gods. On this subject Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, our best authorities on these tribes, observe as follows: the Central Australian natives, and this is true of the tribes extending from Lake Eyre in the south to the far north and eastwards across to the Gulf of Carpentaria, have no idea whatever of the existence of any supreme being who is pleased if they follow a certain line of what we call moral conduct and displeased if they do not do so. They have not the vaguest idea of a personal individual other than an actual living member of the tribe who approves or disapproves of their conduct, so far as anything like what we call morality is concerned. Any such idea as that of a future life of happiness or the reverse, as a reward for meritorious or as a punishment for blameworthy conduct, is quite foreign to them. We know of no tribe in which there is a belief of any kind in a supreme being who rewards or punishes the individual according to his moral behavior, using the word moral in the native sense. 110 Central Australian theory that the souls of the dead survive and are afterwards reborn as infants. But if the Aborigines of Central Australia have no religion properly so called, they entertain beliefs and they observe practices out of which under favourable circumstances a religion might have been developed, if its evolution had not been arrested by the advent of Europeans. Among these elements of natural religion, one of the most important is the theory which these savages hold as to the existence and nature of the dead. That theory is a very remarkable one. With a single exception, which I shall mention presently, they unanimously believe that death is not the end of all things for the individual, but that the human personality survives, apparently with little change, in the form of a spirit, which may afterwards be reborn as a child into the world. In fact, they think that every living person without exception is the reincarnation of a dead person who lived on Earth a longer or shorter time ago. This belief is held universally by the tribes which occupy an immense area of Australia from the centre northwards to the Gulf of Carpentaria. 111. The single exception to which I have referred is furnished by the Nanji, a fierce and wild-looking tribe who eat their dead enemies and perhaps also their dead friends. 112. These savages deny that women have spirits which live after death. When a woman dies, that, they say, is the end of her. On the other hand, the spirit of a dead man, in their opinion, survives and goes to and fro on the earth, visiting the places where his forefathers camped in days of old and destined to be born again of a woman at some future time, when the rains have fallen and bleached his bones. 113. But why these primitive philosophers should deny the privilege of immortality to women and reserve it exclusively for men, is not manifest. All other Central Australian tribes appear to admit the rights of women equally with the rights of men in a life beyond the grave. Central Australian theory as to the state of the dead. Certain conspicuous features of the landscape supposed to be tenanted by the souls of the dead waiting to be born again. With regard to the state of the souls of the dead in the intervals between their successive reincarnations, the opinions of the Central Australian savages are clear and definite. Most civilized races who believe in the immortality of the soul have found themselves compelled to confess that, however immortal the spirits of the departed may be, they do not present themselves commonly to our eyes or ears, nor meddle much with the affairs of the living. Hence the survivors have for the most part inferred that the dead do not hover invisible in our midst, but that they dwell somewhere, far away, in the height of heaven, or in the depth of earth, or in islands of the blessed, beyond the sea where the sun goes down. Not so with the simple aborigines of Australia. They imagine that the spirits of the dead continue to haunt their native land, and especially certain striking natural features of the landscape. It may be a pool of water in a deep gorge of the barren hills, or a solitary tree in the sun-baked plains, or a great rock that affords a welcome shade in the sultry noon. Such spots are thought to be tenanted by the souls of the departed waiting to be born again. There they lurk, constantly on the lookout for passing women into whom they may enter, and from whom in due time they may be born as infants. It matters not whether the woman be married or unmarried, a matron or a maid, a blooming girl or a withered hag, any woman may conceive directly by the entrance into her of one of these disembodied spirits, but the natives have shrewdly observed that the spirits shew a decided preference for plump young women. Hence when such a damsel is passing near a plot of haunted ground, if she does not wish to become a mother, she will disguise herself as an aged crone and hobble past, saying in a thin cracked voice, "Don't come to me. I am an old woman." Such spots are often stones, which the natives call child stones because the souls of the dead are there lying in wait for women in order to be born as children. One such stone, for example, may be seen in the land of the Arunta tribe near Alice Springs. It projects to a height of 3 feet from the ground among the mulga scrub, and there is a round hole in it through which the souls of dead plum tree people are constantly peeping, ready to pounce out on a likely damsel. Again, in the territory of the Warramunga tribe, the ghosts of black snake people are supposed to gather in the rocks round certain pools or in the gum trees which border the generally dry bed of a watercourse. No Warramunga woman would dare to strike one of these trees with an axe, because she is firmly convinced that in doing so she would set free one of the lurking black snake spirits, who would immediately dart into her body. They think that the spirits are no larger than grains of sand and that they make their way into women through the navel. Nor is it merely by direct contact with one of these repositories of souls, nor yet by passing near it, that women may be gotten with child against their wish. The Arunta believe that any malicious man may by magic cause a woman or even a child to become a mother. He has only to go to one of the child stones and rub it with his hands, muttering the words, "Plenty of young women." You look and go quickly. 114. As a rule, only the souls of persons of one particular totemic clan are thought to congregate in one place. A remarkable feature in these gathering places of the dead remains to be noticed. The society at each of them is very select. The ghosts are very clannish. As a rule none but people of one particular totemic clan are supposed to foregather at any one place. For example, we have just seen that in the Arunta tribe the souls of dead people of the plum tree totem congregate at a certain stone in the mulga scrub, and that in the Warramunga tribe the spirits of deceased persons who had black snakes for their totem haunt certain gum trees. The same thing applies to most of the other haunts of the dead in Central Australia. Whether the totem was a kangaroo or an emu, a rat or a bat, a hawk or a cockatoo, a bee or a fly, a yam or a grass seed, the sun or the moon, fire or water, lightning or the wind, it matters not what the totem was, only the ghosts of people of one totemic clan meet for the most part in one place. Thus one rock will be tenanted by the spirits of kangaroo folk only, and another by spirits of emu folk only. One waterpool will be the home of dead rat people alone, and another the haunt of none but dead bat people, and so on with most of the other abodes of the souls. However, in the Yurubana tribe the ghosts are not so exclusive, some of them consent to share their abode with people of other totems. For example, a certain pool of water is haunted by the spirits of folk who in their lifetime had for their totems respectively the emu, rain, and a certain grub. On the other hand, a group of granite boulders is inhabited only by the souls of persons of the pigeon totem. 115 Totemism defined. Perhaps for the sake of some of my hearers I should say a word as to the meaning of totems and totemism. The subject is a large one and is still under discussion. For our present purpose it is not necessary that I should enter into details, I will therefore only say that a totem is commonly a class of natural objects, usually a species of animals or plants, with which a savage identifies himself in a curious way, imagining that he himself and his kinsfolk are for all practical purposes kangaroos or emus, rats or bats, hawks or cockatoos, yams or grass seed, and so on, according to the particular class of natural objects which he claims as his totem. The origin of this remarkable identification of men with animals, plants, or other things is still much debated. My own view is that the key to the mystery is furnished by the Australian beliefs as to birth and rebirth which I have just described to you, but on that subject I will not now dwell. 116 All that I ask you to remember is that in Central Australia there is no general gathering place for the spirits of the departed. The souls are sorted out more or less strictly according to their totems and dwell apart each in their own little preserve or preserves, on which ghosts of other totems are supposed seldom or never to trespass. Thus the whole countryside is dotted at intervals with these spiritual parks or reservations, which are respected by the natives as the abodes of their departed kinsfolk. In size they vary from a few square yards to many square miles. 117 Traditionary origin of the local totem centers, Oknanakilla, where the souls of the dead are supposed to assemble. The sacred sticks or stones, chiringa, which the totemic ancestors carried about with them. The way in which these spiritual preserves originated is supposed to be as follows. In the earliest days of which the Aborigines retain a tradition, and to which they give the name of the Alchiringa or Dreamtimes, their remote ancestors roamed about the country in bands, each band composed of people of the same totem. Thus one band would consist of frog people only, another of witchetty grub people only, another of Hakea flower people only, and so on. Now in regard to the nature of these remote totemic ancestors of the Alchiringa or Dreamtimes, the ideas of the natives are very hazy. They do not in fact clearly distinguish their human from their totemic nature. In speaking, for example, of a man of the kangaroo totem they seem unable to discriminate sharply between the man and the animal. Perhaps we may say that what is before their mind is a blurred image, a sort of composite photograph, of a man and a kangaroo in one. The man is semi-bestial, the kangaroo is semi-human. And similarly with their ancestors of all other totems, if the particular ancestors, for example, had the bean tree for their totem, then their descendants in thinking of them might, like the blind man in the Gospel, see in their mind's eye men walking like trees and trees perambulating like men. Now each of these semi-human ancestors is thought to have carried about with him on his peregrinations one or more sacred sticks or stones of a peculiar pattern, to which the Arunta give the name of chiringa. They are for the most part oval or elongated and flattened stones or slabs of wood, varying in length from a few inches to over 5 feet, and inscribed with a variety of patterns which represent or have reference to the totems. But the patterns are purely conventional, consisting of circles, curved lines, spirals, and dots with no attempt to represent natural objects pictorially. Each of these sacred stones or sticks was intimately associated with the spirit part of the man or woman who carried it, for women as well as men had their chiringa. When these semi-human ancestors died, they went into the ground, leaving their sacred stones or sticks behind them on the spot, and in every case some natural feature arose to mark the place. It might be a tree, a rock, a pool of water, or what not. The memory of all such spots has been carefully preserved and handed down from generation to generation by the old men, and it is to these spots that down to the present day the souls of all the dead regularly repair in order to await reincarnation. The Arunta call the places Oknanakilla, and we may call them local totem centers, because they are the centers where the spirits of the departed assemble according to their totems. 118 Every living person has also his or her sacred stick or stone, charinga, with which his or her spirit is closely bound up. But it is not merely the remote forefathers of the Central Australian savages who are said to have been possessed of these sacred sticks or stones. Every man and woman who was born into the world has one of them, with which his or her spirit is believed to be closely bound up. This is intelligible when we remember that every living person is believed to be simply the reincarnation of an ancestor, for that being so he naturally comes to life with all the attributes which belong to him in his previous state of existence on earth. The notion of the natives is that when a spirit child enters into a woman to be born, he immediately drops his sacred stick or stone on the spot, which is necessarily one of what we have called the local totem centers, since in the opinion of the natives it is only at or near them that a woman can conceive a child. Hence when her child is born, the woman tells her husband the place where she fancies that the infant entered into her, and he goes with some old men to find the precious object, the stick or stone dropped by the spirit of the infant when it entered into the mother. If it cannot be found, the men cut a wooden one from the nearest hardwood tree, and this becomes the sacred stick or charinga of the newborn child. The exact spot, whether a tree or a stone or what not, in which the child's spirit is supposed to have tarried in the interval between its incarnations, is called its nanja tree or stone or what not. A definite relation is supposed to exist between each individual and his nanja tree or stone. The tree or stone and any animal or bird that lights upon it is sacred to him and may not be molested. A native has been known earnestly to intercede with a white man to spare a tree because it was his nanja or birth tree, and he feared that evil would befall him if it were cut down. 119 Sanctity of the charinga. Thus in these Central Australian tribes every man, woman, and child has his or her sacred birthstone or stick. But though every woman, like every man, has her sacred birthstone or stick, she is never allowed to see it under pain of death or of being blinded with a fire stick. Indeed, none but old women are aware even of the existence of such things. Uninitiated men are likewise forbidden under the same severe penalties ever to look upon these most sacred objects. 120 The sanctity ascribed to the sticks and stones is intelligible when we remember that the spirits of all the people both living and dead are believed to be intimately associated with them. Each of them, we are told, is supposed to be so closely bound up with a person's spirit that it may be regarded as his or her representative, and those of dead people are believed to be endowed with the attributes of their former owners and actually to impart them to anyone who happens to carry them about with him. Hence these apparently insignificant sticks and stones are, in the opinion of the natives, most potent instruments for conveying to the living the virtues and powers of the dead. For example, in a fight the possession of one of these holy sticks or stones is thought to endow the possessor with courage and accuracy of aim and also to deprive his adversary of these qualities. So firmly is this belief held, that if two men were fighting and one of them knew that the other carried a sacred birthstone or stick while he himself did not, he would certainly lose heart and be beaten. Again, when a man is sick, he will sometimes have one of these sacred stones brought to him and will scrape a little dust off it, mix the dust with water, and drink it. This is supposed to strengthen him. Clearly he imagines that with the scrapings of the stone he absorbs the strength and other qualities of the person to whom the stone belonged. 121 Sacred storehouses, Artnachalunga, of the charinga. All the birthstones or sticks, charinga, belonging to any particular totemic group are kept together, hidden away from the eyes of women and uninitiated men, in a sacred storehouse or Artnachalunga, as the Arunta and Unmatjura call it. This storehouse is always situated in one of the local totem centers or Oknanakilla, which, as we have seen, vary in size from a few yards to many square miles. In itself the sacred treasure house is usually a small cave or crevice in some lonely spot among the rugged hills. The entrance is carefully blocked up with stones arranged so artfully as to simulate nature and to awake no suspicion in the mind of passing strangers that behind these tumbled blocks lie concealed the most prized possessions of the tribe. The immediate neighborhood of any one of these sacred storehouses is a kind of haven of refuge for wild animals, for once they have run thither, they are safe. No hunter would spear a kangaroo or a possum which cowered on the ground at one of these hallowed spots. The very plants which grow there are sacred and may not be plucked or broken or interfered with in any way. Similarly, an enemy who succeeds in taking refuge there is safe from his pursuer, so long as he keeps within the sacred boundaries. Even the avenger of blood, pursuing the murderer hotfoot, would not dare to lift up his hand against him on the holy ground. Thus, these places are sanctuaries in the strict sense of the word. They are probably the most primitive examples of their class and contain the germ out of which cities of refuge for manslayers and others might be developed. It is instructive, therefore, to observe that these rudimentary sanctuaries in the heart of the Australian wilderness derive their sacredness mainly, it would seem, from their association with the spirits of the dead, whose repose must not be disturbed by tumult, violence, and bloodshed. Even when the sacred birthstones and sticks have been removed from the storehouse in the secret recesses of the hills and have been brought into the camp for the performance of certain solemn ceremonies, no fighting may take place, no weapons may be brandished in their neighborhood. If men will quarrel and fight, they must take their weapons and go elsewhere to do it. 122 And when the men go to one of the sacred storehouses to inspect the treasures which it contains, they must each of them put his open hand solemnly over the mouth of the rocky crevice and then retire, in order to give the spirits due notice of the approach of strangers, for if they were disturbed suddenly, they would be angry. 123 Exhibition of the Chiringa to young men. It is only after a young man has passed through the severe ceremonies of initiation, which include most painful bodily mutilations, that he is deemed worthy to be introduced to the tribal arcana, the sacred sticks and stones, which repose in their hallowed cave among the mountain solitudes. Even when he has passed through all the ordeals, many years may elapse before he is admitted to a knowledge of these mysteries, if he shews himself to be of a light and frivolous disposition. When at last by the gravity of his demeanor he is judged to have proved himself indeed a man, a day is fixed for revealing to him the great secret. Then the headman of his local group, together with other grave and reverend seniors, conducts him to the mouth of the cave. The stones are rolled away from the entrance, the spirits within are duly warned of the approach of visitors, and then the sacred sticks and stones, tied up in bundles, are brought forth. The bundles are undone, the sticks and stones are taken out, one by one, reverently scrutinized, and exhibited to the novice, while the old men explain to him the meaning of the patterns incised on each and reveal to him the persons, alive or dead, to whom they belong. All the time the other men keep chanting in a low voice the traditions of their remote ancestors in the far-off dream times. At the close the novice is told the secret and sacred name which he is thenceforth to bear, and is warned never to allow it to pass his lips in the hearing of anybody except members of his own totemic group. 124 Sometimes this secret name is that of an ancestor of whom the man or woman is supposed to be a reincarnation, for women as well as men have their secret and sacred names. 125 Number of Chiringa in a storehouse. Significance of the Chiringa. Use of the Chiringa in magic. The number of sacred birthstones and sticks kept in any one storehouse naturally varies from group to group, but whatever their number, whether more or less, in any one storehouse they all normally belong to the same totem, though a few belonging to other totems may be borrowed and deposited for a time with them. For example, a sacred storehouse of the honey ant totem was found to contain 68 birthsticks of that totem with a few of the lizard totem and 2 of the wildcat totem. 126 Any storehouse will usually contain both sticks and stones, but as a rule perhaps the sticks predominate in number. 127 Time after time these tribal repositories are visited by the men and their contents taken out and examined. On each examination the sacred sticks and stones are carefully rubbed over with dry and powdered red ochre or charcoal, the sticks being rubbed with red ochre only, but the stones either with red ochre or charcoal. 128 Further, it is customary on these occasions to press the sacred objects against the stomachs and thighs of all the men present. This is supposed to untie their bowels, which are thought to be tightened and knotted by the emotion which the men feel at the sight of these venerated sticks and stones. Indeed, the emotion is sometimes very real. Men have been seen to weep on beholding these mystic objects for the first time after a considerable interval. 129 Whenever the sacred storehouse is visited and its contents examined, the old men explain to the younger men the marks incised on the sticks and stones, and recite the traditions associated with the dead men to whom they belonged. 130 So that these rude objects of wood and stone, with the lines and dots scratched on them, serve the savages as memorials of the past. They are in fact rudimentary archives as well as, we may almost say, rudimentary idols, for a stone or stick which represents a revered ancestor and is supposed to be endowed with some portion of his spirit, is not far from being an idol. No wonder, therefore, that they are guarded and treasured by a tribe as its most precious possession. When a group of natives have been robbed of them by thoughtless white men and have found the sacred storehouse empty, they have tried to kill the traitor who betrayed the hallowed spot to the strangers, and have remained in camp for a fortnight weeping and wailing for the loss and plastering themselves with pipeclay, which is their token of mourning for the dead. 131 Yet, as a great mark of friendship, they will sometimes lend these sacred sticks and stones to a neighboring group, for believing that the sticks and stones are associated with the spiritual parts of their former and present owners. They naturally wish to have as many of them as possible and regard their possession as a treasure of great price, a sort of reservoir of spiritual force. 132, which can be turned to account not only in battle by worsting the enemy, but in various other ways, such as by magically increasing the food supply. For instance, when a man of the grass seed totem wishes to increase the supply of grass seed in order that it may be eaten by people of other totems, he goes to the sacred storehouse, clears the ground all around it, takes out a few of the holy sticks and stones, smears them with red ochre and decorates them with birds' down, chanting a spell all the time. Then he rubs them together so that the down flies off in all directions. This is supposed to carry with it the magical virtue of the sticks or stones and so to fertilize the grass seed. 133 Elements of a worship of the dead. Marvelous powers attributed by the Central Australians to their remote ancestors of the Alcharinga or Dreamtime. On the whole, when we survey these practices and beliefs of the Central Australian Aborigines, we may perhaps conclude that, if they do not amount to a worship of the dead, they at least contain the elements out of which such a worship might easily be developed. At first sight, no doubt, their faith in the transmigration of souls seems and perhaps really is a serious impediment to a worship of the dead in the strict sense of the word. For if they themselves or the dead come to life again, it is difficult to see how they can worship the spirits of the dead without also worshipping each other, since they are all by hypothesis simply these worshipful spirits reincarnated. But though in theory every living man and woman is merely an ancestor or ancestress born again and therefore should be his or her equal, in practice they appear to admit that their forefathers of the remote Alcharinga or Dreamtime were endowed with many marvelous powers which their modern reincarnations cannot lay claim to, and that accordingly these ancestral spirits were more to be reverenced, were in fact more worshipful, than their living representatives. On this subject Messrs. Spencer and Gillen observe, the Central Australian native is firmly convinced, as will be seen from the accounts relating to their Alcharinga ancestors, that the latter were endowed with powers such as no living man now possesses. They could travel underground or mount into the sky, and could make creeks and watercourses, mountain ranges, sandhills, and plains. In very many cases the actual names of these natives are preserved in their traditions, but, so far as we have been able to discover, there is no instance of any one of them being regarded in the light of a deity. Amongst the Central Australian natives there is never any idea of appealing for assistance to any one of these Alcharinga ancestors in any way, nor is there any attempt made in the direction of propitiation, with one single exception in the case of the mythic creature called Wollunqua, amongst the Warramunga tribe, who, it may be remarked, is most distinctly regarded as a snake and not as a human being. 134 Thus far Messrs. Spencer and Gillen. From their testimony it appears that with a single possible exception, to which I will return immediately, the Central Australian Aborigines are not known to worship any of their dead ancestors. They indeed believe their remote forefathers of the Alcharinga age to have been endowed with marvelous powers which they themselves do not possess, but they do not regard these ancestral spirits as deities, nor do they pray and sacrifice to them for help and protection. The single possible exception to this general rule known to Messrs. Spencer and Gillen is the case of the mythical water snake called Wollunqua, who is in a sense revered and propitiated by the Warramunga tribe. The case is interesting and instructive as indicative of an advance from magic towards religion in the strict sense of the word. Accordingly, I propose to consider it somewhat fully. The Wollunqua, a mythical water snake, one of the Warramunga totems. The Wollunqua is one of the many totems of the Warramunga tribe. It is to be borne in mind that, though every Australian tribe has many totems which are most commonly animals or plants and more rarely other natural objects, all the totems are not respected by all the members of the tribe. Each totem is respected only by a particular group of men and women in the tribe, who believe themselves to be descended from the same totemic ancestor. Thus the whole tribe is broken up into many groups or bodies of men and women, each group knit together by a belief in a common descent from the totem, by a common respect for the totemic species, whether it be a species of animals or plants, or what not, and finally by the possession of a common name derived from the totem. Thus, for example, we have a group of men and women who believe themselves descended from an ancestor who had the bandicoot for his totem. They all respect bandicoots, and they are all called bandicoot people. Similarly with all the other totemic groups within the tribe. It is convenient to have a name for these totemic groups or tribal subdivisions, and accordingly we may call them clans, provided we remember that a totemic clan in this sense is not an independent political community such as the Scottish Highland clans used to be. It is merely a subdivision of the tribe, And the members of it do not usually keep to themselves but live more or less interfused with members of all the other totemic clans which together compose the tribe. Now amongst the Warramunga, the Walunkwa or mythical water snake is the totem of such a clan or tribal subdivision, the members of which believe themselves to be descended from the creature and call themselves by its name. So far, therefore, the Walunkwa is merely a totem of the ordinary sort, an object of respect for a particular section of the tribe. Like other totemic ancestors, the Walunkwa is supposed to have wandered about the country leaving supplies of spirit individuals at various points, individuals who are constantly undergoing reincarnation. But on the other hand, the Walunkwa differs from almost all other Australian totems in this, that whereas they are real objects, such as animals, plants, water, wind, the sun and moon, and so on, the Walunkwa is a purely mythical creature, which exists only in the imagination of the natives, for they believe it to be a water snake so huge that if it were to stand up on its tail, its head would reach far up into the sky. It now lives in a large pool called Thaporlu, hidden away in a lonely valley of the Murchison Range, but the Warramunga fear that it may at any moment sally out and do some damage. They say that it actually killed a number of them on one of its excursions, though happily they at last succeeded in beating it off. So afraid are they of the creature, that in speaking of it amongst themselves they will not use its proper name of Walunkwa but call it instead Urkalunaparinia, because, as they told Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, if they were to name it too often by its real name they would lose control over the beast and it would rush forth and devour them. 135 Thus the natives do not distinguish the Walunkwa from the rest of their actually existing totems, as we do. They have never beheld him with their bodily eyes, yet to them he is just as real as the kangaroos which they see hopping along the sands, as the flies which buzz about their heads in the sunshine, or as the cockatoos which flap screaming past in the thickets. How real this belief in the mythical snake is with these savages was brought vividly home to Messrs. Spencer and Gillen when they visited, in company with some natives, the deep and lonely pool among the rocky hills in which the awful being is supposed to reside. Before they approached the spot, the natives had been talking and laughing freely, but when they drew near the water their voices were hushed and their demeanor became solemn. When all stood silent on the brink of the deep still pool, enclosed by a sandy margin on one side and by a line of red rocks on the other, two old men, the leaders of the totemic group of the Walunkwa, went down to the edge of the water and, with bowed heads, addressed the Walunkwa in whispers, asking him to remain quiet and do them no harm, for they were mates of his, and had brought two great white men to see where he lived and to tell them all about him. We could plainly see, add Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, that it was all very real to them, and that they implicitly believed that the Walunkwa was indeed alive beneath the water, watching them, though they could not see him. 136 Religious character of the belief in the Walunkwa. I need hardly point out what a near approach all this is to religion in the proper sense of the word. Here we have a firm belief in a purely imaginary being who is necessarily visible to the eye of faith alone, since I think we may safely assume that a water snake, supposed to be many miles long and capable of reaching up to the sky, has no real existence either on the earth or in the waters under the earth. Yet to these savages this invisible being is just as real as the actually existing animals and men whom they perceive with their bodily senses. They not only pray to him but they propitiate him with a solemn ritual, and no doubt they would spurn with scorn the feeble attempts of shallow skeptics to question the reality of his existence or the literal truth of the myths they tell about him. Certainly these savages are far on the road to religion, if they have not already passed the Rubicon which divides it from the common workaday world. If an unhesitating faith in the unseen is part of religion, the Warramunga people of the Walunkwa totem are unquestionably religious. Footnote 108, Return, on the zoological peculiarities of Australia regarded as effects of its geographical isolation, see Alfred Newton, Dictionary of Birds, London, 1893-96, pages 317-319. He observes, page 318, that the isolation of Australia is probably the next oldest in the world to that of New Zealand, having possibly existed since the time when no mammals higher than marsupials had appeared on the face of the earth. Footnote 109, Return, for details see Totemism and Exogamy, I 314 SQQ. Footnote 110, Return, Baldwin Spencer and F. J. Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1904, page 491. Footnote 111, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 11. Footnote 112, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 545. Footnote 113, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 546. Footnote 114, return, Baldwin Spencer and F. J. Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1899, pages 119 to 127, 335 to 338, 552, ID, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 145 to 153, 162, 271, 330 square, 448 to 451, 512 to 515. Compare totemism and exogamy, I. 188 SQQ. Footnote 115, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 147. Footnote 116, return, see totemism and exogamy, I. 155 SQQ, 4. 40 SQQ. Footnote 117, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 123, 126. Footnote 118, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 119 to 127, 128 SQQ, 513, ID, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 145 SQQ, 257 SQQ. Footnote 119, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 132 to 135, ID. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 258, 268 SQQ. Footnote 120, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 128, 134. Footnote 121, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 134 square. Footnote 122, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 133, 135, ID. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 269. Footnote 123, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 267. Footnote 124, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 139 square. Footnote 125, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 273. Footnote 126, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, page 141. Footnote 127, return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 140. Footnote 128, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, pages 144, 145. Footnote 129, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, pages 164, square, ID. Northern Tribes, pages 261, 264. Footnote 130, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, page 145. Footnote 131, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, page 136. Footnote 132, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, pages 158 square. Footnote 133, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes, pp. 271 square. Footnote 134, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 490 square. Footnote 135, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 226 square. Another mythical being in which the Warramunga believe is the Pawa, a fabulous animal, half human and somewhat resembling a dog. See Spencer and Gillen, opposite pages 195, 197, 201, 210 square. But the creature seems not to be a totem, for it is not included in the list of totems given by Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, opposite pages 768 to 773. Footnote 136, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 252 SQ. Lecture V. The Belief in Immortality Among the Aborigines of Central Australia, continued. Beliefs of the Central Australian Aborigines concerning the reincarnation of the dead. The mythical water snake Woolunqua. In the last lecture we began our survey of the belief in immortality and the practices to which it has given rise among the Aboriginal tribes of Central Australia. I shewed that these primitive savages hold a very remarkable theory of birth and death. They believe that the souls of the dead do not perish but are reborn in human form after a longer or shorter interval. During that interval the spirits of the departed are supposed to congregate in certain parts of the country, generally distinguished by some conspicuous natural feature, which accordingly the natives account sacred, believing them to be haunted by the souls of the dead. From time to time, one of these disembodied spirits enters into a passing woman and is born as an infant into the world. Thus, according to the Central Australian theory, every living person without exception is the reincarnation of a dead man, woman, or child. At first sight, the theory seems to exclude the possibility of any worship of the dead, since it appears to put the living on a footing of perfect equality with the dead by identifying the one with the other. But I pointed out that as a matter of fact, these savages do admit, whether logically or not, the superiority of their remote ancestors to themselves. They acknowledge that these old forefathers of theirs did possess many marvelous powers to which they themselves can lay no claim. In this acknowledgement, accordingly, we may detect an opening or possibility for the development of a real worship of ancestors. Indeed, as I said at the close of last lecture, something closely approaching to ancestor worship has actually grown up in regard to the mythical ancestor of the Wollunqua clan in the Warramunga tribe. The Wollunqua is a purely fabulous water snake, of gigantic dimensions, which is supposed to haunt the waters of a certain lonely pool called the Porlu, in the Murchison range of mountains. Unlike the ancestors of the other totemic clans, this mythical serpent is never reborn in human form. He always lives in his solitary pool among the barren hills, but the natives think that he has it in his power to come forth and do them an injury, and accordingly they pray to him to remain quiet and not to harm them. Indeed, so afraid of him are they that, speaking of the creature among themselves, they avoid using his proper name of Wollunqua and call him by a different name, lest hearing himself called by his true name he should rush forth and devour them. More than that, they even endeavor to propitiate him by the performance of certain rites, which, however childish and absurd they may seem to us, are very solemn affairs for these simple folk. The rites were witnessed by Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, whose description I will summarize. It offers an interesting and instructive example of a ritual observed by primitive savages, who are clearly standing on, if they have not already crossed, the threshold of religion. Wanderings of the Wollunqua. Dramatic ceremonies in honor of the Wollunqua. Like all other totemic ancestors, the Wollunqua is said to have arisen at a particular spot, to have wandered about the country, and finally to have gone down into the ground. Starting from the deep rocky pool in the Murchison range, he traveled at first underground, coming up, however, at various points where he performed ceremonies and left many spirit children, who issued from his body and remained behind, forming local totemic centers when he had passed on. It is these spirit children who have formed the Wollunqua clan ever since, undergoing an endless series of reincarnations. Now the ceremonies which the clan perform in honor of their mythical ancestor the Wollunqua all refer to his wanderings about the country. Thus there is a particular waterhole called Pitangari where the great old water snake is said to have emerged from the ground and looked about him. Here, accordingly, two men performed a ceremony. Each of them was decorated with a broad band of red down, which curved round both the front and the back of the performer and stood sharply out from the mass of white down with which all the rest of the upper part of his body was covered. These broad red bands represented the Wollunqua. Each man also wore a tall, conical helmet adorned with a curved band of red down, which, no doubt, likewise symbolized the mythical serpent. When the two actors in the little drama had been attired in this quaint costume of red and white down, they retired behind a bush, which served for the side scenes of a theater. Then, when the orchestra, composed of adult men, struck up the music on the ceremonial ground by chanting and beating boomerangs and sticks together, the performers ran in, stopping every now and then to shake themselves in imitation of the snake. Finally, they sat down close together with their heads bowed down on a few green branches of gum trees. A man then stepped up to them, knocked off their headdresses, and the simple ceremony came to an end. 137 Ceremony in honor of the Wollunqua. The next ceremony was performed on the following day at another place called Antipataringa, where the mythical snake is said to have halted in his wanderings. The same two men acted as before, but this time one of them carried on his head a curious curved bundle shaped like an enormous boomerang. It was made of grass stalks bound together with human hairstring and decorated with white down. This sacred object represented the Wollunqua himself. 138 From this spot the snake was believed to have traveled on to another place called Tshungunyari, where he popped up his head among the sandhills, the greater part of his body remaining underground. Indeed, of such an enormous length was the serpent, that though his head had now traveled very many miles, his tail still remained at the starting point and had not yet begun to take part in the procession. Here accordingly the third ceremony, perhaps we may say the third act in the drama, was performed on the third day. In it one of the actors personated the snake himself, while the other stood for a sandhill. 139 Further ceremony in honor of the Wollunqua. the white mound with the red wavy band to represent the mythical snake. After an interval of 3 days, a fourth ceremony was performed of an entirely different kind. A keel-shaped mound was made of wet sand, about 15 feet long by 2 feet high. The smooth surface of the mound was covered with a mass of little dots of white down, except for a long wavy band of red down which ran all along both sides of the mound. This wavy red band represented the Walunqua, his head being indicated by a small round swelling at one end and his tail by a short prolongation at the other. The mound itself represented a sandhill beside which the snake is said to have stood up and looked about. The preparation of this elaborate emblem of the Walunqua occupied the greater part of the day, and it was late in the afternoon before it was completed. When darkness fell, fires were lighted on the ceremonial ground, and as the night grew late more fires were kindled, and all of the men sat round the mound singing songs which referred to the mythical water snake. This went on for hours. At last, about 3 o'clock in the morning, a ring of fires was lit all round the ceremonial ground, in the light of which the white trunks of the gum trees and the surrounding scrub stood out weird and ghastly against the blackness of darkness beyond. Amid the wildest excitement, the men of the Walunqua totem now ranged themselves in single file on their knees beside the mound which bore the red image of their great mythical forefather, and with their hands on their thighs surged round and round it, every man bending in unison first to one side and then to the other, each successive movement being accompanied by a loud and simultaneous shout, or rather yell, while the other men, who were not of the Walunqua totem, stood by, clanging their boomerangs excitedly, and one old man, who acted as a sort of chorgus, walked backwards at the end of the kneeling procession of Walunqua men, swaying his body about and lifting high his knees at every step. In this way, with shouts and clangor, the men of the totem surged twice round the mound on their knees. After that, as the fires died down, the men rose from their knees, and for another hour every one sat round the mound singing incessantly. The last act in the drama was played at 4 o'clock in the morning, at the moment when the first faint streaks of dawn glimmered in the east. At sight of them every man jumped to his feet, the smouldering fires were rekindled, and in their blaze the long white mound stood out in strong relief. The men of the totem, armed with spears, boomerangs, and clubs, ranged themselves round it, and encouraged by the men of the other totems attacked it fiercely with their weapons, until in a few minutes they had hacked it to pieces, and nothing was left of it but a rough heap of sandy earth. The fires again died down and for a short time silence reigned. Then, just as the sun rose above the eastern horizon, the painful ceremony of subincision was performed on 3 youths, who had recently passed through the earlier stages of initiation. 140 The rite aims both at pleasing and at coercing the mythical snake. This remarkable rite is supposed, we are informed, in some way to be associated with the idea of persuading, or almost forcing, the Walunqua to remain quietly in his home under the waterhole at the Porlo, and to do no harm to any of the natives. They say that when he sees the mound with his representation drawn upon it he is gratified, and wriggles about underneath with pleasure. The savage attack upon the mound is associated with the idea of driving him down, and, taken altogether, the ceremony indicates their belief that, at one and the same time, they can both please and coerce the mythic beast. It is necessary to do things to please him, or else he might grow sulky and come out and do them harm, but at the same time they occasionally use force to make him do what they want. 141 In fact, the ritual of the mound with its red image of the snake combines the principles of religion and magic. So far as the rite is intended to please and propitiate the mythical beast, it is religious; so far as it is intended to constrain him, it is magical. The two principles are contradictory and the attempt to combine them is illogical, but the savage is heedless, or rather totally unaware, of the contradiction and illogicality. All that concerns him is to accomplish his ends. He has neither the wish nor the ability to analyze his motives. In this respect he is in substantial agreement with the vast majority of mankind. How many of us scrutinize the reasons of our conduct with the view of detecting and eliminating any latent inconsistencies in them? And how many, or rather how few of us, on such a scrutiny would be so fortunate as to discover that there were no such inconsistencies to detect? The logical pedant who imagines that men cannot possibly act on inconsistent and even contradictory motives only betrays his ignorance of life. It is not therefore for us to cast stones at the Warramunga men of the Walunqua totem for attempting to propitiate and constrain their mythical serpent at the same time. Such contradictions meet us again and again in the history of religion. It is interesting but by no means surprising to find them in one of its rudimentary stages. Thunder, the voice of the Walunqua. On the evening of the day which succeeded the construction of the emblematic mound, the old men who had made the emblem said they had heard the Walunqua talking, and that he was pleased with what had been done and was sending them rain. What they took for the voice of the Walunqua was thunder rumbling in the distance. No rain fell, but a few days later thunder was again heard rolling afar off, and a heavy bank of clouds lay low on the western horizon. The old men now said that the Walunqua was growling because the remains of the mound had been left uncovered, so they hastily cut down branches and covered up the ruins. After that the Walunqua ceased to growl, there was no more thunder. 142 ground drawings of the Walunqua. On the 4 following days, ceremonies of an entirely different kind from all the preceding were performed in honor of the Walunqua. A space of sandy ground was smoothed down, sprinkled with water, and rubbed so as to form a compact surface. The smooth surface was then overlaid with a coat of red or yellow ochre, and on this colored background a number of designs were traced, one after the other, by a series of white dots, which together made up a pattern of curved lines and concentric circles. These patterns represented the Walunqua and some of his traditionary adventures. The snake himself was portrayed by a broad wavy band, but all the other designs were purely conventional. For example, trees, anthills, and wells were alike indicated by circles. Altogether there were 8 such drawings on the earth, some of them very elaborate and entailing, each of them, not less than 6 or 7 hours' labor. One of them was 10 feet long. Each drawing was rubbed out before the next one was drawn. Moreover, the drawings were accompanied by little dramas acted by decorated men. In one of these dramas no fewer than 8 actors took part, some of whom wore headdresses adorned with a long wavy band to represent the Walunqua. The last drawing of all was supposed to portray the mythical snake as he plunged into the earth and returned to his home in the rocky pool called the Porlu among the Murchison Ranges. 143 Religious importance of the Walunqua. I have dwelt at some length on these ceremonies of the Walunqua totem, because they furnish a remarkable and perhaps unique instance in Australia of a totemic ancestor in the act of developing into something like a god. In the Warramunga tribe there are other snake totems besides the Walunqua. For example, there is the black snake totem and the death adder totem. But this purely mythical water snake, the Walunqua, is the most important of them all and is regarded as the great father of all the snakes. It is not easy, say Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, to express in words what is in reality rather a vague feeling amongst the natives, but after carefully watching the different series of ceremonies we were impressed with the feeling that the Walunqua represented to the native mind the idea of a dominant totem. 144 Thus he is at once a fabulous animal and the mythical ancestor of a human clan, but his animal nature apparently predominates over his semi-human nature, as shown by the drawings and effigies of him, all of which are in serpent form. The prayers offered to him at the pool which he is supposed to haunt, and the attempt to please him by drawing his likeness can only be regarded as propitiatory rites and therefore as rudimentary forms of worship. And the idea that thunder is his voice, and that the rain is a gift sent by him in return for the homage paid to him by the people, appears to prove that in course of time, if left to himself, he might easily have been elevated to the sky and have ranked as a celestial deity, who dwells aloft and sends down or withholds the refreshing showers at his good pleasure. Thus the Walunqua, a rude creation of the savage Australian imagination, possesses a high interest for the historian of religion, since he combines elements of ancestor worship and totem worship with a germ of heaven worship, while on the purely material side his representation, both in plastic form by a curved bundle of grass stalks and in graphic form by broad wavy bands of red down, may be said in a sense to stand at the starting point of that long development of religious art, which in so many countries and so many ages has attempted to represent to the bodily eye the mysteries of the unseen and invisible, and which, whatever we may think of the success or failure of that attempt, has given to the world some of the noblest works of sculpture and painting. Possible religious evolution of totemism. I have already pointed out the difficulty of seeing how a belief in the reincarnation of the dead, such as prevails universally among the Aborigines of Central Australia, could ever be reconciled with or develop into a worship of the dead. For by identifying the living with the dead, the theory of reincarnation seems to abolish the distinction between the worshipper and the worshipped which is essential to the existence of worship. But, as I also indicated, what seems a loophole or mode of escape from the dilemma may be furnished by the belief of these savages, that though they themselves are nothing but their ancestors come to life again, nevertheless in their earliest incarnations of the Alcharinga or dream times their ancestors possessed miraculous powers which they have admittedly lost in their later reincarnations. For this suggests an incipient discrimination or line of cleavage between the living and the dead. It Hints that perhaps after all the first ancestors, with their marvelous endowments, may have been entirely different persons from their feebler descendants, and if this vague hint could only grow into a firm conviction of the essential difference between the two, then the course would be clear for the development of ancestor worship. The dead forefathers, viewed as beings perfectly distinct from and far superior to the living, might easily come to receive from the latter the homage of prayer and sacrifice, might be besought by their descendants to protect them in danger and to succor them in all the manifold ills of life, or at least to abstain from injuring them. Now, this important step in religious evolution appears to have been actually taken by the Walunqua, the mythical water snake, who is the totem of one of the Warramunga clans. Unlike all the other totems, he is supposed to exist only in his invisible and animal form and never to be reincarnated in a man. 145 hence, withdrawn as he is from the real world of sense, the imagination is free to play about him and to invest him more and more with those supernatural attributes which men ascribe to their deities. And what has actually happened to this particular totemic ancestor might under favorable circumstances happen to many others. Each of them might be gradually detached from the line of his descendants, might cease to be reincarnated in them, and might gradually attain to the lonely preeminence of Godhead. Thus a system of pure totemism, such as prevails among the Aborigines of Central Australia, might develop through a phase of ancestor worship into a pantheon of the ordinary type. Conspicuous features of the landscape associated with ancestral spirits. Although none of the other totemic ancestors of the Central Australian Aborigines appears to have advanced so far on the road to religion as the Walunqua, yet they all contain in germ the elements out of which a religion might have been developed. It is difficult for us civilized men to conceive the extent to which the thoughts and lives of these savages are dominated by the memories and traditions of the dead. Every conspicuous feature in the landscape is not only associated with the legendary doings of some ancestors but is commonly said to have arisen as a direct result of their actions. The mountains, the plains, the rivers, the seas, the islands of ancient Greece itself were not more thickly haunted by the phantoms of a fairy mythology than are the barren sun-scorched steppes and stony hills of the Australian wilderness. But great indeed is the gulf which divides the beautiful creations of Greek fancy from the crude imaginings of the Australian savage, whose legendary tales are for the most part a mere tissue of trivial absurdities unrelieved by a single touch of beauty or poetry. A journey through the Warramunga country. To illustrate at once the nature and the abundance of these legends, I will quote a passage in which Messrs. Spencer and Gillen describe a journey they took in company with some Warramunga natives over part of their country. For the first 2 days our way lay across miserable plain country covered with poor scrub, with here and there low ranges rising. Every prominent feature of any kind was associated with some tradition of their past. A range some 5 miles away from Tennant Creek arose to mark the path traversed by the great ancestor of the Patangu, Bat, totem. Several miles further on a solitary upstanding column of rock represented an opossum man who rested here, looked about the country, and left spirit children behind him. A low range of remarkably white quartzite hills indicated a large number of white ant eggs thrown here in the wing era 146 by the Munga women as they passed across the country. A solitary flat-topped hill arose to mark the spot where the Wangana, crow, ancestor paused for some time to pierce his nose, and on the second night we camped by the side of a waterhole where the same crow lived for some time in the wing era, and where now there are plenty of crow spirit children. All the time, as we traveled along, the old men were talking amongst themselves about the natural features associated in tradition with these and other totemic ancestors of the tribe, and pointing them out to us. On the third day we traveled, at first for some hours, by the side of a riverbed, perfectly dry of course, and past the spot where 2 hawks first made fire by rubbing sticks together, 2 fine gum trees on the banks now representing the place where they stood up. A few miles further on we came to a waterhole by the side of which the moonman met a bandicoot woman, and while the two were talking together the fire made by the hawks crept upon them and burnt the woman, who was, however, restored to life again by the moonman, with whom she then went up into the sky. Late in the afternoon we skirted the eastern base of the Murchison Range, the rugged quartzite hills in this part being associated partly with the crow ancestor and partly with the bat. Following up a valley leading into the hills we camped, just after sunset, by the side of a rather picturesque waterpool amongst the ranges. A short distance before reaching this the natives pointed out a curious red cliff, standing out amongst the low hills which were elsewhere covered with thin scrub. This, which is called Chitty, represents the spot where an old woman spent a long time digging for yams, the latter being indicated by great heaps of stones lying all around. On the opposite side of the valley a column of stone marks the spot where the woman went into the earth. The waterhole by which we were camped was called Wyarmini. It was in reality a deep pool in the bed of a creek coming down from the hills. Behind it the rocks rose abruptly, and amongst them there was, or rather would have been if a stream had been flowing, a succession of cascades and rocky waterholes. Two of the latter, just above Wyarmini, are connected with a fish totem and represent the spot where two fishmen arose in the Alcharinga, fought one another, left spirit children behind, and finally went down into the ground. We were now, so to speak, in the very midst of Mungai, i.e. of places associated with the totems, for the old totemic ancestors of the tribe, who showed a most commendable fondness for arising and walking about in the few picturesque spots which their country contained, had apparently selected these rocky gorges as their central home. All around us the waterholes, gorges, and rocky crags were peopled with spirit individuals left behind by one or other of the following totemic ancestors: Walunkwa, Patangu, Bat, Wangana, Crow, Wild Dog, Emu, Bandicoot, and Fish, whose lines of travel in the Alcharinga formed a regular network over the whole countryside. 147 dramatic ceremonies to commemorate the doings of ancestors. Similar evidence could be multiplied, but this may suffice to teach us how to the minds of these Central Australian savages the whole country is haunted, in the literal sense, not merely by the memories of their dead, but by the spirits which they left behind them and which are constantly undergoing reincarnation. And not only are the minds of the Aborigines preoccupied by the thought of their ancestors, who are recalled to them by all the familiar features of the landscape, but they spend a considerable part of their time in dramatically representing the legendary doings of their rude forefathers of the remote past. It is astonishing, we are told, how large a part of a native's life is occupied with the performance of these dramatic ceremonies. The older he grows, the greater is the share he takes in them, until at last they actually absorb the greater part of his thoughts. The rites which seem so trivial to us are most serious matters to him. They are all connected with the great ancestors of the tribe, and he is firmly convinced that when he dies his spirit will rejoin theirs and live in communion with them until the time comes for him to be born again into the world. With such solemnity does he look on the celebration of these commemorative services, as we may call them, that none but initiated men are allowed to witness them. Women and children are strictly excluded from the spectacle. These sacred dramas are often, though by no means always, associated with the rites of initiation which young men have to pass through before they are admitted to full membership of the tribe and to participation in its deepest mysteries. The rites of initiation are not all undergone by a youth at the same time, they succeed each other at longer or shorter intervals of time, and at each of them he is privileged to witness some of the solemn ceremonies in which the traditions of the tribal ancestors are dramatically set forth before him, until, when he has passed through the last of the rites and ordeals, he is free to behold and to take part in the whole series of mystery plays or professedly historical dramas. Sometimes the performance of these dramas extends over 2 or 3 months, during which one or more of them are acted daily. 148 for the most part, they are very short and simple, each of them generally lasting only a few minutes, though the costumes of the actors are often elaborate and may have taken hours to prepare. I will describe a few of them as samples. Ceremony of the Hakea Flower Totem. We will begin with the ceremony of the Hakea flower totem in the Arunta tribe, as to which it may be premised that a decoction of the Hakea flower is a favorite drink of the natives. The little drama was acted by 2 men, each of whom was decorated on his bare body by broad bands of pearly gray edged with white down, which passed round his waist and over his shoulders, contrasting well with the chocolate color of his skin. On his head each of them wore a kind of helmet made of twigs, and from their ears hung tips of the tails of rabbit bandicoots. The 2 sat on the ground facing each other with a shield between them. One of them held in his hand some twigs representing the Hakea flower in bloom. These he pretended to steep in water so as to brew the favorite beverage of the natives, and the man sitting opposite him made believe to suck it up with a little mop. Meantime the other men ran round and round them shouting wah! Wah! This was the substance of the play, which ended as usual by several men placing their hands on the shoulders of the performers as a signal to them to stop. 149 Ceremony of a Fish Totem. Again, to take another Arunta ceremony of a fish totem called Interpitna. The fish is the bony bream, Shadowessus horny, which abounds in the waterholes of the country. The play was performed by a single actor, an old man, whose face was covered with a mass of white down contrasting strongly with a large bunch of black eaglehawk feathers which he wore on his head. His body was decorated with bands of charcoal edged with white down. Squatting on the ground he moved his body and extended his arms from his sides, opening and closing them as he leaned forwards, so as to imitate a fish swelling itself out and opening and closing its gills. Then, holding twigs in his hands, he moved along mimicking the action of a man who drives fish before him with a branch in a pool, just as the natives do to catch the fish. Meantime, an orchestra of 4 men squatted beside him singing and beating time with a stick on the ground. 150 Ceremony of a Plum Tree Totem. Again, another Arunta ceremony of the plum tree totem was performed by 4 actors, who simply pretended to knock down and eat imaginary plums from an imaginary plum tree. 151 An interesting point in this very simple drama is that in it the men of the plum tree totem are represented eating freely of their totem, which is quite contrary to the practice of the present day, but taken along with many similar ceremonies it goes far to prove that in the ancient days, to which all these dramatic ceremonies refer, it was the regular practice for men and women of a totem to eat their totemic animals or plants. As another example of a drama in which the performers are represented eating their totem, we may take a ceremony of the ant totem in the Warramunga tribe. The legendary personages who figure in it are 2 women of the ant totem, ancestresses of the ant clan, who are said to have devoted all their time to catching and eating ants, except when they were engaged in the performance of ceremonies. The 2 men who personated these women in the drama, for no woman is allowed to witness, much less to act in, these sacred dramas, had the whole of the upper parts of their bodies, including their faces and the cylindrical helmets which they wore on their heads, covered with a dense mass of little specks of red down. These specks stood for the ants, alive or dead, and also for the stones and trees on the spots where the 2 women encamped. In the drama, the 2 actors thus arrayed walked about the ground as if they were searching for ants to eat. Each of them carried a wooden trough, and stooping down from time to time he turned over the ground and picked up small stones which he placed in the trough till it was full. The stones represented the masses of ants which the women gathered for food. After carrying on this pantomime for a time, the 2 actors pretended to discover each other with surprise and to embrace with joy, much to the amusement of the spectators. 152 In these ceremonies the action is appropriate to the totem. Ceremony of the Witchetty Grub Totem. In all these ceremonies you will observe that the action of the drama is strictly appropriate to the totem. In the drama of the Hakea flower totem the actors pretend to make and drink the beverage brewed from Hakea flowers. In the ceremony of the fish totem the actor feigns to be a fish and also to catch fish. In the ceremony of the plum tree totem the actors pretend to knock down and eat plums, and in the ceremony of the ant totem the actors make believe to gather ants for food. Similarly, to take a few more examples, in a ceremony of the Witchetty Grub Totem of the Arunta tribe the body of the actor was decorated with lines of white and red down, and he had a shield adorned with a number of concentric circles of down. The smaller circles represented the bush on which the grub lives first of all, and the larger circles represented the bush on which the adult insect lays its eggs. When all was ready, the performer seated himself on the ground and imitated the grub, alternately doubling himself up and rising on his knees, while he extended his arms and made them quiver in imitation of the insect's wings, and every now and then he would bend over the shield and sway to and fro, and up and down, in imitation of the insect hovering over the bushes on which it lays its eggs. 153 In another ceremony of the Witchetty Grub Totem, which followed immediately the one I have just described, the actor had 2 shields beside him. The smaller of the shields was ornamented with zigzag lines of white pipeclay which were supposed to indicate the tracks of the grub. The larger shield was covered with larger and smaller series of concentric circles, the larger representing the seeds of a bush on which the insect feeds, while the smaller stood for the eggs of the adult insect. As before, the actor wriggled and flapped his arms in imitation of the fluttering of the insect when it first leaves its chrysalis case in the ground and attempts to fly. In acting thus he was supposed to represent a celebrated ancestor of the Witchetty Grub Totem. 154 Ceremony of the Emu Totem. The last example of such ceremonies which I shall cite is one of the Emu totem in the Arunta tribe. The body of the actor was decorated with perpendicular lines of white down reaching from his shoulders to his knees, and on his head he supported a towering headpiece tipped with a bunch of emu feathers in imitation of the neck and head of an emu. Thus arrayed he stalked backwards and forwards in the aimless fashion of the bird. 155 These dramatic ceremonies were probably at first magical rites intended to supply the people with food and other necessaries. What are we to think of the intention of these little dramas which the Central Australian Aborigines regard as sacred and to the performance of which they devote so much time and labor? At first sight they are simply commemorative services, designed to represent the ancestors as they lived and moved in the far past times, to recall their adventures, of which legend has preserved the memory, and to set them dramatically before the eyes of their living descendants. So far, therefore, the dramas might be described as purely historical in intention, if not in reality. But there are reasons for thinking that in all cases a deeper meaning underlies, or formerly underlay, the performance of all these apparently simple historical plays. In fact, we may suspect that originally they were all magical ceremonies observed for the practical purpose of supplying the people with food, water, sunshine, and everything else of which they stand in need. This conclusion is suggested first of all by the practice of the Arunta and other Central Australian tribes, who observe very similar ceremonies with the avowed intention of thereby multiplying the totemic animals and plants in order that they may be eaten by the tribe, though not by the particular clan which has these animals or plants for its totem. It is true that the Arunta distinguish these magical ceremonies for the multiplication of the totems from what we may call the more purely commemorative or historical performances, and they have a special name for the former, namely Intikiuma, which they do not bestow on the latter. Yet these Intikiuma or magical ceremonies resemble the commemorative ceremonies so closely that it is difficult to suppose they can always have been wholly distinct. For example, in the magical ceremonies for the multiplication of witchetty grubs, the performers pretend to be the insects emerging from their chrysalis cases, 156, just as the actors do in the similar commemorative ceremony which I have described, and again in a magical ceremony for the multiplication of emus the performers wear headdresses to represent the long neck and small head of the bird, and they mimic its gait, 157, exactly as the actors do in the commemorative ceremony. It seems reasonable, therefore, to conjecture that the ceremonies which now are, or seem to be, purely commemorative or historical were originally magical in intention, being observed for the practical purpose of multiplying edible animals and plants or supplying other wants of the tribe. Among the Warramunga, these dramatic ceremonies are avowedly performed as magical rites. Now this conjecture is strongly confirmed by the actual usage of the Warramunga tribe, amongst whom the commemorative or historical dramas are avowedly performed as magical rites. In other words, the Warramunga attribute a magical virtue to the simple performance of such dramas. They think that by merely acting the parts of their totemic ancestors they thereby magically multiply the edible animals or plants which these ancestors had for their totems. Hence in this tribe the magical ceremonies and the dramatic performances practically coincide with them, as Messrs. Spencer and Gillen say. The Intikiuma or magical ceremonies, called by the Warramunga Thalaminta, for the most part simply consist in the performance of a complete series representing the Alcharinga history of the totemic ancestor. In this tribe each totemic group has usually one great ancestor, who arose in some special spot and walked across the country, making various natural features as he did so, creeks, plains, ranges, and waterholes, and leaving behind him spirit individuals who have since been reincarnated. The Intikiuma, or magical, ceremony of the totem really consists in tracking these ancestors' paths, and repeating, one after the other, ceremonies commemorative of what are called the Mungai spots, the equivalent of the Oknanakilla amongst the Arunta, that is, the places where he left the spirit children behind. 158 Apparently the Warramunga imagine that by imitating a totemic ancestor at the very place where he left spirit children of the same totem behind him, they thereby enable these spirit children to be born again and so increase the food supply, whenever their totem is an edible animal or plant. For we must always remember that in the mind of these savages the idea of a man or woman is inextricably confused with the idea of his or her totem. They seem unable to distinguish between the two, and therefore they believe that in multiplying human beings at their local totemic centers, Mungai or Oknanakilla, they simultaneously multiply their totems, and as the totems are commonly edible animals and plants, it follows that in the opinion of the Warramunga the general effect of performing these ancestral plays is to increase the supply of food of the tribe. No wonder, therefore, that the dramas are sacred, and that the natives attribute the most serious significance to their performance. The neglect to perform them might, in their judgment, bring famine and ruin on the whole tribe. As Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, speaking of these ceremonies, justly observe, their proper performance is a matter of very great importance in the eyes of the natives, because, not only do they serve to keep alive and hand down from generation to generation the traditions of the tribe, but they are, at least amongst the Warramunga, intimately associated with the most important object of maintaining the food supply, as every totemic group is held responsible for the maintenance of the material object, the name of which it bears. 159 General view of the attitude of the Central Australian natives towards their dead. To sum up the attitude of the Central Australian natives towards their dead. They believe that their dead are constantly undergoing reincarnation by being born again of women into the world. In fact, that every living man, woman, and child is nothing but a dead person come to life again. that so it has been from the beginning and that so it will be to the end. Of a special world of the departed, remote and different from the material world in which they live and from the familiar scenes to which they have been accustomed from infancy, they have no conception, still less, if that is possible, have they any idea of a division of the world of the dead into a realm of bliss and a realm of woe, where the spirits of the good live ineffably happy and the spirits of the bad live unspeakably miserable. To their simple minds the spirits of the dead dwell all about them in the rocky gorges, the barren plains, the wooded dells, the rustling trees, the still waters of their native land, haunting in death the very spots where they last entered into their mothers' wombs to be born, and where in future they will again enter into the wombs of other women to be born again as other children into the world. And so, they think, it will go on forever and ever. Such a creed seems at first sight, as I have pointed out, irreconcilable with the worship of the dead in the proper sense of the word, and so perhaps it would be, if these savages were strictly consistent and logical in their theories. But they are not. They admit that their remote ancestors, in other words, that they themselves in former incarnations, possess certain marvelous powers to which in the present degenerate days they can lay no claim, and in this significant admission we may detect a rift, a real distinction of kind, between the living and the dead, which in time might widen out into an impassable gulf. In other words, we may suppose that the Central Australians, if left to themselves, might come to hold that the dead return no more to the land of the living, and that, acknowledging as they do the vast superiority of their remote ancestors to themselves, they might end by worshipping them, at first simply as powerful ancestral spirits, and afterwards as supernatural deities, whose original connection with humanity had been totally forgotten. In point of fact, we saw that among the Warramunga the mythical water snake Walunqua, who is regarded as an ancestor of a totemic clan, has made some progress towards deification, for while he is still regarded as the forefather of the clan which bears his name, it is no longer supposed that he is born again of women into the world, but that he lives eternal and invisible under the water of a haunted pool, and that he has it in his power both to help and to harm his people, who pray to him and perform ceremonies in his honor. This awful being, whose voice is heard in the peal of thunder and whose dreadful name may not be pronounced in common life, is not far from Godhead. At least he is apparently the nearest approach to it which the imagination of these rude savages has been able to conceive. Lastly, as I have pointed out, the reverence which the Central Australians entertain for their dead ancestors is closely bound up with their totemism. They fail to distinguish clearly or at all between men and their totems, and accordingly the ceremonies which they perform to commemorate the dead are at the same time magical rites designed to ensure an abundant supply of food and of all the other necessaries and conveniences which savage life requires or admits of. Indeed, we may with some probability conjecture that the magical intention of these ceremonies is the primary and original one, and that the commemorative intention is secondary and derivative. If that could be proved to be so, which is hardly to be expected, we should be obliged to conclude that in this as in so many inquiries into the remote human past we detect evidence of an age of magic preceding anything that deserves to be dignified with the name of religion. That ends what I have to say at present as to the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the Central Australian Aborigines. In my next lecture I propose to pursue the inquiry among the other tribes of Australia. Footnote 137, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 228 square. Footnote 138, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 229 square. Footnote 139, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite pages 230 square. Footnote 140, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 231 to 238. Footnote 141, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 238. Footnote 142, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite pages 238 square. Footnote 143, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 239 to 247. Footnote 144, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 248. Footnote 145, Return. On the other hand, there is a great difference between the Walunqua and any other totem, inasmuch as the particular animal is purely mythical, and except for the one great progenitor of the totemic group, is not supposed to exist at the present day. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 248. Footnote 146, Return. The Wing-era is the equivalent of the Arunta Alcharinga, that is, the earliest legendary or mythical times of which the natives profess to have knowledge. Footnote 147, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 249 square. Footnote 148, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 33 square, 177 square. Footnote 149, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 297 square. Footnote 150, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 316 square. Footnote 151, return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 320. Footnote 152, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 199 to 204. Footnote 153, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 179 square. Footnote 154, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 179 square. Footnote 155, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 358 square, and page 343, figure 73. Footnote 156, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, page 176. Footnote 157, return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite pages 182 square. Footnote 158, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 297. Footnote 159, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 197. Lecture 6, The Belief in Immortality Among the Other Aborigines of Australia. Customs and Beliefs Concerning the Dead in the Other Tribes of Australia. In the last lecture I concluded my account of the beliefs and practices of the Central Australian Aborigines in regard to the dead. Today I propose to consider the customs and beliefs concerning the dead which prevail among the native tribes in other parts of Australia. But at the outset I must warn you that our information as to these other tribes is far less full and precise than that which we possess as to the tribes of the centre, which have had the great advantage of being observed and described by two highly qualified scientific observers, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen. Our knowledge of all other Australian tribes is comparatively fragmentary, and accordingly it is impossible to give even an approximately complete view of their notions concerning the state of the human spirit after death, and of the rites which they observe for the purpose of disarming or propitiating the souls of the departed. We must therefore content ourselves with more or less partial glimpses of this side of native religion. Belief in the reincarnation of the dead among the natives of Queensland. The nice spirits. The first question we naturally ask is whether the belief in the reincarnation of the dead, which prevails universally among the central tribes, reappears among tribes in other parts of the continent. It certainly does so, and although the evidence on this subject is very imperfect, it suffices to raise presumption that a similar belief in the rebirth or reincarnation of the dead was formerly universal among the Australian Aborigines. Unquestionably, the belief is entertained by some of the natives of Queensland, who have been described for us by Mr. W. E. Roth. Thus, for example, the Aborigines on the Pennefather River think that every person's spirit undergoes a series of reincarnations, and that in the interval between two reincarnations the spirit resides in one or other of the haunts of Angia, a mythical being who causes conception in women by putting mud babies into their bodies. Such spots, haunted by the fabulous being Angia and by the souls of the dead awaiting rebirth, may be a tree, a rock, or a pool of water. They clearly correspond to the local totem centers, Oknanakilla among the Arunta, Mungai among the Warramunga, of the Central Australian tribes which I described in former lectures. The natives of the Pennefather River observe a ceremony at the birth of a child in order to ascertain the exact spot where its spirit tarried in the interval since its last incarnation, and when they have discovered it they speak of the child as obtained from a tree, a rock, or a pool of water, according to the place from which its spirit is supposed to have passed into its mother. 160 readers of the classics can hardly fail to be reminded of the Homeric phrase to be born of an oak or a rock, 161, which seems to point to a similar belief in the possibility of human souls awaiting reincarnation in the boughs of an oak tree or in the cleft of a rock. In the opinion of the Pennefather natives, all disembodied human spirits, or choi, as they call them, are mischief makers and evildoers, for they make people sick or crazy, but the medicine men can sometimes control them for good or evil. They wander about in the bush, but there are certain hollow trees or clumps of trees with wide-spreading branches, which they most love to haunt, and they can be heard in the rustling of the leaves or the crackling of the boughs at night. Angia himself, who puts babies into women, is never seen, but you may hear him laughing in the depths of the forest, among the rocks, in the lagoons, and along the mangrove swamps, and when you hear his laugh you may be sure that he has got a baby. 162. If a native happens to hurt himself near a tree, he imagines that the spirit of some dead person is lurking among the branches, and he will never cut the tree down lest a worse thing should befall him at the hands of the vengeful ghost. 163. A curious feature in the beliefs of these Pennefather natives is that apart from the spirit called Choi, which lives in a disembodied state between two incarnations, every person is supposed to have a spirit of a different sort called Nai, which has its seat in the heart. They feel it beating within their breast, it talks to them in sleep and so is the cause of dreams. At death a man's Nai spirit does not go away into the bush to await reincarnation like his Choi spirit, on the contrary, it passes at once into his children, boys and girls alike, for before their father's death children are supposed not to possess a Nai spirit. If a child dies before its father, they think that it never had a Nai spirit at all. And the Nai spirit may leave a man in his lifetime as well as at death. For example, when a person faints, the natives think that he does so because his Nai spirit has departed from him, and they will stamp on the ground to make it return. On the other hand, the Choi spirit is supposed never to quit a man during life. It is thought to be in some undefined way related to the shadow, whereas the Nai spirit, as we saw, manifests itself in the beating of the heart. When a woman dies, her Nai spirit goes not into her children but into her sisters, one after the other, and when all the sisters are dead, the woman's Nai spirit goes away among the mangroves and perishes altogether. 164. Thus these savages explain the phenomena of birth and death, of conscious and unconscious life, by a theory of a double human spirit, one associated with the heart and the other with the shadow. The psychology is rudimentary, still it is interesting as an attempt to solve problems which still puzzle civilized man. Beliefs of the natives of Cape Bedford in Queensland. Other Queensland Aborigines associate the vital principle not with the heart but with the breath. For example, at Cape Bedford the natives call it wawu and think that it never leaves the body sleeping or waking till death, when it haunts its place of burial for a time and may communicate with the living. Thus, like the ghost of Hamlet's father, it will often appear to a near kinsman or intimate friend, tell him the pitiful tale how he was done to death by an enemy, and urge him to revenge. Again, the soul of a man's dead father or friend may bear him company on a journey and, like the beryl stone in Rossetti's poem Rosemary, warn him of an ambuscade lurking for him in a spot where the man himself sees nothing. But the spirits of the dead do not always come with such friendly intent. They may drive the living distracted. A peculiar form of mental excitement and bewilderment is attributed to their action. Further, these Aborigines at Cape Bedford, in Queensland, believe that all spirits of nature are in fact souls of the dead. Such spirits usually leave their haunts in the forests and caves at night. Stout-hearted old men can see and converse with them and receive from them warnings of danger, but women and children fear these spirits and never see them. But some spirits of the dead, when they have ceased to haunt their places of burial, go away eastward and are reincarnated in white people. Hence these savages often look for a resemblance to some deceased tribesman among Europeans, and frequently wonder why it is that the white man, on whom their fancy has pitched, remembers nothing about his former life as a black man among blacks. 165 Beliefs of the natives of the Tully River in Queensland. The natives of the Tully River in Queensland associate the principle of life both with the breath and with the shadow. It departs from the body temporarily in sleep and fainting fits and permanently in death, after which it may be heard at night tapping on the top of huts or creaking in the branches of trees. It is everlasting, so far as these savages have any idea of eternity, and further it is intangible, hence in its disembodied state it needs no food, and none is set out for it. The disposition of these disembodied spirits of the dead is good or bad, according to their disposition in life. Yet when a man is alone by himself, the spirit even of one of his own dead kinsfolk will sometimes come and do him a mischief. On the other hand, it can do nothing to several people together. There is safety in numbers. They may all see and hear the ghost, but he will not attack them. Hence these savages have been taught from childhood to beware of going alone. Solitary people are liable at any moment to be assailed by the spirits of the dead. The only means they know of warding off these ghostly assailants is by lighting good fires. 166 Belief of the Australian Aborigines that their dead are reborn in white people. I have mentioned the belief of the Cape Bedford natives that the spirits of their dead are sometimes reincarnated in white people. A similar notion is reported from other and widely separated parts of Australia, and wherever it exists may be taken as evidence of a general belief as to the rebirth or reincarnation of the dead, even where such a belief is not expressly recorded. This superstition has sometimes proved of service to white people who have been cast among the blacks, for it has ensured them a hospitable and even affectionate welcome, where otherwise they might have encountered suspicion and hostility, if not open violence. Gray writes as follows: Experience of Sir George Gray. After we had tethered the horses, and made ourselves tolerably comfortable, we heard loud voices from the hills above us. The effect was fine, for they really almost appeared to float in the air, and as the wild cries of the women, who knew not our exact position, came by upon the wind, I thought it was well worth a little trouble to hear these savage sounds under such circumstances. Our guide shouted in return, and gradually the approaching cries came nearer and nearer. I was, however, wholly unprepared for the scene that was about to take place. A sort of procession came up, headed by two women, down whose cheeks tears were streaming. The eldest of these came up to me, and looking for a moment at me, said, "Gua, bundo, ball, yes, in truth it is him," and then throwing her arms round me, cried bitterly, her head resting on my breast, and although I was totally ignorant of what their meaning was, from mere motives of compassion, I offered no resistance to her caresses, however disagreeable they might be, for she was old, ugly, and filthily dirty. The other younger one knelt at my feet, also crying. At last the old lady, emboldened by my submission, deliberately kissed me on each cheek, just in the manner a Frenchwoman would have done. She then cried a little more, and at length relieving me, assured me that I was the ghost of her son, who had some time before been killed by a spear wound in his breast. The younger female was my sister, but she, whether from motives of delicacy, or from any imagined backwardness on my part, did not think proper to kiss me. My new mother expressed almost as much delight at my return to my family, as my real mother would have done, had I been unexpectedly restored to her. As soon as she left me, my brothers, and father, the old man who had previously been so frightened, came up and embraced me after their manner, that is, they threw their arms round my waist, placed their right knee against my right knee, and their breast against my breast, holding me in this way for several minutes. During the time that the ceremony lasted, I, according to the native custom, preserved a grave and mournful expression of countenance. This belief, that white people are the souls of departed blacks, is by no means an uncommon superstition amongst them. They themselves, never having an idea of quitting their own land, cannot imagine others doing it, and thus, when they see white people suddenly appear in their country, and settling themselves down in particular spots, they imagine that they must have formed an attachment for this land in some other state of existence, and hence conclude the settlers were at one period black men. And their own relations. Likenesses, whether real or imagined, complete the delusion, and from the manner of the old woman I have just alluded to, from her many tears, and from her warm caresses, I feel firmly convinced that she really believed I was her son, whose first thought, upon his return to earth, had been to revisit his old mother, and bring her a present. 169 In southeastern Australia, the natives believed that the souls of the dead were not reborn but went up to the sky. On the whole, then, we may conclude that a belief in the reincarnation of the dead has not been confined to the tribes of Central Australia, but has been held by the tribes in many, perhaps at one time in all, other parts of the continent. Yet, if we may judge from the imperfect records which we possess, this faith in the return of the dead to life in human form would seem to have given way and been replaced to some extent by a differing creed among many tribes of southeastern Australia. In this part of the continent, it appears to have been often held by the natives that after death the soul is not born again among men, but goes away forever to some distant country either in the sky or beyond the sea, where all the spirits of the dead congregate. Thus Lieutenant Colonel Collins, who was governor of New South Wales in the early days of the colony, at the end of the 18th century, reports that when the natives were often questioned as to what became of them after their decease, some answered that they went either on or beyond the great water, but by far the greater number signified that they went to the clouds. 170 Again, the Ngarrindjeri tribe of South Australia believed that all the dead went up to the sky and that some of them at least became stars. We possess an excellent description of the beliefs and customs of this tribe from the pen of a missionary, the Reverend George Taplin, who lived among them for many years. His account of their theory of the state of the dead is instructive. It runs thus: Beliefs of the Ngarrindjeri concerning the dead. The Ngarrindjeri point out several stars, and say that they are deceased warriors who have gone to heaven, Wairawar. There are Wayungar, and Nepal, and the Manchinga, and several others. Every native expects to go to Wairawar after death. They also believe that the dead descend from thence, and walk the earth, and that they are able to injure those whom they dislike. Consequently, men who have been notorious in life for a domineering and revengeful disposition are very much dreaded after death. For instance, there is Karumpi, who comes in the dead of night, when the campfire has burned low, and like a rushing wind scatters the dying embers, and then takes advantage of the darkness to rob some sleeper of life, and it is considered dangerous to whistle in the dark, for Karumpi is especially attracted by a whistle. There is another restless spirit, the deceased father of a boy whom I well know, who is said to rove about armed with a rope, with which he catches people. All the Naranyeri, old and young, are dreadfully afraid of seeing ghosts, and none of them will venture into the scrub after dark, lest he should encounter the spirits which are supposed to roam there. I have heard some admirable specimens of ghost stories from them. In one case I remember the ghost was represented to have set fire to a whirly hut and ascended to heaven in the flame. The Naranyeri regard the disapprobation of the spirits of the dead as a thing to be dreaded, and if a serious quarrel takes place between near relatives, some of the friends are sure to interpose with entreaties to the contentious parties to be reconciled, lest the spirits of the dead should be offended at unseemly disputes between those who ought to be at peace. The name of the dead must not be mentioned until his body has decayed, lest a want of sorrow should seem to be indicated by the common and flippant use of his name. A native would have the deceased believe that he cannot hear or speak his name without weeping. 171 Naranyeri fear of the dead. Mourning customs. From this account it would appear that the Naranyeri have no belief in the reincarnation of the dead. They suppose that the souls of the departed live up aloft in the sky, from which they descend at night in the form of ghosts to haunt and trouble the living. On the whole, the attitude of the Naranyeri towards their dead kinsfolk seems to be dominated by fear. Of affection there is apparently little or no trace. It is true that like most Australian tribes they indulge in extravagant demonstrations of grief at the death of their kinsfolk. A great lamentation and wailing is made by all the relations and friends of the deceased. They cut off their hair close to the head and besmudge themselves with oil and pounded charcoal. The women besmear themselves with the most disgusting filth. All beat and cut themselves and make a violent show of sorrow, and all the time that the corpse, rubbed over with grease and red ochre, is being dried over a slow fire in the hut, the women take it by turns to weep and wail before it, so that the lamentation never ceases for days. Yet Mr. Taplin was persuaded that fear has more to do with most of these exhibitions than grief, and he tells us that for 1 minute a woman will appear in the deepest agony of grief and tears. A few minutes after, the conventional amount of weeping having been accomplished, they will laugh and talk with the merriest. 172 The principal motive, in fact, for all this excessive display of sorrow would seem to be a fear lest the jealous ghost should think himself slighted and should avenge the slight on the cold-hearted relatives who do not mourn sufficiently for the irreparable loss they have sustained by his death. We may conjecture that the same train of thought explains the ancient and widespread custom of hiring professional mourners to wail over the dead. The tears and lamentations of his kinsfolk are not enough to soothe the wounded feelings of the departed, they must be reinforced by noisier expressions of regret. Deaths attributed by the Naranyeri to sorcery. But there is another powerful motive for all these violent demonstrations of grief, into the secret of which we are let by Mr. Taplin. He says that all the relatives are careful to be present and not to be wanting in the proper signs of sorrow, lest they should be suspected of complicity in causing the death. 173 In fact the Naranyeri, like many other savages, attribute all, or most, natural deaths to sorcery. When a person dies, they think that he or she has been killed by the evil magic of some ill-wisher, and one of the first things to be done is to discover the culprit in order that his life may be taken in revenge. For this purpose the Naranyeri resort to a form of divination. On the first night after the death the nearest relation of the deceased sleeps with his head on the corpse, hoping thus to dream of the sorcerer who has done the mischief. Next day the corpse is placed on a sort of bier supported on men's shoulders. The friends of the deceased gather round and call out the names of suspected persons to see whether the corpse will give any sign. At last the next of kin calls out the name of the person of whom he has dreamed, and if at the sound the corpse makes a movement towards him, which the bearers say they cannot resist, it is regarded as a clear token that the man so named is the malefactor. It only remains for the kinsfolk of the dead to hunt down the culprit and kill him. 174 Thus not only the relations but everybody in the neighborhood has the strongest motive for assuming at least an appearance of sorrow at a death, lest the suspicion of having caused it by sorcery should fall upon him. Pretense made by the Naranyeri of avenging the death of their friends on the guilty sorcerer. It deserves to be noted that while the Naranyeri nominally acknowledge the duty of killing the sorcerer who in their opinion had caused the death of their friend, they by no means always discharged the duty, but sometimes contented themselves with little more than a pretense of revenge. Mr. Taplin's account of the proceedings observed on such an occasion is instructive. It runs thus: the spirit of the dead is not considered to have been appeased until his relatives have avenged his death. They will kill the sorcerer who has caused it if they can catch him, but generally they cannot catch him, and often do not wish it. Most probably he belongs to some other tribe of the Naranyeri. Messengers pass between the tribes relative to the affair, and the friends of the accused person at last formally curse the dead man and all his dead relatives. This constitutes a casus belli. Arrangements are forthwith made for a pitched battle, and the two tribes meet in company with their respective allies. The tribe to which the dead man belongs weep and make a great lamentation for him, and the opposing tribe sets some fellows to dance about and play antics in derision of their enemies. Then the whole tribe will set up a great laugh by way of further provocation. If there is any other cause of animosity between the tribes besides the matter of avenging the dead, there will now be a pretty severe fight with spears. If, however, the tribes have nothing but the dead man to fight about, they will probably throw a few spears, indulge in considerable abuse of each other, perhaps one or two will get slightly wounded, and then some of the old men will declare that enough has been done. The dead man is considered to have been appeased by the efforts of his friends to avenge his death by fighting, and the two tribes are friendly again. In such a case the fight is a mere ceremony. 175 Thus among the Naranyeri the duty of blood revenge was often supposed to be sufficiently discharged by a sham fight performed apparently for the satisfaction of the ghost, who was supposed to be looking on and to be gratified by the sight of his friends hurling spears at the author of his death. Merciful pretenses of the same sort have been practiced by other savages in order to satisfy the vengeful ghost without the effusion of blood. Examples of them will come before us later on. 176 Magical virtue ascribed to the hair of the dead. However, the attitude of the Naranyeri towards their dead was not purely one of fear and aversion. They imagined that they could derive certain benefits from their departed kinsfolk, and the channel through which these benefits flowed was furnished by their hair. They cut off the hair of the dead and spun it into a cord, and this cord was commonly worn by the men as a headband. They said that thereby they smelled the dead, and that the smell made their eyes large and their sight keen, so that in a fight they could see the spears coming and could parry or avoid them. 177 Similar magical virtues are ascribed to the hair of the dead by the Arunta. Among them the hair of a dead man is cut off and made into a magic girdle, which is a valued possession and is only worn when a man is going out to engage in a tribal fight or to stalk a foe for the purpose of destroying him by witchcraft. The girdle is supposed to be endowed with magic power and to impart to its possessor all the warlike qualities of the dead man from whose hair it was made. In particular, it is thought to ensure accuracy of aim in the wearer, while at the same time it destroys that of his adversary. 178 Hence the girdle is worn by the man who takes the lead in avenging the death of the deceased on his supposed murderer. The mere sight of it, they think, so terrifies the victim that his legs tremble under him, he becomes incapable of fighting, and is easily speared. 179 Belief that the souls of the dead go up to the sky. Among the tribes of southeastern Australia the Naranyeri were not alone in holding the curious belief that the souls of the dead go up into the sky to live there forever, but that their ghosts come down again from time to time, roam about their old haunts on earth, and communicate with the living. This, for example, was the belief of the Diary, the Bwandik, the Kurnai, and the Kulin tribes. 180 The Bwandik thought that everything in Skyland was better than on earth. A fat kangaroo, for example, was compared to a kangaroo of heaven, where, of course, the animals might be expected to abound. 181 The Kulin imagined that the spirits of the dead ascended to heaven by the bright rays of the setting sun. 182 The Walewan natives in New South Wales used to bury their dead in hollow trees, and when they dropped the body into its place, the bearers and the bystanders joined in a loud whirring sound, like the rush of the wind. They said that this represented the upward flight of the soul to the sky. 183 Appearance of the dead to the living, especially in dreams. With regard to the ghosts on earth, some tribes of southeastern Australia believe that they can be seen by the living, can partake of food, and can warm themselves at a fire. It is especially the graves, where their moldering bodies are deposited, that these restless spirits are supposed to haunt. It is there that they shew themselves either to people generally or to such as have the second sight. 184 But it is most commonly in dreams that they appear to the living and hold communication with them. Often these communications are believed to be helpful. Thus the tribes of the Wotjobaluk nation thought that the ghosts of their dead relations could visit them in sleep to protect them. A Mutjarawank man told Dr. Howitt that his father came to him in a dream and warned him to beware or he would be killed. This, the man believed, was the saving of his life, for he afterwards came to the place which he had seen in his dream, whereupon, instead of going on, he turned back, so that his enemies, who might have been waiting for him there, did not catch him. 185 Another man informed Drive Howitt that his dead uncle appeared to him in sleep and taught him charms against sickness and other evils, and the Chepara tribe similarly believed that male ancestors visited sleepers and imparted to them charms to avert evil magic. 186 Savage faith in the truth of dreams. Association of the stars with the souls of the dead. Such notions follow naturally from the savage theory of dreams. Almost all savages appear to believe firmly in the truth of dreams. They fail to draw the distinction, which to us seems obvious, between the imaginary creations of the mind in sleep and the waking realities of the physical world. Whatever they dream of must, they think, be actually existing, for have they not seen it with their own eyes? To argue that the visions of sleep have no real existence is, therefore, in their opinion, to argue against the plain evidence of their senses, and they naturally treat such exaggerated skepticism with incredulity and contempt. Hence, when they dream of their dead friends and relations, they necessarily conclude that these persons are still alive somewhere and somehow, though they do not commonly appear by daylight to people in their waking hours. Unquestionably, this savage faith in the reality of dreams has been one of the principal sources of the widespread, almost universal, belief in the survival of the human soul after death. It explains why ghosts are supposed to appear rather by night than by day, since it is chiefly by night that men sleep and dream dreams. Perhaps it may also partly account for the association of the stars with the souls of the dead. For if the dead appear to the living mainly in the hours of darkness, it seems not unnatural to imagine that the bright points of light which then bespangle the canopy of heaven are either the souls of the departed or fires kindled by them in their home aloft. For example, the Central Australian Aborigines commonly suppose the stars to be the campfires of natives who live on the banks of the great river which we civilized men, by a survival of primitive mythology, call the Milky Way. However, these rude savages, we are told, as a general rule appear to pay very little attention to the stars in detail, probably because they enter very little into anything which is connected with their daily life, and more especially with their food supply. 187 The same observation which Messrs. Spencer and Gillen here make as to the natives of Central Australia might be applied to most savages who have remained in the purely hunting stage of social development. Such men are not much addicted to stargazing, since the stars have little or nothing to tell them that they wish to know. It is not till people have beta-kenned themselves to sowing and reaping crops that they begin to scan the heavens more carefully in order to determine the season of sowing by observation of the great celestial timekeepers, the rising and setting of certain constellations, above all, apparently, of the Pleiades. 188 In short, the rise of agriculture favors the rise of astronomy. Creed of the Southeastern Australians touching the dead. But to return to the ideas of the Australian Aborigines concerning the dead, we may say of the natives of the southeastern part of the continent, in the words of Dr. Howitt, that there is a universal belief in the existence of the human spirit after death, as a ghost, which is able to communicate with the living when they sleep. It finds its way to the sky country, where it lives in a land like the earth, only more fertile, better watered, and plentifully supplied with game. 189 This belief is very different from that of the Central Australian natives, who think that the souls of the dead tarry on earth in their old familiar haunts until the time comes for them to be born again into the world. Of the two different creeds, that of the southeastern tribes may be regarded as the more advanced, since it admits that the dead do not return to life, and that their disembodied spirits do not haunt perpetually a multitude of spiritual parks or reservations dotted over the face of the country. The creed seems to form part of a general advance of culture in this part of the continent. But how are we to account for this marked difference of belief between the natives of the center and the natives of the southeast? Perhaps the most probable explanation is that the creed of the southeastern tribes in this respect is part of a general advance of culture brought about by the more favorable natural conditions under which they live as compared with the forlorn state of the rude inhabitants of the central deserts. That advance of culture manifests itself in a variety of ways. On the material side, it is seen in more substantial and permanent dwellings and in warmer and better clothing. On the social side, it is seen in an incipient tendency to the rise of a regular chieftainship, a thing which is quite unknown among the democratic or rather oligarchic savages of the center, who are mainly governed by the old men in council. 190 But the rise of chieftainship is a great step in political progress, since a monarchical government of some sort appears to be essential to the emergence of mankind from savagery. On the whole, then, the beliefs of the southeastern Australian Aborigines seem to mark a step on the upward road towards civilization. Possible influence of European teaching on native beliefs. At the same time, we must not forget that these beliefs may have been influenced by the lessons which they have learned from white settlers with whom in this part of Australia they have been so long in contact. The possibility of such a transfusion of the new wine of Europe into the old bottles of Australia did not escape the experienced Mr. James Dawson, an early settler in Victoria, who has given us a valuable account of the natives of that region in the old days when they were still comparatively little contaminated by intercourse with the whites. He describes as follows the views which prevailed as to the dead among the tribes of Western Victoria. After the disposal of the body of a good person, its shade walks about for 3 days, and although it appears to people, it holds no communication with them. Should it be seen and named by anyone during these 3 days, it instantly disappears. At the expiry of 3 days it goes off to a beautiful country above the clouds, abounding with kangaroo and other game, where life will be enjoyed forever. Friends will meet and recognize each other there, but there will be no marrying, as the bodies have been left on earth. Children under 4 or 5 years have no souls and no future life. The shades of the wicked wander miserably about the earth for 1 year after death, frightening people, and then descend to Amakaleen, never to return. After giving us this account of the native creed, Mr. Dawson adds very justly, some of the ideas described above may possibly have originated with the white man, and been transmitted from Sydney by one tribe to another. 191 The probability of white influence on this particular doctrine of religion is increased by the frank confession which these same natives made of the religious deterioration, as they regarded it, which they had suffered in another direction through the teaching of the missionaries. On this subject, to quote again from Mr. Dawson, the savages are of opinion that the good spirit, Pern Nihil, is a gigantic man, living above the clouds, and as he is of a kindly disposition, and harms no one, he is seldom mentioned, but always with respect. His voice, the thunder, is listened to with pleasure, as it does good to man and beast, by bringing rain, and making grass and roots grow for their benefit. But the Aborigines say that the missionaries and government protectors have given them a dread of Pern Nihil, and they are sorry that the young people, and many of the old, are now afraid of a being who never did any harm to their forefathers. 192 Vagueness and inconsistency of native beliefs as to the state of the dead. Custom or ritual as the interpreter of belief. However, it is very difficult to ascertain the exact beliefs of savages as to the dead. The thought of the savage is apt to be vague and inconsistent. He neither represents his ideas clearly to his own mind nor can he express them lucidly to others, even if he wishes to do so. And his thought is not only vague and inconsistent, it is fluid and unstable, liable to shift and change under alien influence. For these and other reasons, such as the distrust of strangers and the difficulty of language, which often interposes a formidable barrier between savage man and the civilized inquirer, the domain of primitive beliefs is beset by so many snares and pitfalls that we might almost despair of arriving at the truth, were it not that we possess a clue to guide us on the dark and slippery way. That clue is action. While it is generally very difficult to ascertain what any man thinks, it is comparatively easy to ascertain what he does, and what a man does, not what he says, is the surest touchstone to his real belief. Hence, when we attempt to study the religion of backward races, the ritual which they practice is generally a safer indication of their actual creed than the loudest profession of faith. In regard to the state of the human soul after death, the beliefs of the Australian Aborigines are clearly reflected in many of the customs which they observe at the death and burial of their friends and enemies, and it is accordingly with an account of some of these customs that I propose to conclude this part of my subject. Burial customs of the Australian Aborigines as evidence of their beliefs concerning the state of the soul after death. Food placed on the grave for the use of the ghost and fires kindled to warm him. Now, some of the burial customs observed by the Australian savages reveal in the clearest manner their belief that the human soul survives the death of the body, that in its disembodied state it retains consciousness and feeling, and can do a mischief to the living. In short, they shew that in the opinion of these people the departed live in the form of dangerous ghosts. Thus, for example, when the deceased is a person of importance, the diary place food for many days on the grave, and in winter they kindle a fire in order that the ghost may warm himself at it. If the food remains untouched on the grave, they think that the dead is not hungry. 193 The Blanchwater section of that tribe fear the spirits of the dead and accordingly take steps to prevent their resurrection. For that purpose they tie the toes of the corpse together and the thumbs behind the back, which must obviously make it difficult for the dead man to arise in his might and pursue them. Moreover, for a month after the death they sweep a clear space round the grave at dusk every evening, and inspect it every morning. If they find any tracks on it, they assume that they have been made by the restless ghost in his nocturnal peregrinations, and accordingly they dig up his mouldering remains and bury them in some other place, where they hope he will sleep sounder. 194 The Kukata tribe think that the ghost may be thirsty, so they obligingly leave a drinking vessel on the grave, that he may slake his thirst. Also they deposit spears and other weapons on the spot, together with a digging stick, which is specially intended to ward off evil spirits who may be on the prowl. 195 The ghosts of the natives on the Maranoa River were also thirsty souls, so vessels full of water were sometimes suspended for their use over the grave. 196 A custom of lighting a fire on the grave to warm the poor shivering ghost seems to have been not uncommon among the Aboriginal Australians. The Western Victorians, for example, kept up large fires all night for this purpose. 197 In the Wimbeyo tribe 2 fires were kept burning for a whole month on the grave, one to the right and the other to the left, in order that the ghost might come out and warm himself at them in the chill night air. If they found tracks near the grave, they inferred, like the diary, that the perturbed spirit had quitted his narrow bed to pace to and fro in the long hours of darkness, but if no footprints were visible they thought that he slept in peace. 198 In some parts of Western Australia the natives maintained fires on the grave for more than a month for the convenience of the ghost, and they clearly expected him to come to life again, for they detached the nails from the thumb and forefinger of the corpse and deposited them in a small hole beside the grave, in order that they might know their friend at his resurrection. 199 The length of time during which fires were maintained or kindled daily on the grave is said to have varied, according to the estimation in which the man was held, from a few days to 3 or 4 years. 200 We have seen that the diary laid food on the grave for the hungry ghost to partake of, and the same custom was observed by the Gornditch-Mara tribe. 201 However, some intelligent old Aborigines of Western Victoria derided the custom as whitefellows' gammon. 202 Property of the dead buried with them. Further, in some tribes of southeastern Australia it was customary to deposit the scanty property of the deceased, usually consisting of a few rude weapons or implements, on the grave or to bury it with him. Thus the natives of Western Victoria buried all a dead man's ornaments, weapons, and property with him in the grave, only reserving his stone axes, which were too valuable to be thus sacrificed. These were inherited by the next of kin. 203 The Wurundjeri also interred the personal property of the dead with him. If the deceased was a man, his spear thrower was stuck in the ground at the head of the grave. If the deceased was a woman, the same thing was done with her digging stick. That these implements were intended for the use of the ghost and not merely as headstones to mark the situation of the tomb and the sex of the departed, is clear from a significant exception to the custom. When the departed brother was a man of violent temper, who had been quarrelsome and a brawler in his life, no weapons were buried with him, obviously lest in a fit of ill temper he should sally from the grave and assault people with them. 204 Similarly the Turrbal tribe, who deposited their dead in the forks of trees, used to leave a spear and club near the corpse that the spirit of the dead might have weapons wherewith to kill game for his sustenance in the future state. A yam stick was placed in the ground at a woman's grave, so that she might go away at night and seek for roots. 205 The Woldal tribe were very particular about burying everything that belonged to a dead man with him. Spears and nets, though valuable articles of property, were thus sacrificed. Even a canoe has been known to be cut up in order that the pieces of it might be deposited in the grave. In fact, everything belonging to a dead man was put out of sight. 206 Similarly in the Giugal tribe all the implements and inanimate property of a warrior were interred with him. 207 In the Gringai country not only was all a man's property buried with him, but every native present at the burial contributed something, and these contributions were piled together at the head of the corpse before the grave was filled in. 208 Among the tribes of southern Victoria, when the grave has been dug and lined with fresh leaves and twigs so as to make a soft bed, the dead man's property is brought in 2 bags, and the sorcerer shakes out the contents. They consist of such small articles as pieces of hard stone suitable for cutting or paring skins, bones for boring holes, twine made of opossum wool, and so forth. These are placed in the grave, and the bags and rugs of the deceased are torn up and thrown in likewise. Then the sorcerer asks whether the dead man had any other property, and if he had, it is brought forward and laid beside the torn fragments of the bags and rugs. Everything that a man owned in life must be laid beside him in death. 209 Again, among the tribes of the Lower Murray, Lachlan, and Darling rivers in New South Wales, all a dead man's property, including his weapons and nets, was buried with his body in the grave. 210 Further, we are told that among the natives of Western Australia the weapons and personal property of the deceased are placed on the grave, so that when he rises from the dead they may be ready to his hand. 211 In the Bullia district of Queensland the things which belong to a dead man, such as his boomerangs and spears, are either buried with him, destroyed by fire, or sometimes, though rarely, distributed among his tribal brothers, but never among his children. 212 Intention of destroying the property of the dead. The property of the dead not destroyed in Central Australia. Thus, among certain tribes of Australia, especially in the southeastern part of the continent, it appears that the custom of burying or destroying a dead man's property has been very common. That the intention of the custom in some cases is to supply the supposed needs of the ghost seems to be fairly certain, but we may doubt whether this explanation would apply to the practice of burning or otherwise destroying the things which had belonged to the deceased. More probably such destruction springs from an overpowering dread of the ghost and a wish to sever all connection with him, so that he may have no excuse for returning and haunting the survivors, as he might do if his property were either kept by them or deposited in the grave. Whatever the motive for the burial or destruction of a dead man's property may be, the custom appears not to prevail among the tribes of Central Australia. In the eastern Arunta tribe, indeed, it is said that sometimes a little wooden vessel used in camp for holding small objects may be buried with the man, but this is the only instance which Messrs. Spencer and Gillen could hear of in which any article of ordinary use is buried in the grave. Far from wasting property in that way, these economical savages preserve even a man's personal ornaments, such as his necklaces, armlets, and the fur string which he wore round his head. Indeed, as we have seen, they go so far as to cut off the hair from the head of the deceased and to keep it for magical uses. 213 In the Warramunga tribe, all the belongings of a dead man go to the tribal brothers of his mother. 214 Property of the dead hung up on trees, then washed and distributed. Economic loss entailed by sacrifices to the dead. The difference in this respect between the practice of the central tribes and that of the tribes nearer the sea, especially in Victoria and New South Wales, is very notable. A custom intermediate between the two is observed by some tribes of the Darling River, who hang up the weapons, nets, and other property of the deceased on trees for about 2 months, then wash them, and distribute them among the relations. 215 The reason for hanging the things up and washing them is no doubt to rid them of the infection of death in order that they may be used with safety by the survivors. Such a custom points clearly to a growing fear of the dead, and that fear or reverence comes out still more clearly in the practice of either burying the property of the dead with them or destroying it altogether, which is observed by the Aborigines of Victoria and other parts of Australia who live under more favourable conditions of life than the inhabitants of the central deserts. This confirms the conclusion which we have reached on other grounds, that among the Aboriginal population of Australia favourable natural conditions in respect of climate, food, and water have exercised a most important influence in stimulating social progress in many directions, and not least in the direction of religion. At the same time, while we recognize that the incipient tendency to a worship of the dead which may be detected in these regions marks a step forward in religious development, we must acknowledge that the practice of burying or destroying the property of the dead, which is one of the ways in which the tendency manifests itself, is, regarded from the side of economic progress, a decided step backward. It marks, in fact, the beginning of a melancholy aberration of the human mind, which has led mankind to sacrifice the real interests of the living to the imaginary interests of the dead. With the general advance of society and the accompanying accumulation of property, these sacrifices have at certain stages of evolution become heavier and heavier, as the demands of the ghosts became more and more exacting. The economic waste which the belief in the immortality of the soul has entailed on the world is incalculable. When we contemplate that waste in its small beginnings among the rude savages of Australia, it appears insignificant enough. The world is not much the poorer for the loss of a parcel of boomerangs, spears, fur string, and skin rugs. But when we pass from the custom and this its feeble source and follow it as it swells in volume through the nations of the world till it attains the dimensions of a mighty river of wasted labor, squandered treasure, and spilt blood, we cannot but wonder at the strange mixture of good and evil in the affairs of mankind, seeing in what we justly call progress so much hardly earned gain side by side with so much gratuitous loss, such immense additions to the substantial value of life to be set off against such enormous sacrifices to the shadow of a shade. Footnote 160, Return, W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Superstition, Magic, and Medicine, Brisbane, 1903, pages 18, 23, section 68, 83. Footnote 161, Return, Homer, Odyssey, 19. 163, footnote 162, Return, W. E. Roth, LLCC. Footnote 163, Return, W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, page 29. Section 116. Footnote 164, Return, W. E. Roth. Op. Cit. page 18, section 68. Footnote 165, return, W. E. Roth, opposite pages 17, 29, sections 65, 116. Footnote 166, return, W. E. Roth, opposite page 17, section 65. Footnote 167, return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, Melbourne, Sydney, and Adelaide, 1881, pages 110 square. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, London, 1904, page 442. Footnote 168, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 445. Footnote 169, return, Sir George Grey, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, I. 301-303. Footnote 170, return, Lieutenant Colonel David Collins, An Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, 2nd edition, London, 1804, page 354. Footnote 171, return, Reverend G. Taplin, The Narranyeri, in Native Tribes of South Australia, Adelaide, 1879, pages 18 sq. Footnote 172, return, Reverend G. Taplin, The Narranyeri, opposite pages 20 square. Footnote 173, return, Reverend G. Taplin, opposite page 20. Footnote 174, return, Reverend G. Taplin, opposite pages 19 square, 21. Footnote 175, return, Reverend G. Taplin, opposite page 21. Footnote 176, return, see below, pages 235 sqq. 327 square. Footnote 177, return, Reverend G. Taplin, opposite page 21. Footnote 178, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 538 square. Footnote 179, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 544 square. Footnote 180, return, W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 434, 436, 437, 438. Compare E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, London, 1845, 2. 357, footnote 181, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 434. Footnote 182, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 438. Footnote 183, return, Reverend W. Ridley, Kamilaroi, Sydney, 1875, page 160. Footnote 184, return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 434, 438, 439, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, page 50. Footnote 185, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 435. Footnote 186, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 437. Footnote 187, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 628, footnote 188, return, as to the place occupied by the Pleiades in primitive calendars, see Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, I. 309-319. Footnote 189, return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 439 square. Footnote 190, return, see Totemism and Exogamy, I. 314 sqq. Footnote 191, return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, page 51. A man of the Tatati tribe in New South Wales informed Mr. A. L. P. Cameron that the natives believed in a pit of fire where bad men were roasted after death. This reported belief, resting apparently on the testimony of a single informant, may without doubt be ascribed to the influence of Christian teaching. C.A. L. P. Cameron, Notes on Some Tribes of New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 14. 1885, pages 364 square. Footnote 192, return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, page 49. Footnote 193, return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, page 448. Footnote 194, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 449. Compare E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 87. The object sought in tying up the remains of the dead is to prevent the deceased from escaping from the tomb and frightening or injuring the survivors. Footnote 195, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 451. Footnote 196, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 467. Footnote 197, return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, page 50. Footnote 198, return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, page 452. Footnote 199, return, Art Salvato, Memoires historiques sur l'Australie, Paris, 1854, page 261, Missions Catholiques, X, 1878, page 247. For more evidence as to the lighting of fires for this purpose, see A. W. Howitt, opposite pages 455, 470. Footnote 200, return, A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, New Series, 3. 1865, page 245. Footnote 201, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 455. Footnote 202, return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 50 square. Footnote 203, return, J. Dawson, opposite page 63. Footnote 204, return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, page 458. Footnote 205, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 470. Footnote 206, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite pages 461 square. Footnote 207, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 464. Footnote 208, return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 464. Footnote 209, return, R. Brough Smith, The Aborigines of Victoria, I. 104. Footnote 210, return, P. Beveridge, of the Aborigines inhabiting the Great Lacustrine and Riverine Depression of the Lower Murray, Lower Murrumbidgee, Lower Lachlan, and Lower Darling, Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales, 17. 1883, page 29. Footnote 211, return, A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, New Series, 3. 1865, page 245. Footnote 212, return, W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies Among the Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines, Brisbane and London, 1897, page 164. Footnote 213, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 466, 497 square, 538 square. See above, page 138. Footnote 214, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 524. Footnote 215, return, F. Ibani, On Some Customs of the Aborigines of the River Darling, New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 13. 1884, page 135. Lecture 7, The Belief in Immortality Among the Aborigines of Australia, concluded, Attention to the Comfort of the Dead. Huts erected on graves for the use of the ghosts. In the last lecture I showed that in the maritime regions of Australia, where the conditions of life are more favorable than in the central deserts, we may detect the germs of a worship of the dead in certain attentions which the living pay to the spirits of the departed, for example by kindling fires on the grave for the ghost to warm himself at, by leaving food and water for him to eat and drink, and by depositing his weapons and other property in the tomb for his use in the life after death. Another mark of respect shown to the dead is the custom of erecting a hut on the grave for the accommodation of the ghost. Thus among the tribes of South Australia we are told that upon the mounds, or tumuli, over the graves, huts of bark or boughs are generally erected to shelter the dead from the rain. They are also frequently wound round with netting. 216 again, in Western Australia a small hut of rushes, grass, and so forth is said to have been set up by the natives over the grave. 217 among the tribes of the Lower Murray, Lower Lachlan, and Lower Darling rivers, when a person died who had been highly esteemed in life, a neat hut was erected over his grave so as to cover it entirely. The hut was of oval shape, about 5 feet high, and roofed with thatch, which was firmly tied to the framework by cord many hundreds of yards in length. Sometimes the whole hut was enveloped in a net. At the eastern end of the hut a small opening was left just large enough to allow a full-grown man to creep in, and the floor was covered with grass, which was renewed from time to time as it became withered. Each of these graves was enclosed by a fence of brushwood forming a diamond-shaped enclosure, within which the tomb stood exactly in the middle. All the grass within the fence was neatly shaved off and the ground swept quite clean. Sepulchres of this sort were kept up for 2 or 3 years, after which they were allowed to fall into disrepair, and when a few more years had gone by the very sites of them were forgotten. 218 The intention of erecting huts on graves is not mentioned in these cases, but on analogy we may conjecture that they are intended for the convenience and comfort of the ghost. This is confirmed by an account given of a native burial on the Vass River in Western Australia. We are told that when the grave had been filled in, the natives piled logs on it to a considerable height and then constructed a hut upon the logs, after which one of the male relations went into the hut and said, "I sit in his house." 219. Thus it would seem that the hut on the grave is regarded as the house of the dead man. If only these sepulchral huts were kept up permanently, they might develop into something like temples, in which the spirits of the departed might be invoked and propitiated with prayer and sacrifice. It is thus that the great round huts, in which the remains of dead kings of Uganda are deposited, have grown into sanctuaries or shrines, where the spirits of the deceased monarchs are consulted as oracles through the medium of priests. 220. But in Australia this development is prevented by the simple forgetfulness of the savages. A few years suffice with them to wipe out the memory of the deceased and with it his chance of developing into an ancestral deity. Like most savages, the Australian Aborigines seem to fear only the ghosts of the recently departed. One writer tells us that they have no fear of the ghost of a man who has been dead say 40 years. 221. Fear of the dead and precautions taken by the living against them. The burial customs of the Australian Aborigines which I have described betray not only a belief in the existence of the ghost, but also a certain regard for his comfort and convenience. However, we may suspect that in most, if not in all, cases the predominant motive of these attentions is fear rather than affection. The survivors imagine that any want of respect for the dead, any neglect of his personal comforts in the grave, would excite his resentment and draw down on them his vengeance. That these savages are really actuated by fear of the dead is expressly affirmed of some tribes. Thus we are told that the Yuan were always afraid that the dead man might come out of the grave and follow them. 222. After burying a body the Ngarigo were wont to cross a river in order to prevent the ghost from pursuing them. 223. Obviously they shared the common opinion that ghosts for some reason are unable to cross water. The Wakelbura took other measures to throw the poor ghost off the scent. They marked all the trees in a circle round the place where the dead man was buried, so that when he emerged from the grave and set off in pursuit of his retiring relations, he would follow the marks on the trees in a circle and always come back to the point from which he had started. And to make assurance doubly sure they put coals in the dead man's ears, which, by bunging up these apertures, were supposed to keep his ghost in the body till his friends had got a good start away from him. As a further precaution they lit fires and put bushes in the forks of trees, with the idea that the ghost would roost in the bushes and warm himself at the fires, while they were hastening away. 224. Here, therefore, we see that the real motive for kindling fires for the use of the dead is fear, not affection. In this respect the burial customs of the tribes at the Herbert River are still more significant. These savages buried with the dead man his weapons, his ornaments, and indeed everything he had used in life. Moreover, they built a hut on the grave, put a drinking vessel in the hut, and cleared a path from it down to the water for the use of the ghost, and often they placed food and water on the grave. So far, these measures might be interpreted as marks of pure and disinterested affection for the soul of the departed. But such an interpretation is totally excluded by the ferocious treatment which these savages meted out to the corpse. To frighten the spirit, lest he should haunt the camp, the father or brother of the deceased, or the husband, if it was a woman, took a club and mauled the body with such violence that he often smashed the bones. Further, he generally broke both its legs in order to prevent it from wandering of nights, and as if that were not enough, he bored holes in the stomach, the shoulders, and the lungs, and filled the holes with stones, so that even if the poor ghost should succeed by a desperate effort in dragging his mangled body out of the grave, he would be so weighed down by this ballast of stones that he could not get very far. However, after roaming up and down in this pitiable condition for a time in their old haunts, the spirits were supposed at last to go up aloft to the Milky Way. 225. The Kwarabura tribe, on the Lind River, in Queensland, also took forcible measures to prevent the resurrection of the dead. Whenever a person died, they cut off his or her head, roasted it in a fire on the grave, and when it was thoroughly charred they smashed it in bits and left the fragments among the hot coals. They calculated that when the ghost rose from the grave with the view of following the tribe, he would miss his head and go groping blindly about for it till he scorched himself in the embers of the fire and was glad to shrink back into his narrow bed. 226. Thus even among those Australian tribes which have progressed furthest in the direction of religion, such approaches as they have made towards a worship of the dead appear to be determined far more by fear than by affection and reverence. And we are told that it is the nearest relations and the most influential men whose ghosts are most dreaded. 227 Cuttings and brandings of the flesh of the living in honor of the dead. There is another custom observed by the Australian Aborigines in mourning which deserves to be mentioned. We all know that the Israelites were forbidden to make cuttings in their flesh for the dead. 228 The custom was probably practiced by the heathen Canaanites, as it has been by savages in various parts of the world. Nowhere, perhaps, has the practice prevailed more generally or been carried out with greater severity than in Aboriginal Australia. For example, with regard to the tribes in the central part of Victoria, we are told that the parents of the deceased lacerate themselves fearfully, especially if it be an only son whose loss they deplore. The father beats and cuts his head with a tomahawk until he utters bitter groans. The mother sits by the fire and burns her breasts and abdomen with a small fire stick till she wails with pain, then she replaces the stick in the fire, to use again when the pain is less severe. This continues for hours daily, until the time of lamentation is completed. Sometimes the burns thus inflicted are so severe as to cause death. 229 It is especially the women, and above all the widows, who torture themselves in this way. Speaking of the tribes of Victoria, a writer tells us that on the death of her husband a widow, becoming frantic, seizes fire sticks and burns her breasts, arms, legs, and thighs. Rushing from one place to another, and intent only on injuring herself, and seeming to delight in the self-inflicted torture, it would be rash and vain to interrupt her. She would fiercely turn on her nearest relative or friend and burn him with her brands. When exhausted, and when she can scarcely walk, she yet endeavors to kick the embers of the fire, and to throw them about. Sitting down, she takes the ashes in her hands, rubs them into her wounds, and then scratches her face, the only part not touched by the fire sticks, until the blood mingles with the ashes which partly hide her cruel wounds. 230 Among the Kurnai of southeastern Victoria, the relations of the dead would cut and gash themselves with sharp stones and tomahawks until their heads and bodies streamed with blood. 231 In the Mutjarawang tribe, when a man died, his kinsfolk wept over him and slashed themselves with tomahawks and other sharp instruments for about a week. 232 In the tribes of the Lower Murray and Lower Darling rivers, mourners scored their backs and arms, sometimes even their faces, with red-hot brands, which raised hideous ulcers. Afterwards they flung themselves prone on the grave, tore out their hair by handfuls, rubbed earth over their heads and bodies in great profusion, and ripped up their green ulcers till the mingled blood and grime presented a ghastly spectacle. These self-inflicted sores remain long unhealed. 233 Among the Kamilaroi, a large tribe of eastern New South Wales, the mourners, and especially the women, used to cut their heads with tomahawks and allow the blood to dry on them. 234 Speaking of a native burial on the Murray River, a writer says that around the bier were many women, relations of the deceased, wailing and lamenting bitterly, and lacerating their thighs, backs, and breasts, with shells or flint, until the blood flowed copiously from the gashes. 235 In the Bullia district of Queensland, women in mourning score their thighs, both inside and outside, with sharp stones or bits of glass, so as to make a series of parallel cuts. In neighbouring districts of Queensland, the men make much deeper cross-shaped cuts on their thighs. 236 In the Arunta tribe of Central Australia, a man is bound to cut himself on the shoulder in mourning for his father-in-law. If he does not do so, his wife may be given away to another man in order to appease the wrath of the ghost at his undutiful son-in-law. Arunta men regularly bear on their shoulders the raised scars which shew that they have done their duty by their dead fathers-in-law. 237 The female relations of a dead man in the Arunta tribe also cut and hack themselves in token of sorrow, working themselves up into a sort of frenzy as they do so, yet in all their apparent excitement they take care never to wound a vital part, but vent their fury on their scalps, their shoulders, and their legs. 238 Cuttings for the dead among the Warramunga. In the Warramunga tribe of Central Australia, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen witnessed the